61 year 141 IT was classified information. Clearly no one knew it, but I did. I first informed the Valthorns, the Valtrian Order, my patriarchs and matriarchs. It was met with a resounding silence. Patrick told me they were making plans. What did this mean? Had the demons won? I wouldn't be able to get anything from the regular people. At least, I didn't think I would. The only person who I thought could even attempt to answer what was next was Lily's. Lily's, the heroes died. We know. We sense their presence fade away in the fabric of the world. So what now? Hunker down. A true winter comes. That sounded awfully ominous. Tips, hide and spread far. Demons cannot reach everywhere. If we're doomed, wasn't it? But I didn't believe so since. Well, I just didn't believe it. I refused to believe it. Then I announced it to the representatives of the various cities and the nobles of many kingdoms. The heroes had died, all 10 of them had fallen in battle. The entire hall was in uproar. It was a panic I'd never seen the nobles exhibit. One of the noble lords went a little nuts and shouted, "We're doomed." Some said rather strange things. Why is this happening? It's the first time in documented history. Is it? Some nobles challenged, clearly trying to be the level-headed one. Our historical records only go back so far. What if this wasn't the first time? I recalled when I first arrived. The gods always summoned heroes if the previous generation died to the new demon king. But would the gods summon heroes again if the new batch of heroes died? If it isn't, then we have chosen correctly to break away from the 4 temples. They've lied to us all this time. But why? Why were the gods restricted from summoning newer heroes if the new heroes died? Certainly they could try again, right? Is that something worth arguing over at this time? We need to deal with the reality before us that the heroes have all fallen and yet the demon king still lived. We must focus our efforts on surviving this. Survive? How? I for one am going to be rushing out there and spend all my money and live a life. Patrick's ability told me all of them were seeing their lives flash before their eyes. This was one of those, if you died tomorrow, what would you do? Moments. A noble said, we must try something. If we must call on the blood mages to perform a ritual of massive proportions, then we must. It is either they die or everyone dies. I was certain some of the kings and the temples out there would be considering this option right now. But based on Patrick's calculation and my own historical data, it wouldn't be enough. From my observations of the hex to date and my experiments, the existing hex bomb would not have enough power to destroy a demon king. Unless I sacrificed close to 20 million people, maybe more. I recalled sensing the huge surge in magical energies with that hex-like thing, and now that I'd got access to the hex on my own, I was able to put the 2 data points together to calculate the energy needed to replicate a similar power level. 20 million. Did he sacrifice so many? I didn't think so. Yet how did Astra do it? Was it because of the amplification power of star mana? Could star mana and hex fuse together, or did the star mana apply its anti-demon king qualities to the entire hex bomb? What are our options? I asked the artificial minds. The hex bomb is a good direction, Master. We should focus on amplifying the power of the soul in order to create a super bomb. To borrow your memories, Master, the hex bomb is essentially a massive bundle of 10 million TNTS. If we could use the soul fragments in a significantly more efficient way, it may be possible to achieve the same effect with far lower sacrifice. It still required sacrifice, just less. What level of efficiency can we achieve at the moment? The artificial minds paused and started calculating. It took them 2 days. Based on our current know-how and converting the entire Valley of the Unrotten, we can amplify the hex bomb's efficiency and power by 4 times, Trevor said. Still, that means at least 5 million sacrifices. Was I willing to do this to get just a single shot at the Demon King with the hex bomb? It bothered me. I didn't think it was the right thing to do at all. It felt like I was cutting off my limbs just to live another day. From a utilitarian point of view, Master, sacrifices are necessary. 5 million is a number the Freshlands can afford. It took a few days, but I then decided it must be a last resort. But we must make preparations. The preparations required were massive. First, we needed to make sure that there were at least 5 to 10 million people within a 5-day walk of Freshka. Next was preparing the structures, formations, and runes needed to properly concentrate the energies released from 5 to 10 million souls. We didn't know how much time we had, but preparing the formations and runes needed to perform a blood ritual of this size was going to take years. In a way, this option was dead from the start. There was no way we could have done the preparations needed in time. If the Demon King attacked this year, we would have failed. Even sacrificing 20 million people wasn't so simple, since the souls of all 20 million needed to be stitched together into a single shot. This endeavor alone required the construction of a massive containment array to control the energies. How did Astra do it? Was my magical measurement and sensors so far off? There must be some star mana or hero-level shenanigans at work. The heroes died. The Valthorns, upgraded classers, spoke among themselves. This meant the Demon King may very well be on the way to kill the rest of us. Does Ian have a plan? I say we hide, construct massive installations deep within mountains and wait it out. The Demon King may rule the world outside, but with our skills, we'd live. Faris and the Druids, the mages together, could generate all the things we needed to live. Ah, Ian's underground bunkers taken to the extreme, huh? Well, yes, but we're talking extremely, extremely deep, far deeper than before. It's a good possibility. Some of the Valthorns considered the idea. It had a good merit. The demons certainly can't sense us if we hide that deep. Then let's do it. We can expand it if we can create enough space. We better not tell the nobles. They'll demand we protect them if they know. All the Valthorns nodded. The Valthorns started what they called the Trench Hideout Project. They, using their powers together, started to dig really, really, really deep underground. Their project would take a few months, but if they did it right, they'd probably survive. At the same time, Lausanne's still alive. That was a good sign, in the sense that the entire eastern continent had not fallen under the demons. There must be pockets or nations that survived. As the year went by, captains and sailors began noticing that the temple's blockade now had holes. Some navies still maintained the blockade, but there were pockets where the ships left. The temples, after all, were a hodgepodge of contributed forces, so some of the kingdoms may have given up. Then we began capturing some ships that strangely sailed into the harbors of our allied kingdoms. What's happening out there? We interrogated the crew. You don't know, but our supply ships stopped coming and we were starving, so all of us had to come here. We either starve or sail to the nearest harbor. They didn't know much. Even the captains were not very well informed of what was happening back in their home country. Jura sat and asked me one day, "Tritri, remember that time when you unlocked my limit?" "Yes." "How far can you go with it?" I didn't get his point. Were there multiple roadblocks on their levels that I had to keep unlocking? Did the native souls have a gacha-style level cap where they needed multiple upgrades before they achieved max capacity? How high can you push it? I didn't know, really. Jura paused. Actually, maybe I should cut to the point. Tritri, are you able to make something like a hero? I know you tried with Lausanne and it didn't go far, but that was then before all of the Rotterdlands. We all know you've gained strength as the forests and the lands expanded. Now, would you be able to do it? I probably could not create the hero class. There was something divine about it, or at least the gods' version certainly was divine. But was the hero class truly the pinnacle class out there, or was it essentially possible for any class to achieve a similar power, even if they needed to be a far higher level? It was worth trying. Ashia, did you get fragments? She did. She paused, her mind racing. Sorry, she wondered how I knew. Fragments of heroes. It's a thing that reincarnations of other worlds receive. I wonder if you received it." "Yes," she decided to be honest. "They're dead, aren't they?" "How did you know, Ian?" I lied. "As a being that's close to the divine, we can sense it. Their fading presence in the fabric of the world." "Close to the divine," she repeated. She'd been gaining levels in scribe and artist, aided by the boost provided by the fragments. Her work was a lot of painting and paperwork after all. I wondered whether she had the potential to achieve what I did. Maybe she could even do more. But that's not enough to take on the Demon King. Heroes are specialist Demon King exterminators. We are not. It was a statement of fact as far as I was concerned. I wondered what the Demon King would do or what the gods would do. I got my answer as the year almost approached its end. The gods have summoned 3 new heroes. It was almost as if the gods themselves panicked. Why did they do this? 62 year 142 SO new heroes. The nobles and the Valthorns all relaxed considerably once I told them of the new heroes. I wondered where they would appear. Has this happened before? Our memories are hazy from the times long ago, but yes, lilies responded a day later. I wondered how long lilies must have lived. But then most of the time they didn't. Again, not exactly new under the sun, was it? Life went on. We deal with the demons when they arrived on our shores. In the meantime, we continued our preparations. The school was doing well, and this year, I had a few exceptional students from both the Valtrian Order Academy and also the Freshlands Treasury College. Talent was a strange thing. It almost seemed like they came in waves, with some years just having a lot more good people than others. The college had one exceptional centaur chiefling, and over the period of the 4 to 5 year course, he transformed into warlord at just level 25. Right next to him was a master ranger lord. Again, he started just as a noble, and as the course developed his administrative and archery skills, it fused together at level 30. On the Valtrian side, a young archer hit level 43 at 16 years old, mostly from hunting hybrids and participating in all sorts of archery competitions. There was also a knight who managed to hit level 35 as he graduated from the academy, and his class evolved into Guardian Knight, without needing any prompt or special class seed from me. It made me wonder what was really the evolution threshold of classes. Jura's warlord class happened very late, when he was almost level 60 in his warrior-type classes. The nature of class was a perplexing thing, almost as if the rules didn't apply uniformly. Everyone's class system had different thresholds and triggers. On the blood magic front, we continued to make preparations for the grand ritual, should we ever need one. Again, it was a last resort, and I wondered whether I should shelve the project since the heroes arrived. We should prepare the formations regardless. It can be repurposed for other uses, my artificial mind suggested, and so I agreed with it. Indeed, a massive formation used for containing souls seemed useful, even if just for my soul forge. The other preparation was partly Jura's idea, to create a mini-hero by fusing classes together. This was also where I spent quite a bit of time. It was a process of knocking class seeds together to see what worked and what didn't. It was a lot of tracking and math, so I created an artificial mind to help keep track of all the ratios and numbers. There were some successes. I could not upgrade, or maybe I had not found the way to upgrade some classes, but in the process of tweaking the knight, druid, spearman, and soldier classes, I'd somehow merged them with my own essence and created the Tree Knight class. And I could then further upgrade it to Knight of the Woods, and even further to Knight Master of the Woods. There were some classes that I thought could be further evolved, like Sharpshooter or Grand Knight or Weapon Master, but so far I didn't make much progress on those. If there was a class that made life difficult for me, it would be the mage classes. It was easy enough to fuse mage with druid or mage with knight. Mage classes also could be fused together at the first layer into Great Mage. But things got wacky from there. The higher mage classes repelled each other when I attempted to create archmages, or wizards. It was not as if these classes were rare. I had archmage classes, collected from dead archmages. I even had existing Valthorn mages who managed to evolve their mage classes into archmages. Yet the class fusion resisted my attempts to create archmages out of mages or great mages. I wondered whether this was a deliberate system restriction for high-tier magic, or there was some quirk to it that I didn't know. I needed time, and I was partly throttled by the number of class seeds. Experimenting with class seeds required and consumed huge amounts of class seeds. Even if it took just 10 seeds of the same type to fuse it to the next level, by the third level, it needed 1,000 seeds. It was just lucky that I had trees that could grow the normal class seeds by the bucket load so I could do so. I could also create a tree that grew the upgraded class seeds, but then theft remained a huge concern. As my reach extended throughout the continent, all my trees aided me in the process of collecting more class seeds via various death rituals and my soul harvesters. All in, the entire continent, now under my direct or indirect control, produced between 5,000 to 50,000 class seeds per year. A rise in the class seeds usually arose from a massive war or battle where many died, or a slaughter or something. Per the statistics provided by my artificial minds, roughly 1 in every 50 deaths would result in a class seed. That ratio was about 1 in 10 if the dead were buried via the Ionic burial ceremonies. The ratio was better if the ceremony was performed in Freshka, where almost 1 in 2 burials resulted in some kind of class seed or skill seed. There was clearly a problem of proximity. I couldn't be everywhere at once, not at full strength. As it was, many abilities were just better when they were done near to me. I supposed if I could split a tree into multiple copies of myself, such that I could be 100% there, everywhere. As it was, the giant attendant trees could only push up to 50%. Decent but not great, and that ratio's wonky for certain kinds of abilities. As the year went on, we didn't see demons crossing the oceans. Maybe they went to the northern isles or the southern continent instead of directly west to the central continent. Why? If the demons had a head start, they should push hard and expand. After all, if the demons could fly, what was stopping them? Also, none of the heroes were on my continent. I tried looking for them, but nothing. No stragglers either unless they died, or took a form different from the normal humans. I wondered whether there were others like me out there, taking their time to hide away, or had they all died? 63 around year 141 to 142 L. Austin paused as she cradled the young toddler girl in her arms. It was a strange time to have a child, but strangely, it was not uncommon. The people she'd met and many others had made babies when a war came. It was almost as if war and crisis triggered the reproductive desires in the living. She really looks like you. Artie smiled, and somehow Lausanne felt and remembered her mother's words. Artie had aged. They'd been married for 23 years, and though Lausanne wasn't rushing things, her husband's hair had whitened, and 2 years ago, Artie proposed having a child. The chaos and mess got to him, and to some extent being human, even if he aged slower than a regular human. Or maybe it was being confined inside a city while demons roamed outside. What else was there to do but to copulate? She agreed. 20 years without a child was quite far away from the human norms, and so Arlissa came into the world slightly over a year ago. At times, she wondered whether this was a mistake. The Eastern continent, for lack of a better word, was not the best place to raise a young baby girl. Not at all. Even if the city she lived in was doing well. She had hoped things would improve when the heroes supposedly arrived and that she and her new baby, Arlissa and Artie, would be able to leave the eastern continent and head back to the central continent. It didn't. The flying drakes continued to destroy huge amounts of land, and Lausanne's survival depended mostly on underground hideouts in cities. The dwarves, in particular, adapted well to this demon king. Their cities often extended into the mountains, and they had ways to prepare their fortified cities for a long siege without exposure to the outside world. Honestly, it felt very much like being trapped in the valley again. Except the city was far larger and all they had to deal with was flying drakes that roamed outside. "Lausanne, the Lord summoned you." A messenger came over. She shrugged and calmed Arlissa down. "Let him know I'll be there soon." Lausanne passed the baby to her. Lausanne changed into her combat attire and walked to the Lord's subterranean chambers. There was an Ava priest there and a Hawa priest and also a group of other warriors. Lausanne had met them before. They were part of the defense force. "Grandmaster Enka once said you were the temple's secret weapon." Lausanne wanted to roll her eyes, but she resisted. She internally regretted taking Enka's bargain. It had been a decade and the temple still made requests for her. She wondered whether she should just say no now that she had a child of her own. "I'm afraid I'm no such thing," Lausanne bowed. "I happen to just carry out too many Aven Triumvir's requests." The Lord smirked. "No matter, you will need to do a task for us." "I received a divine quest from both Hawa and Ava to rescue the new heroes." "New heroes?" Lausanne paused. "What the hell? Why did the gods summon new heroes? Did something happen to the 10 heroes? In the eastern continent, news was rare. Communication channels were few, and information like the death of the 10 heroes was a massive secret known only to the upper echelons of the priesthood and the kings. Rumors spread, but with travel in the eastern continent extremely difficult, it was an extremely slow move. Locals all wondered what took the heroes so long to slay the Demon King, and for Lausanne, it suddenly made sense. Lausanne agreed. Even if the task was difficult, heroes meant a solution to the Demon King problem and a path for her new family. The alternative was a perpetual quarantine in this city that offered nothing much. They found the heroes hiding in a small cave with a special compass from the priest of Hawa. 3 young heroes, hungry, dirty, and weak, hiding in a cave. There were demon drakes that flew overhead. "Come with us." The young heroes didn't have much of a choice. It was starve or take the only opportunity they had. They had to fight a few demon drakes on the way back, but ultimately they didn't encounter any exceptional number of demons or the more powerful demon drake champions. Tough day. Artie asked as Lausanne walked back to what had been their home for the past 3 years. They didn't have much food. "Yeah." Lausanne sat. Lexi played with Arlissa in the small room they had. The Playing Swords disbanded 2 years ago when most of the team died during a massive demon drake attack. Artie, Lexi, and 1 other swordsman were all that was left. Artie and Lexi both decided to call it a day. They were both not young anymore. The years displayed themselves on their hair, their skin. Even if Lexi still looked good as her holy powers granted her a slower rate of aging, she too had grown weary from the fighting and traveling and wanted a break. Space was surprisingly abundant. Many of the city's denizens died when the demon drakes attacked, so there were plenty of uninhabited accommodations. "I met heroes today, 3 young ones." "What happened to the previous 10? "I don't know, but if there are 3 new young ones, that can't be a good sign." Lexi paused and nodded. She was a priestess too, and she knew the rules about heroes. The gods only summoned new heroes if the previous generation all died. If there were 3 new ones, it only meant the previous 10 all died. "It's probably something you should keep to yourself, Lausanne." Lausanne paused, and she, too, realized the implication. "Thanks for the reminder, Lexi." Artie nodded. The demon drakes raided every city on the continent. The cities that survived all relied on their heroic artifacts, but even then, those only granted a short period of protection. Lexi, what does the Demon King do after it wins? I don't know. The scriptures all didn't speak of such an event. The dwarven city in the mountain, Gurdarim, was one of the 5 mining cities on the eastern continent and part of the Dwarven Miner Federation. Each city was ruled by a lord, but the lord may as well be the king of each of their own cities. There was a massive chamber in the middle of the mountain, the rocky ceilings reinforced with magically enhanced pillars and plates. Home to almost 100,000 at its peak, now it was home to a third of that, only 30,000. They purchased one of the abandoned units from the city hall a few years ago, and it had a small garden. There was no sunlight, but magical stones acted as artificial lights. "Do you think we'll be trapped here forever?" Artie asked Lausanne that night. They sat in the garden, both with a cup of tea. Lexi and Arlissa had gone to sleep earlier. "I hope not. If there are new heroes, that is a good sign," Lausanne said, "even if they seemed really, really weak." Artie smiled and sipped on his tea. "We don't have a way out, sadly." All the ships in the nearest port city were all on official missions, either to deliver goods, carry men, or carry critical supplies. They had attempted to buy their way out, but even the merchants rejected. The surviving kingdoms paid top dollar to the merchants to deliver the necessities. Many more merchants had been essentially nationalized during this period of time, and they operated shipping routes that supported the military. Even if the heroes had died, many cities still chugged along, protected by heroic items so freely given out a few decades ago. Still, they were stressed, as the heroic items had a long recharge time, and if the demons attacked frequently, they would eventually break through the defenses. Gurdarim, too, had one heroic item in its treasury, a massive mirror that collected energy and would release a heat ray that destroyed anything in its path. Still, it had an extremely long recharge time of 2 months, so the city reserved its use for the demon champions. Any lesser attack had to be repelled by the defense force. Some of the surviving cities had more heroic artifacts, and although that meant they had more weapons at their disposal, those cities were attacked more often. Blasphemy, when Lausanne highlighted that the demon kings could sense the presence of heroes and their star mana. But what else could it be? A few days later, Lausanne was summoned again. The heroes must leave the eastern continent to somewhere that they can train. Lausanne immediately thought of the Rothedlands, but she kept her mouth quiet. She knew that the priest would immediately say she was a heretic for even suggesting it. "And we want you, along with our elites, to escort them to the port city on the western coast. We're not sure which city will be safe when you get there, so Port Hellas, Port Kella, and Port Lawad are all on standby." Huh? What did such a statement mean? "There's a large pack of drakes spotted, 50 drakes. The adventurers and veterans next to Lausanne immediately gulped. One of them quickly said, "My lord, that's too much for us even if we are escorting heroes." "Couldn't the heroes handle them?" Lausanne asked. "It's complicated," the priest sighed. "They are unable to use their powers for the time being." Lausanne frowned. "That didn't sound good at all. There must be a catch. The demons are looking. If we keep them here in our city, a large army of drakes will soon attack this city. For the good of this city, we must take them away." "How could the demons find the heroes? Can't we teleport them away?" Lausanne asked. "We've recently noticed the presence of some kind of magical interference. We're not sure what, and we do not dare to risk it. And as strange as it seems, we must face the evidence that the demons are able to see the heroes somehow." The priests, of course, shook their heads. The demons must have found a way to twist the gods' blessings. But regardless, we must escort the heroes of the city. The gods command it. Lausanne mentally eye-rolled. "So escorting heroes past a large pack of drakes is your preferred solution?" Lausanne challenged the Lord, and the Lord frowned. "Alternatively," a priest said, "if there can be a big enough distraction, a team of adventurers with fast horses can rush the heroes to the port city. One of the adventurers present suggested, maybe they'll just go away. The demons may just move away after some time. That's a possibility. We could wait, but like I said, we're painting a target on our back. May I speak to the heroes? Lausanne suddenly asked. She wanted to know how useless or what level these heroes were. Sure, the priest said. She gave a light nod and left the discussion. Lausanne found the 3 heroes in one of the houses provided by the Lord. They were practicing with weapons. Hello. Hi, are you one of the Lord's people? One of the guys asked. The 3 heroes were 2 boys and 1 girl. The girl immediately smacked the guy. She's one of those who came for us. Oh, definitely the Lord's people. Lausanne smirked. May I? They nodded, and Lausanne sat on a wooden stool next to them. They continued practicing, at least one of them. The girl was the first to talk. Why are you here, lady? I'm Lausanne. I'm one of the independent combatants employed by the Lord. I just wanted to talk to you and get a sense of why we're having this issue. Oh, the 3 heroes just stopped. I'll be direct. Is there a problem with your powers? Lausanne wanted to understand what the priest meant by unable to use their powers. The 3 heroes fumbled a bit. One of the boys was first to answer. Yes. They sat together and the boy, Alvin, was the one that explained. It's complicated, but when we died in a bus crash, we met this god. He called himself Claude and he said, well, we were summoned under extraordinary circumstances. Lausanne nodded. Go on. So he briefed us quickly that the earlier group failed, so we are now tasked to fix the mistakes. But because we are an emergency team, we had a bit more restrictions. One of which is that our powers are locked for 1 year. We can level in our ordinary classes, but Hero is stuck at level 1 and our Blessing of the Gods is inactive. It's also locked for a year. Lausanne nodded. They were essentially regular people then. Why do you need to leave the continent? Oh, we can't even fight the drakes. There's no way we can level, Alvin repeated. The girl Kay then added, and Claude, that god fellow, said we should get out of the continent and come back when we're stronger. I see. Hans was the other boy. He just nodded along. Alvin continued. So we asked the Lord to help us. We go back to the easy places, farm ourselves to a higher level, then come back and kick the demon's ass. Kay smacked the boy. Stop talking shit, Alvin. Hey, I'm just saying we're gonna kick those demons' asses once we have our hero powers. What's wrong with that? All we gotta do is survive for a year. We've already survived a month. Lausanne just smiled. I'll come over and practice with you kids, all right. It was weird to refer to them as kids because they were the heroes, but Lausanne had to admit they were kids. At least until you get your ticket out of this place. All right, waiting was a good choice. About a month after, the flock of demon drakes attacked somewhere else, and there was a small window of opportunity. They quickly rushed the heroes to the port town. Lausanne also took that chance to get her family to the port city, but there were no ships willing to take them. All seaworthy ships were used for the military and temple affairs. We say goodbye here, Lady Lausanne, Kay bowed. Thank you for practicing with us and telling us about the world. It's fine. Remember, it's a secret you can tell no one else. Lausanne spoke of her experience meeting Harris, the other heroes, and of the Freshlands when they practiced. The 3 heroes nodded. To them, it was a perspective different from what the priests had shared. We'll keep it in mind. A ship would take them to the southern continent, where they would grind and practice for at least a year and get their hero levels up. The heroes left that day. As for Lausanne and family, they searched for ships to take them to the central continent. None was available, even if they were willing to go to the cursed continent. Then Lausanne stumbled on the old dockyards, where many damaged ships were under repair. Some of the ships were in terrible condition and had been put up for sale. That was when she had an idea. The ships were made of wood, after all, and her warden allowed her access to some of Ian's rather strange abilities, even if they were weaker. If I buy the ship, can I sail it wherever I want? Well, yes, it's your ship, but we're full. We're busy making ships for the Army and the Merchant Corps, the dock manager said, and she soon confirmed it with everyone else. Lausanne just smiled and she thanked Ian for Warden, so she bought one of the damaged ships. They were adventurers. Naturally, they had money. Furthermore, the damaged ships were cheap, and since repairs would cost a bomb, no sane seagoing merchant was going to pay a lot of money for a ship that couldn't sail. Artie returned from the tavern with a crew and a captain. It wasn't hard to convince sailors to sail with them. All that was needed was money. So, where's our ship? They were all gathered before the unrepaired ship, its wood in some parts rotten and broken. Lausanne climbed aboard, sat in the middle, and in an instant there was a green flash of light. Her body temporarily merged with the wood of the ship, and it was as if the ship itself returned to life. Rotten wood started to heal and broken pieces regrew. It took about an hour, but to the crew and captain, it was strange to see a ship heal itself. Woodcrafting and wood magic. In the same way she and Warden could create wooden spears out of thin air, linking to wooden structures and revitalizing them was just an extension of that ability, taken to a larger scale. All right, let's go, let's go. This ship will not fail as long as my magic feeds it. We're getting our asses out of here. It was a rocky journey. The oceans were not known for pleasant weather. But with a ship that didn't break, and Lausanne even able to directly steer the ship by linking Warden to the wooden rudders, it wasn't that bad. Just a bit of vomiting here and there. They also fought some monsters along the way, nothing too large or scary. Mostly just common ocean pests. A few of the crew died from sea monster attacks too, but eventually, after 2 months of sailing, they finally saw land. 64 year 142, continued his year. One of my FTC graduates class transformed into Ionic Lord. I don't recall ever seeing any of the nobles obtaining such a class, so its presence was quite a surprise to me. I was able to upgrade a class to its Ionic variants, but so far, no lord or noble had ever approached me to do so. So, rather than be assured, I suddenly felt that all my nobles were not as loyal as I thought they were. Perhaps it's a matter of faith rather than loyalty, my artificial mind suggested. I believe many are loyal in their hearts. You are their king, but not their god. That was certainly possible. The mechanisms of faith were not truly understood. At the same time, I revisited my anointed king class again. If I gave it to him, what would happen? Perhaps the Ionic Lord was an entry-level class into the whole path of Ionic-aligned noble classes. Kravik, the relatively young student, was a treefolk noble. It was appropriate, I supposed, that the treefolks were the first to believe in my divinity. A young sapling in his mid-30s, he was born in the early days of the Freshlands and grew up in a merchant house in the inner segments, and then later was granted his own territory as his family was one of the pioneer settlers of the outer segments. The treefolk had been one of the first to embrace my divinity, so my artificial mind's suggestions certainly had a basis. Kravik. I spoke to the young treefolk lord, and like all my other Ionic classers, I could sense him very clearly. He immediately prostrated in the way treefolks always had. Praise the tree. Patrick's scan of his memories and thoughts was like flipping through the mind of a zealot, one who believed everything, faith and more. Please, how can I be of service? Well done on achieving your class. I started with praise. I wanted to know more from the person. You are the first I know of. You honor me, your holiness. Holiness? That didn't seem right. I certainly was not holy. I prefer to be referred to as Ian. Yes, Ian. Tell me, how do you feel about your new class? What does it do? Kravik was still prostrated on the floor. My level 20 Ionic Lord granted me a mix of Ionic weapons and blessed lands, which supports agriculture, husbandry, and forestry. I see. So the Ionic Lord was essentially a nature-focused lord, similar to a druid and lord. A variant, I supposed, of the druidic lords. Progress was made on our anti-air research. We developed beetles able to fire thorny projectiles. similar to a mobile anti-air tank. The choice for thorny projectiles, instead of their own body parts, was simply because we wanted to amplify the damage dealt by using anti-demon wooden ballista bolts. So, a battalion of ballista beetles could carry a load of 3 to 5 anti-demon bolts each, which they could then use to rain death on an army of flying demons. They would unfortunately be defenseless once they exhausted their anti-demon bolts, but no matter. I was still quite proud of horns. This was like a medieval beetle version of a V2 rocket launcher. If I wanted to make beetles with unlimited ammo, it was possible, but usually that would compromise on their range and their actual damage output. So if I wanted beetles who could provide long-range support with high amounts of damage, separate ammunition from the launcher was a good idea. After all, I'd been making anti-demon bolts all this time. The next matter was an issue of force projection. I was now a continental power, and as a continental power, there would be occasions when I needed to project significant force in a particular location. Currently, I could do so by spawning multiple giant attendant trees, but I believed that was insufficient. So I decided to activate my second Titan soul on the walker. The idea would be to make the giant walker into a mobile anti-air fortress, loaded with all the anti-demon bolts and ballista beetles. That way, I could station it on the eastern coast, facing the eastern continent. The walker, I hoped, would be a walking Aegis supercruiser. At the same time, my master woodworkers and war fletchers focused on making stronger, more powerful anti-demon bolts. Together with mages, who wove and enchanted the bolts with flight and target-seeking abilities. These were the magical equivalent of second-generation surface-to-air anti-demon projectiles. This was a development that started 5 years ago, when we found out about the flying drakes, and had roots in the first anti-demon bolts and spears. Next up would be to figure out a way to cram more soul power into it, essentially adding nuclear-tipped weaponry into my arsenal. The walker's corpse, now covered with trees, bushes, vines, and animals who lived in it, shook. It was as if the ground itself broke apart. New trees emerged as the Titan soul lodged itself in the center of the massive corpse, its rejuvenating energy repairing broken limbs and making new ones out of wood and stone. It took a while, about 3 months, for the Titan soul's energies to imprint itself on the massive building, and then finally it was ready. When it first rose out of the overgrown forest around it, the entire city was immediately on high alert. They thought a monster had appeared. We even received requests for help from the nearby kingdoms when they saw the massive tree-covered walker starting to walk. Do not engage, that thing is a special minion of Ian. The massive walker mentally contacted me once it was fully awake. Walker reporting for duty. Ah, yes, I must grant you a name. You shall be Hytrerian. Your first assignment is to walk to Freshka, where you will be outfitted. It took about a week for it to walk from Lily's Lake to Freshka, guided by my artificial minds. As it was so large, it had to take a path away from residential centers. Perhaps for my artificial minds, it was similar to guiding a massive truck. Once it arrived, I had Hytrerian loaded up with ballista beetles, a massive armory for all the anti-demon bolts and weaponry, and also it needed to be outfitted for habitation. Hytrerian came default with multiple rooms, similar to empty, customizable rooms. How many people should be in the crew? Demon walkers don't need a crew. Why should this need a crew? It was slower than a beetle, but it could walk without ever needing rest, so in long distances it would be just a bit faster. But since it needed to detour around habited spaces, it would still take longer to get anywhere. In the end, after I explained just a few key traits of the walker, the Valthorns eventually developed a crew. There would be at least 2 upgraded classers, 1 great druid and 1 sharpshooter and a few commanders. Outfitting Hytrerian took a month, and we spawned a special biolab in Hytrerian's back, which allowed the person inside to communicate with Hytrerion and provide navigation guidance. I expect Hytrerion to be mostly guided by my artificial minds, but I had to prepare for the possibility that my communication network could break up should the Demon King have a massive jamming ability. After all, it happened once. I'd be a fool not to prepare for it again. During the process, Hytrerion's presence was a havoc of its own. The Treasury College students had a mixed view of my presence, and Patrick detected multiple messages that spoke of Hytrerion to the rest of the continent. Even though we were technically on the same side, there was still a huge amount of suspicion among each other. Some of them were rather factual, a lot were just hyperbole. Some had a mix of worry and suspicion that I'd somehow managed to create a Walker-class creature. For the triology priests, they were more deferential. They converted one of the customizable rooms into a prayer room and even asked for a tree of prayer to be placed in the Walker. They spoke of this as a fact of divinity. The commoners were just disturbed for a few days, and then they got used to it. The Valthorns and the Valtrian Order were just busy outfitting the Hytrerion. They got to see it, and the ballista beetles that had settled into the tree towers on Hytrerion's back up close. Once Hytrerion was ready and fully equipped with all the anti-air weapons I could cram in it, it made the slow walk across the continent to the eastern seaboard of the central continent. I reckoned that the demons, should they arrive, would come from the east. They were not going to fly a curved path, unless there were islands that they could stop along the way. I continued to experiment on the tainted demon crystal core, and I struggled to comprehend it. I could tap into the aspect of the core that was a native, but I'd not been able to activate the other part, which was the demonic energies. Maybe it's not a good idea to use it. I wondered whether using demonic energy was a step too far in the same league as blood magic. If anything, demonic magic would make me a target for the heroes. The heroes had some kind of demonic sensing ability, so using demonic mana would instantly flag me. Still, I'd deal with that later. Even if just for the knowledge. Small battles broke out during the year and we captured a few more temple navies. Some of them just surrendered without a fight and some attacked the cities outright. It was strange, but the navies were getting desperate and the blockade began to crumble. At the news of the navies deserting their blockade locations, more kingdoms pulled back their navies. It happened rather quickly, too, and suddenly there was no blockade anymore. It ended rather naturally and did not even require any offensive from us. It was a big letdown for the young sailors and navies who were itching for a big, break-the-blockade kind of fight. I suppose that was how wars were lost sometimes. The logistics and planning at the back of it all just crumbled. Now that the blockade was over, it was a lot easier for pirates and merchants to sneak to the other continents. They would have to quickly disguise their ships and attire to fake themselves as locals, but that was a lot easier than fighting a navy. Some of the ports usually would be willing to turn a blind eye if the right amount of money was paid. So news from the other continents trickled in. It seemed that there were 3 new heroes, and all appeared on the eastern continent, right in the battlegrounds. They were saved by the temple's forces, who had been forewarned. Were the gods of the temples the same one that summoned them? I remembered having this conversation with Harris, Myrie, and Jared, and they were not sure. It seemed like there was some kind of overlap, but it was also possible the gods took different forms with different people. They were trying to escape, though, and that stirred a bunch of rumors about the new heroes being eunuchs or impaired. Then Lausanne returned. At least, she and her family, plus a lot of others, sailed a wooden ship to one of the ports. The ship was in bad shape, but it seemed that their skills somehow allowed them to escape and navigate through the ocean. Laufen was overjoyed. Everyone close to that group was relieved. I felt relieved, too. At first, when the ship landed, no one knew who they were. But the moment she landed on the shore, the eastern coast was filled with my trees, so she was immediately in the range of my telepathic communication. So once I told Jura, a huge convoy of beetles was on the way. That was when I met little Arlissa, the young 1-year-old half-elf toddler girl. There was something about her that was different, the way her soul seemed to resonate with my spiritual vision so easily. Was this because of Lausanne's overlong exposure to my energies and the familiar? The second generation was therefore more adapted to it. Why was I even thinking of it from an evolutionary angle? Maybe she really just was special and was born with a special gift, like how Indra had his gift that gave me this vision. Tree. It wasn't a voice, but more of a thought. Tree. Arlissa could respond to me telepathically even though she was only slightly more than one. I thought that was way too early. Your daughter. She's cute, right? Lausanne smiled, and she introduced Arlissa to her grandmother. Laufen was just overwhelmed. She'd been away for years, and now she came back with a kid. What was she supposed to think? Why didn't you contact us? I couldn't. All the normal communication lines were interrupted, and my flying birds kept getting attacked by the drakes. For the rest of the crew, we offered them hospitality in the port city. They were in a continent that was said to be cursed, at least for the past 10 years, so they had a lot of preconceptions to adjust to. Most of them were just massively surprised to see normal people instead of mutants. For Lexi, Artie, Lausanne, and Arlissa, they were on a convoy of beetles back home. I'm going to stay put for a while, Lausanne said. You're only staying put because you have a daughter, Laufen teased her. Well, maybe that's true, Lausanne shrugged. Once back, Lausanne soon told me about what she learned from the heroes and her time in the Eastern continent. There were parts she omitted, but she was not aware of Patrick's abilities, so I soon learned of her house arrest by the Avon Church and her subsequent contract of community service. The heroes were handicapped. They would take a while before they were even able to kill the Demon King. All this pointed to one thing. Why was the Demon King not more aggressive? This sort of circumstance should result in an aggressive Demon King, unless something resulted in it not being able to do so. Did the earlier generation of heroes almost win so that the Demon King was still recovering? Or were the demons programmed to just go to sleep even if it did win? If so, what was the point of this conflict then? More importantly, why did the gods even give the new heroes a handicap? They must have weighed their chances, and the gods must know something. Was the Demon King unable to move for the next 1 year, and that was why the gods did this? Or was the handicap just an outcome of the second time summoning within a short period? I wished I could ask more, but Lausanne's knowledge only went so far. Maybe even the heroes didn't know the answer. But the gods must know about the handicap, so the fact that they went ahead with it meant they knew the chances of survival were decent. The new heroes have a handicap. Do you know why? Lily's was one of those I asked. The acts of the gods are puzzling. We know not the reason either. Puzzling. I had Lausanne's daughter, Arlissa, tested in the bio lab. The young toddler was turning 2, and I wanted to know what made her able to respond to me telepathically. As I dived into the young child's soul, I noted it was still unformed. There was a small spring in the middle without any bricks around it. The shores were still shifting and moving. This was normal for young children. I recalled Lausanne herself was unformed at that age. Then I noticed a little green crystal right in the spring. Inherited ionic compatibility, hereditary 2 generations. Skill transforms into blessed by a soul tree if conditions met or will be lost. Inherited skills locked will transform to new skills on maturity. If Lausanne's able to pass on skills master, I believe Jura and Laufen may be able to pass on skills too, Patrick said. Given Jura's level and his unlocked soul, it would be highly likely that he can pass on a good number of skills. We should also consider those with the upgraded classes like Edna, Faris, whether their descendants will have inherited skills. If we can merge their skills with those from the nobles, It would create individuals of extremely high potential. Yes, yes. But why didn't everyone have inherited skills? Everyone had their own parents, and their parents all must be of a certain level. Surely there must be some condition. And why was this the first time I'd seen a hereditary skill? I'd heard of it from Patrick and the nobles, but surely I'd seen so many Valthorns and so many others. Or did all the hereditary skills transform into a regular skill once they hit a certain age or just disappear? If they all transformed, perhaps I'd been looking at them when they were older, and the hereditary skills by then had already transformed into something else. Or was I looking in the wrong place? Or perhaps, like my soul forge, I needed a different lens to view them. Anyone else have blessed by a soul tree? Patrick immediately came up. Based on the last checkup of the Valthorns, there are 6 others who possess the skill, but their blessing is only the basic level, not like Lausanne's advanced blessing. Problems of an empire. I delegated most of the biolab scanning to my artificial minds, but I couldn't be mentally everywhere at once, even if I sort of was everywhere physically. I want to observe all the Valthorns and upgraded classers' children. This includes nobles. I want to know how this hereditary skill thing works. Glad you finally agree with hereditary experimentation, Master. I have not agreed to it. I'm just analyzing the details. 65-year 143 W. Eid made contact with a few secretly dissatisfied kingdoms, and of them, a few more agreed to establish covert trade relations. Rather than fly any national flags, the trade would go via ships that looked like, behaved like, and were manned by pirates. Privateers, essentially. We would also need to arrange with some independent islands to act as trading intermediaries to cover up the paperwork and trail, disguising the origin of goods. We're a pariah state, at least in the eyes of the 4 temples, but clearly not all kingdoms thought so, even if they couldn't disagree publicly, given how far we were. I supposed we're like a certain nuclear state in that sense. It was also a good way to formally engage many out-of-work merchants that had already turned to piracy anyway. So, the FFA organized a project to convert a few of the smaller port cities into pirate dens, where all these out-of-work merchants could start their new careers as state-sanctioned privateers and merchants. This was where the trade lord, that young noble from before, volunteered to take up the task of changing the port cities for this purpose. One of the allied kingdoms was rather miffed, but we offered to compensate him for letting us run one of the port cities in the form of tax revenues. Someone else was going to accept the terms anyway. I spawned a few more artificial minds to track the ships that called on the ports. There was always a risk that real pirates would then come to these fake pirate dens, and the only way we could spot them was if we tracked the ships that were on our side and those who were not. The crews could change too, so the artificial minds were there. One of these fake pirate dens was in a swampy area, and I'd imagine it looked like some pirate movie, complete with the mist and faint glowing lights that lurked in the swamp trees. Swamps. That was a relatively new territory for me, in the sense that there was still a lot of research to be done on swamp-adapted plants. I'd used the biolab to analyze quite a few of the swamp samples over the past few years, and did gain some understanding, but my focus had been on anti-air weapons, and expanding the anti-air and anti-humanoid competencies of my beetles and spiders. I did have the magic poop-resistant plants from a few decades ago, so those also could be considered a type of swamp plants, but those were more of a freshwater swamp type of plant. The issue, really, was salt water. These swamps were next to the sea and ocean, and salt water tended to make the regular plants feel dry, and they would die quickly. I also had to quickly pass barriers for my roots, so as not to draw too much salt into my root networks. My main body was adapted to all kinds of environments, and that also included salt water, so I could control my root's behavior to a certain extent, but maintaining a connection to the saltwater and swamp plants meant placing some filters in place. If I wanted to ever cross the ocean, the first barrier I'd have to pass was to develop saltwater-adapted plants. That was ignoring all the other issues such as high underwater pressures, monsters, possibly underwater druids, underwater civilizations, and possibly even eldritch monsters. I'd probably start by finding a small island somewhere across the sea and attempting a small crossing. Conceptually, that should not be so different from growing a root under the riverbed, especially if the roots were deep enough not to be affected by the saltwater. Anyway, I digressed. The Demon King had not been spotted leaving the eastern continent. After the collapse of the blockade, and also from Lausanne's experience on that continent, it turned out that a lot of small cities had managed to survive as they went underground. By Lausanne's own measure, though, about 70–80% of all kingdoms had been destroyed. The actual casualty rate was probably around 40–50%, as most of the citizens had fled once the demons started to expand. This even included nobles and royalty, who fled to allied kingdoms, or those with blood relations on other continents. The few kingdoms that were left were usually maritime-focused nations that had cities based on the islands, or those who built their cities into mountains or other easily fortified locations. Yet no demon king was spotted. The demon drakes had been flying and attacking the maritime nations, and so far, only the demon champion-class giant drakes had been spotted. I used my magical sensors to try and understand what was happening and couldn't detect anything, either. Also, that batch of heroes did arrive and attack the Demon King, and they were slightly above level 100, all of them. So I was predicting that the Demon King was either injured rather badly that it needed to recover, or there was some residual energy left by the heroes that kept the Demon King immobile, or the Demon King itself could not move by nature. If it was the last one, that would be a great relief to the world, but that certainly didn't align to the drakes. No one has seen the Demon King itself, actually. Only the heroes have dared venture close, Lausanne said. Now that she was back in Fresca, she'd taken on the role as one of the Valthorn's military trainers together with Artie. They decided to put down their adventurers' hats and settle down as educators. For now. When she was younger, Lausanne did not have much talent. I recalled that I had to feed her so many memories and dreams before she developed combat sense. Or maybe she was just a late bloomer. But somehow I thought Arlissa started with a natural aptitude. Even as a 2 to 3 year old little girl, she seemed like she easily mimicked the movement of her mother. I wondered whether it was because it was her mother that was teaching her, rather than anything genetics or inherited, but somehow, something told me she was gifted. I wondered if I concentrated my resources on her, would I make her way stronger? Still, that family had been through so much, so I decided to look elsewhere. Now that there was almost an entire continent under my observation, it was possible for me to spend more effort to spy and locate talent. To most of the civilians, they thought I derived this ability to locate talent by some kind of soothsaying or predictive ability. But in reality, it was just a massive network of observation trees, artificial minds to crunch the data, and then a layer of reviews. So, for very young children, I actually didn't know anything, since the data needed to be gathered over a long period of time. This meant the earliest we drafted someone to join the Valtrian Order's early-stage academies and training camps was around 7 or 8 years old. In a way, my observations of Arlissa constituted special treatment from me, which was partly why just last year I started screenings for the children of nobles and those of retired Valthorns and Valtrian orders, and so far, I spotted some hereditary skills. Indeed, most hereditary skills were transient, in the sense that they would transform into another skill at a certain maturity period. That age differed by race, by skill, and by many other factors, which I had yet to understand, and I needed a larger data set to form anything conclusive. I wanted to institute mandatory screenings of young children in a biolab at ages 3 and age 5, and then age 10, but from Patrick and the other artificial minds assessment, such screenings would be resisted. If anything, I needed to mask it as something else and preferably tap into faith and religion. Already, the priests performed some kind of ritual on young children, similar to blessings. So we decided to expand the blessing ceremony on young children so as to include a ceremonial dip in a biolab. Of course, the biolab would have to be shaped and formed to be compatible with the priest's blessing ceremony, a baptism at ages 3, 5, and 10, if I may borrow from the religions of my world. The one age 3 and 5 would be blessing, with some additional nutrients and healing. The one age 10 could be the coming-of-age ceremony. I gathered my patriarchs and matriarchs to roll out the new baptism process. Again, ceremonies, processes, and rituals were things priests loved. It gave them power and purpose. For the people, it gave them peace of mind, all for the purpose of gathering a massive data set and assessment of the continent's talent pool. This was a massive undertaking only Patrick could handle, and even then I had to set up more artificial minds to take on the recording process, which led to me unlocking a new tree type. Unlocked new special tree type, the registry. The registry is a library of data and can store all kinds of information. Jura sat one day and said something random. It's easy to believe that people are destined to do what they are meant to do. After all, we are not heroes. But sometimes when I look at Lausanne and remember how her parents were just ordinary elves, I think to myself maybe it's really possible for people to exceed what they were originally destined to do. Even me, I thought I'd cap out at level 60 so many years ago, but since then, so much has happened, and now I'm a level 99 warlord. You need one more level to hit 100. But I thought his comment on destiny, perhaps this register I was building was very much like a caste system, wasn't it? That I classified people by their innate talent and forewent the part on people working hard and striving against the impossible. I know. Do you want to cheat? I offered him one experience seed, wrapped up in the shape of a fruit. I had a few hundred experience seeds anyway, and I'd been hoarding it forever. I'd always wanted to use it, but I reckoned there must be a restriction of some kind. He smiled and he bit it. We need every edge we can get at this point. Once he finished eating, he felt his body ache and then his entire body started cracking. Those cracks appeared and then disappeared. It lasted for 10 minutes. Then once it was done, he smiled. Wow, I'm a level 100 warlord of Ian. I suppose I should have seen that coming with Kravik's Ionic Lord. Jura laughed. Good skill too. Good. Steelwood barriers of Ian, Jura laughed. I can make your shields with the same strength. Essentially, with this ability, he could stop Demon Walker attacks. Still, for a level 100 skill, that was quite a letdown now. But since I was on the topic of children and hereditary skills, I just casually asked, Jura, do you ever plan on having kids? Jura laughed again. He laughed for a good 10 minutes, then he stopped. 60 years ago, Casshern actually gave us a simple briefing on what to expect from spirit trees. For other spirit trees, it was common to receive questions about family, our intentions to breed, and they would bless our children. I was quite relieved that you didn't do any of that, so now, 60 years later, I wasn't expecting that question. Well, a part of me wanted to know whether his kids would have the kind of hereditary skills like Arlissa. If I meet the right person, maybe, Jura smiled. But as of now, I'm fine being a lone twig. Trees now covered large swaths of the continent, and the rotted lands itself had been cut into multiple slices by rows and rows of trees, kind of like a pizza. In a way, the entire continent had never been so green and had so much forest cover. It even altered the weather. Some places that were once really hot started to become bearable, and some colder places warmed up. Rain also started appearing more frequently in the once dry zones. Forests generated their own microclimate and amplified the creation of rain clouds. Milestone achieved: 300 billion normal trees linked on the central continent. The milestone triggered a level gain. You gained a level 170. New domain ability obtained, gift of accelerated growth. Once a year, you can cause any one person to hit level 60. Activating this ability gives you a full read of a person's classes. You may assign the additional levels. Does not work for those above level 60. Does not work for hero class. New domain ability obtained, gift of accelerated skill evolution. Once a year, you can upgrade any one individual skill of your choice by one tier. Does not work on hero or divine skills. I immediately wanted to test out my evolutionary powers, and my target was once again Jura. He'd been my guinea pig since so long ago, and once again he would be again. The new ability was activated by a simple touch of a vine. Instantly, I could detect all the skills that he had, and they were separated into pools which seemed to correspond to their types. He had his old villager skills, then those skills that were from his original diplomat and fighter skills, and now warlord skills. This was a special time-restricted power. Once a year wasn't so bad, really. That meant 10 skill upgrades every Demon King. Not bad, in my opinion. I instantly chose the Steelwood Barrier. After all, it was his level 100 skill. Naturally, I should use it on his strongest skill. Of course, it was entirely possible some skills, when upgraded, became far more powerful than even the level 100 skill. Still, I had time, and now I just wanted to use it. It evolved into triple Steelwood Barriers of Ian. Whoa, cool. Now I needed to figure out who to use it on next. Could I use it on Lausanne or Arlises, blessed by a soul tree? A lone ship sailed across the southern oceans. It was a fast, well-equipped and heavily armed ship. It came to one of the ports on our southern coast, and instantly the military was at high alert. It flew the flag of the temples. It wasn't aggressive, and it did not display any weapons, so the ship was escorted to the port's most distant dock just in case it carried explosive gems or weapons. This was, by and large, a trading port. It had just a few navy vessels in the dock. A Valthorn was thankfully in the city at the time. Isekai, a level 53 Centaur Spearmaster, so he ran to the port, fully armed and ready for a fight. The ship docked, and out came adventurers. The cursed continent, they said. The soldiers and Isekai tensed up. That was a horrible way to start. The adventurers didn't look that interested. Don't worry, we're sailing off soon. A young girl hopped off the ship. The adventurers quickly climbed back up their ship, and then the ship started sailing. You guys aren't even going to come with me," the girl sighed, and then she turned to the soldiers. "All right, UHHI." The soldiers looked uncomfortable. Their weapons were ready and armed. Isekai put up a stern face. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Isekai then started talking. "All visitors from abroad are required to fill out the necessary forms. Have you completed your documentation? Do you have your papers?" The girl froze and shook her head. "IUH, do you have a merchant's trade letter or an endorsement letter of your identity from your local authority? INO. Are you traveling on a diplomatic license or a messenger's assignment? No. Then I'm afraid you must come with us to our detention center and answer a few more questions." She nodded. "Okay." She was dressed also in typical adventurer armor and weaponry. At this point, I had not sensed her. Only my artificial minds were monitoring the situation. In the detention center, she was interrogated by the Valtrian Order. It was when she finally explained who she was that the artificial mind sought my attention. My name is Kay. I'm one of the 3 new heroes. Iasinos paused as he processed the information. He quickly chased everyone else out of the room. New heroes, the one from the second summoning. Yes, Kay stared at the centaur. The centaur merely stared back. He was quickly using his familiar to reach out to other Valthorns in the region. He took a few deep breaths and formulated a mental response. Why are you here then? I'm here to claim the hero weapons, the one left to us by my predecessors. There's no such thing, Iasinos lied. Kay frowned. I refuse to believe that. Take me to Ian. What gives you the right to demand an audience with our divine tree? The centaur played hardball. I'm a hero. Prove it. A hero should be able to use star mana. She paused and sighed. My hero class is still low. I can't use star mana yet. Then what do you have as evidence of your hero status? She thought about it for a moment. Well, star mana isn't the only hero thing, right? May I demonstrate? I do need to be outside, though. Iasinos nodded. Come. In the port city, the Valthorns building was a small one, an additional building built next to the existing local ruling governor's building. Outside, there was a small field for the local recruits to practice. She sat and then floated. Ship mode. Instantly, a magical frame appeared around her body, and it was shaped like a shipgirl with a magical frame of cannons and guns at her side. I can transform into magical adaptations of my world and it'll get stronger when I level. Does that count as sufficient evidence? She honestly sounded embarrassed explaining it. A shipgirl, seriously, who came up with that idea? Iasinos paused. That could be just some sophisticated illusion magic, but very well. I will raise a case with the regional Valthorn leadership for further advice. Until then, take this. Iasinos gave her a wooden belt. Tie this around your leg. That way we know you've not fled. If I am a hero, I could just break it. If you break it for any reason, then we know you're not a good person anyway, even if you are a hero. So it's in your interest not to break it. Kay smirked. I see. 66 year 144 after a bit of bureaucracy, Kay and Lausanne finally met again in Freshka. Hello again. Has the restrictions on your class lifted? Lausanne asked. Yes, it has, Lady Lausanne, Kay bowed. Lausanne was pretty much an old auntie for the 18-year-old Kay. I've leveled a bit after fighting regular monsters, but still, my hero levels are way too low, only in the lower 20s. No way near enough if what you told us last time was true. Well, the Rottedlands is a fine anvil to hone any hero into a worthy shape. I may even take you there myself, but I have a kid to care for. Lausanne shrugged. Where's Alvin and Hans? Kay waited for a while, pondering her response. They don't believe me, right? Lausanne laughed. Yeah, they're really into the stories and legends the priests and temples fed them, so I had to travel alone. Well, you'll soon realize this continent does have its own propaganda. There was a period of awkward silence as both sized each other. Kay then continued. You spoke of Ian's weapons, a stockpile of hero items. I'd like to have them. It is not mine to give, but Ian's. The previous heroes entrusted the task to Ian. It is for you to prove yourself worthy of them. Kay nodded. How may I do so? First, we'll need to get your levels up to at least level 70. Without star mana, the items are useless to you, for they respond to nothing else. I can't be waltzing into the Rottedlands by myself, right? I'm only level 20 in my hero class and level 30 in my soldier class. Well, that's actually one of the best ways to level quickly. Put yourself in trouble and fight your way out of it. Or we can spar a bit more under Ian's auspices and blessings. Would that make much of a difference? Kay asked. It will, but first a familiar, Lausanne said. My black vines are from my familiar, and I am certain Ian wants you to have a familiar before he grants you access to the facilities available here. Is that a must? Yes. Okay then. I gave her a familiar at the temple, then they used one of the many training rooms, with Yvonne present too. Yvonne, as an upgraded training tree, would also have an effect of accelerating her level gain. When Kay arrived at the end of last year, I had to decide what to do with the hero. It was clear I could not kill her. There was, after all, a moratorium on killing heroes until the Demon King died, and I wasn't going to risk a divine curse. I already had a suppressed demonic curse to deal with. So after some consideration and discussions with the many different councils, I decided assisting the heroes was the best choice. Get her on my side, and at least if the other two heroes were nasty, it'd be me and a hero versus two heroes instead of me against three heroes. It was also better to learn what they knew and discover how their powers worked. I would even offer her a familiar and reap the benefits if she died, just like the earlier bunch. So far the gods had not warned against taking my familiars, so that was a good thing. I wondered whether they really hated me or they were just testing me in some kind of divine game. Or maybe they didn't have the ability to communicate directly with the heroes. The people of the world could receive divine messages, but I had not heard of stories where the heroes received divine messages. If the managers of the reincarnation process, Mozart and gang, were not the same ones as the gods who summoned them, it was entirely possible that certain messages didn't get through. Thinking back, Mozart did refer to the gods as if they were someone else, or perhaps it was just a trick, like seemingly different shops in a shopping mall all owned by the same person. Anyway, I decided to help her along. Level 60, Kay said after 2 weeks. She was quick, and the regular hybrids of the Rotterdlands were now too weak for her. A level 60 hero was easily stronger than a level 80 Spearmaster or Grand Knight. It was just the nature of absurdly powerful classes like hero. Every few levels, a bit more of her regular mana transformed into star mana. By level 100, all of her mana would be star mana, though she could change it to normal mana if she so desired. At least, that was how the earlier heroes had it. My two friends are only in the 40s back in the south, and still they refuse to come here. Well, a bit more for you to go. Perhaps level 90, then Ian will see you. All right. The next 30 hero levels came after 4 months of constant grinding. She had to travel the fractured Rotterdlands to look for the giant hybrids because only the massive hybrids gave her sufficient experience. Still, it was exceptionally fast leveling speed, but for the heroes it still felt too slow. Still, I chose level 90 because I recalled one of the first few heroes I met unlocked their heavenly forms at that level. Kay's level 90 skill wasn't heavenly form. Instead, it was heavenly guns array. It created a massive star mana, powered fortress around her with multiple magical floating flat cannon lookalikes. They had a large range and clearly were meant to take out aerial opponents. She was, literally, a walking anti-air fortress. A ship girl. I had to resist really hard to ask whether she knew what a ship girl was. Damn. Finally, back to civilization after hitting level 90, Kay said. Finally back in a large city after spending her last few months camping out in the towns along the tree expressways. Those towns were her safe spot as she ventured into the Rotterdlands. We granted her a small escort, mostly as a guide. There really was no need to attach an upgraded Valthorn with her since her level's already quite high, so her escorts were mostly a few regular Ionic priests for healing and a small squad of regular Valthorn soldiers and rangers. She quickly visited Lausanne. Somehow, Lausanne's her guide, even if she was still busy with Arlissa and just as a trainer. I'm level 90 now. Can I meet Ian and claim my weapon? Lausanne just bowed. I'm afraid the right person to assist you is Jura. Oh. She met Jura in the Valthorn fortress and quickly made her request. Yes, I believe Ian has been expecting you. Before that, there is someone Ian wants you to meet. Kay, this is Ashia. She's a human from your world, I believe. Stella just nodded. She was nervous, afraid, and yet excited to meet someone from her own world. Hi. Hello, Kay just nodded. You're not a hero, she scratched her head, baffled. Stella just smiled at her question. No, I'm an accident. Collateral damage. That's really strange, and rather than let you die normally, they sent you here. Yeah. Did you die in a bus? Stella answered. She was more nervous. She now wondered why she even agreed to this. What did she want out of this meet anyway? So what if the hero was from Earth? There was no way they could help her, was there? Those thoughts immediately made her blurt out, do you know how to go back? Kay looked at Stella as if it was a strange question. Why would I want to go back? This world is awesome. I get magical powers, I can slay demons, and I get to live like a queen once I win. Stella immediately realized Kay was just like the first batch, the kids. They wanted to be in this world. Oh, I see. Well, good luck then. Stella gave a wave and walked away. All right, can I claim my hero items now? Kay immediately changed the subject. Jura smiled and led her to a nice garden with a gazebo and a small area. There were cookies, fruits, tea, and some other refreshments. Well, I'll take you there, but first, a short break, shall we? I've got some questions to ask as well. Oh, okay. She sat down, took a sip, and started snacking. Well, first, on behalf of Ian, what do you think is the role of a hero? Kay paused. Is that a trick question? Not really. Ian promised the previous generation of heroes that he will grant you a hero item, but he merely wanted to be sure. She took another sip. I don't know, actually. The god we met, his name was Claude. He said we were emergency summons. Our mission was to destroy the Demon King, and we would be rewarded for it. Hero-s probably too big a word for me. I don't think I'm a hero, at least not yet, so I suppose you could consider us demon exterminators. I see, Jura smiled. Have some cookies, they are good. Jura took one and ate it too. Are you aware of the history of heroes and the Demon Kings? Yeah, I got the broad gist of it. The priests we met told us about how the world had regular demon kings and us heroes are summoned to fight them. It's just the way the world is, a constant cycle of destruction and rebirth. Evil monsters from the beyond and heroes to stop them. Well, lately, the destruction has been far too heavy for the world to bear. It is no longer just a regular forest fire, but an inferno that engulfed a continent. If there was a way to stop this cycle, would you ever take it? Kay froze at the question and seemed to have a headache. She didn't respond for a good minute, her eyes blank. I'm sorry, it was just really difficult for me to think somehow. She took a big sip of tea. It's okay, Jura smiled. Take all the time you need. I think that's a choice not for me to decide. The god entrusted me to slay the Demon King. I think I should do it. It's my purpose, you know. Is it really your purpose or a purpose that was placed on you? Again, she took another big sip of tea and ate some of the fruits. Whoa, we're on to some heavy conversations before I get the hero items, aren't we? Well, have you not wondered why it's so natural for you to want to kill demons? Why with such passion and determination? Kay seemed to struggle to respond. You know, these questions are really making my head spin. I don't know, but demons are the bad guys, right? I'm given all these powers to kill demons, so what do I do if not kill demons? Jura smiled at the young girl. Surely, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like nails, Kay continued. So yes, I have anti-demon powers, I'm gonna use them, and then after I win, I'm going to take a break. It seemed that Kay's mindset was quite heavily affected by the hero power, almost more than the previous generation. Or was this because she had yet to see the destruction that followed? What was on your mind when you arrived in the Eastern continent? Destruction. So much destruction from the Demon King. It's only right we defeat them. Jura realized at that point it was useless to continue. I believe that's enough. Come. Jura led her into the Valley of the Unrotten. It was a relatively long walk. There were no beetles to ferry them, even though that was possible. Jura led her to one of the giant attendant trees within, and inside it there was a room with a selection of hero items. Well, on all the tables are the hero items. The previous heroes said that you may choose one. Only one. Yes, one item, and we will need you to contribute back to the treasury as well by making a hero item. Kay paused and thought, anything else? There are some journals left by the heroes. They are meant for your reading but cannot be taken. You may also leave your own journals if you feel like it. Jura left her alone inside, and that was the first time I telepathically spoke to her. Kay, she froze. Eon. Yes. These are belongings of Harris, Gerard, and Myery. They came almost 60 years ago. They started the 4 decades of peace when they held back 4 demon kings consecutively. I see. She sat down and she was drawn to the journals first. She started reading the handwritten notes. I wasn't privy to the contents since the journal itself was sealed, yet it opened for her so naturally, as if it detected another hero. She spent a few hours with the journals, and I thought I saw her weep a few times. There was a kind of heroic energy in the journals that blocked my ability to eavesdrop or observe, and I certainly wasn't aware of this ability. It was when she finally closed the journal that I could talk to her again, but she was just stunned. She didn't say a word for another 30 to 45 minutes, but I could see she was thinking really, really hard. Ian, she asked after that period of silence. Yes. Do you still have herbal-infused wines or teas, the strongest ones? A small teapot appeared in the giant attendant tree, and hot water, too. She quietly brewed the tea and sipped it, her mind still spinning. Patrick could not read her mind once she passed level 40 as a hero. She sat there and sipped. I wasn't ready to see those visions, Kay said. Sorry, I've got no idea what is in the journals. I mean, they left memories behind in the journals. Some kind of dream spell that contained a fragment of themselves. It's like a part of them still lived in the journal. I certainly wasn't aware that a journal could be made so powerful, but since it was made with star mana, I supposed anything was possible. The gods want us to kill the demon and keep the cycle going, right? Well, yes, but they also want us to die so that the world's constantly in turmoil. I had no answer. Do you believe what the heroes said? I don't know what you're talking about. I mean that this demon and us, we're the gods' way of resetting the system. Keep this world stagnant and stuck in a perpetual state of war. Do you believe that? That's just one of the theories. Without asking the gods, no one knows. I suppose that sounded like one of the crazy musings Gerard had. I didn't know he recorded that into the journal. She sat. She looked like she was about to have a nervous breakdown. It changes nothing for you, really. The gods have already predestined that you must slay the demon king or die. That is a task you have. I can choose to do nothing. She had a headache again, and she quickly took a sip of the tea. Your 2 friends will do it for you, or they will die trying. It is best you go with them. Again, knowledge only changes your perspective, but not the task at hand. Kay sat for a while, and then she stretched. Yes, you are right, and I too should do my part. She walked over to the journal and she channeled her star mana into it. The journal glowed, and I thought it became bigger. She then spent the next few hours analyzing the other hero items and a few more hours making more hero items. All in, she spent almost 3 days there, and she left with a spear. But I felt she changed. I was really curious what was in the journal now. Thank you, Ian. I must now depart and join my friends. It will be time for me to do my duty, whether we like it or not. Good luck. Kay left Freshka and started her journey to return to the eastern continent. She would have to travel from Freshka and to the port cities on the eastern coast, then arrange for a special pirate ship that would smuggle her there. How are you, Ashia? Stella was in her studio, working on her paintings and posters. That little meet with Kay didn't go as well as I liked, and strangely it made her turn to painting. I'm fine. No, she wasn't. Her mental indicators were a mess. She felt lonely, alone in the world. She wondered whether death would return her to her own world, and yet she lacked the guts to actually kill herself. There was no one who could help her. All right, I decided not to push it. The door is always open should you ever need to speak or want to go somewhere. The central continent is home to many beautiful sights, and if you wish, I may arrange someone to go with you. Thanks. Her mind still locked up. I could force it open, but I decided not to. Perhaps she needed meditation. Even though it had been years since she arrived, she was still not yet accepted reality. Her mind clung onto her old world, no matter how painful her life there was. She still yearned to go home. She had no friends but many acquaintances. I had tried to create environments for her to make friends, but she couldn't let anyone in, so it didn't go anywhere. The runic formations necessary for a supermassive blood ritual were 60% complete. Creating them was far harder than I expected. Containing the energies that such a ritual would release was one of the two main struggles. The second point of difficulty was then compressing such a massive ritual into a single shot. Runes were hard, especially at large scales. I hoped that I never had to resort to such bloody tactics. On other preparations, Hytrerion, my tree walker, was idle. It was a massive anti-air fortress, and it sat at the edges of the eastern continent. It could not walk or swim across the ocean, and I wondered whether flight was a good idea. But then I also doubted a flying titan could swim across the ocean. It was a distance far too large to bridge. Still, the trade lordess' efforts to convert a few of the port cities into mini pirate dens were quite successful. Piracy had a kind of charm to it, and as a privateer it was even better. They had legal backing of the central continent. The eastern continent managed to hold on, even if so many had died. The Demon King clearly was incapacitated or sealed to some effect. At the same time, I wanted to activate my two unique classes. Lausanne, I have a special class, Ionic Demon Slayer. Do you want it? No, perhaps you could offer it to Jura. Why not? I think I don't deserve this special treatment, Lausanne said. I certainly lack the kind of genius talent needed to maximize such a class. After spending such a long time as an adventurer, I realized my talents honestly just above average. My main advantage was really my high levels and the unique abilities that you gave me. In the hands of someone truly talented and gifted, I think your powers can go much further. And at the same time, it's also fear. I may not live up to the expectations such a special class would have, and I may do stupid things. I wondered whether it was because she wanted to be a mother. But I didn't say it. So please offer it to someone else. Very well. 67 year 145 T. He Eastern Continent's war against the demons increased in intensity. The heroes returned, and with it they brought superior, star mana, powered firepower. The heroes could take on large flights of drakes, and that meant the war was starting to shift in favor of the natives. We knew this because the temple's propaganda machine was in full swing, boasting of the heroes' success in defeating the demons. So the powers of the three heroes were now public knowledge. K essentially was a mobile flak fortress. Alvin was a mobile missile site, and he fired magic missiles by the thousands. Hans was the mobile beam weapons and drones person. Strange that the gods opted for ground-based anti-air powers instead of giving the heroes flight and ability to fight mid-air. With their powers, the drakes were not a challenge. They just could not be everywhere at the same time. There were too many fronts, too many cities and towns under the attack of the drakes. The drakes had multiplied tremendously over the past few years, and swarms of 50 to 300 giant drakes were now common sight. Lausanne described them as mobile flying fortresses, and they were quite like dragons that she'd seen in her many dreams. I was expecting the war to end soon. The heroes would win, I thought. In the central continent, the ruling class generally believed the Demon King was a goner. They didn't think the heroes would fail the second time, even if they were the second batch. Personally, I thought they would succeed, simply because the Demon King must be in a weaker state, perhaps due to damage from the earlier battles with the first batch of heroes. So our focus was mainly on restoring the trade connections that had been lost over the past decade of war, and it was getting easier. In particular, on a few of the island nations, there were some volcanic island nations located nearer to the center of the oceans that were keen to support us, and essentially become our intermediaries. Unlike the continental kingdoms where the temple's influence was strong, these volcanic islands had a lot more to gain and, honestly, not much to lose. That said, since most of our ships disguised themselves as pirate ships, privateers all, they had multiple sea battles with the navies of those continental kingdoms. We lost quite a few ships, but it was fine. On the northern continent, often referred to as the Northern Isles, a few independent kingdoms went as far as permitting our merchant ships to dock, without a need to change our flags. Overall, a good sign that trade and global relations were somewhat thawing. I really didn't see the point of pointless battles. Solving the Demon King in the long run was a bigger problem. The central continent was big, and even though almost all of the kingdoms and nations in the continent were now allied to me, either formally or indirectly, there were still places where my root network and trees only had a little coverage. Since many of these new kingdoms were relatively new to my growing federation, we had focused our subsidiary trees in the inhabited zones. This was in line with our support of the Triological Priest's social and charity work. It would be quite similar to a network of expressways linking all the large inhabited zones, since I also needed the network of trees to break through the shattered rotted-lands and also to act as beacons for the beetle truckers. Therefore, in spite of my vast network, there were still gaps. And where there were gaps, there were mysteries to be explained and monsters I had yet to meet. So in the northern areas of the central continent, in a forest I recently just expanded to, we heard a creature calling out to us. "I sense a spirit in our midst," a giant wolf spoke. It looked every bit like a regular giant wolf animal, but the very fact that it spoke meant it was not ordinary at all. It seemed to be having a conversation with something or someone. "You are right, perhaps it can hear us," the wolf somehow said. "So, spirit, show yourself." I thought about this for a moment and decided to telepathically speak. There was something strange about his form as a wolf. Perhaps it was not really a wolf. "Greetings." The wolf paused and it looked around. "I see, a spirit of the land. I am Ian, a tree spirit. Acronaph, wolf of the hunt." I had no idea what that was. "It seems you speak the common tongue." "Ah, I am both wolf and man, and there are two of us in our body as we speak." My spiritual vision seemed to clear up, and then I saw a wolf and something like a man, but it was not really separated. "The man in me is Varric the Brave, a human shaman who died a century ago." "I see. You are—" It paused, and then it seemed puzzled. "Where is your body?" "Far, far away." "So strange. Not as strange as two souls in a single body." I didn't recall that was possible. One soul should have purged the other. I focused my energies, my roots linked to more trees. The trees around them all added to my spiritual sense. "Ah, we are not really two souls. Our souls fused and we are one, but we are of two minds." "Ah, split personality." That was a lot easier to digest. "How?" "Varric the shaman has a unique ritual skill called living memory. It made his soul into a memory able to latch onto anything, or in this instance me," Acronaph said. "I, the wolf, killed him a century ago. I was but a normal wolf then. The memory changed the wolf and it gained levels since then. It was now far stronger than before, and yet it refused to leave its forest. Ah, I am dominant, but his memories, voices, magic, and thoughts remain in me. He lives through me." "Fascinating. Well met, Acronaph, wolf of the hunt," it howled. Acronaph was a wolf that guarded this forest, and as a wolf he was in many ways a monster like me. Yet he had memory of the world and thought, and so he gained levels. As my roots spread throughout the forest, this was a young forest. It was not older than 50 years. This forest, it was destroyed before. Yes, the demons came, we were powerless to stop it, so we hid in the mountains till they left. When they left, Varric's shaman powers helped to restore the land and return the forest. "I see." That explained how the forest didn't seem special. It was not ancient, and it didn't have history to it. It was no wonder it fell through all our radars. This shaman class was interesting, so I quickly went through my stockpiles. I did have a few of them, but I'd not given them to anyone. It was certainly a ritualistic class, with a focus on runes, sacrifices, ceremonies, and processions. Exploration of the tainted demon core continued. More tests, and I still struggled. I had to wield both regular mana and somehow create demon mana to unlock it. It was going nowhere. Arlissa was 5 and she grew quickly. Her physique was at least 20–30% bigger than a half-elf of her age, and despite her petite figure, her body was exceptionally strong. This was because her inherited class had transformed into Blessing of a Soul Tree Advanced, and she unlocked enhanced strength and resilient body. It was strange, and like Lausanne, quite a splitting image of herself. Laufen could finally have the joy of teasing Lausanne. You were just like her. We couldn't handle you when you got too strong. She didn't even get started on the dreams yet, Lausanne protested. Arlissa made a naughty face and ran away. It was a pain to find her. She hadn't unlocked any class yet, but she already had the lesser stealth skill. I don't know anyone who has lesser stealth at 5. Lausanne complained when she caught her daughter hiding on top of the trees in Freshka. She better not end up stealing. The Demon King Rajanaga has been slain. None of the heroes died, and the news of their victory quickly spread. The War of the Demon King was over, at least for this decade. The heroes spent 2 months mopping up the rest of the demons from the eastern continent, and then they all set out on their ways. So, Kay returned to the central continent after that alone, and she immediately went to Freshka. I need an audience with Ian. She met Jura, and there was a seriousness in her words. No buts. I want to see him, or I will barge into the valley myself. Jura shrugged and nodded. If she won against the Demon King, then there was nothing Jura could do to stop her anymore, not at his level. We led her to the giant attendant tree again, where she last chose her hero item. Once she was inside, she immediately sat down and demanded, "I want tea." Oh well, tea it was. She poured exceptionally large amounts of leaves into the pot and made a thick brew. She cast a spell to cool it down and then quickly down the cup. Then she yelled, "We were so damned stupid." Thankfully, she was indoors. She poured herself another cup of the tea and downed it. "Fuck this shit. Arg, why were we so stupid? May I ask what happened?" She took a deep breath. "Those fucking gods, fuck. Then she seemed to struggle against some kind of phantom pain. She quickly gulped down a cup of tea. "You won, right? We didn't have to kill the Demon King," Kay shouted. "We shouldn't have to kill a weak, defenseless Demon King." What? I waited. That sounded absurd. The Demon King killed so many. Surely killing the Demon King was the right thing to wait. Was she trying to tell me something else? But the gods, fuck they did something to all of us, all 3 of us. We broke the seal that the previous heroes made and killed the weakened and disabled Demon King. It was pathetic of us. There was no challenge in slaying a weakened Demon King. The more I paid attention, this was a very weird statement from Kay. Like, what did she mean, no challenge? Was that all she cared about? No. She was trying to say something without saying it. She sat and started talking. We walked away, rather than let the power in our hands get to our head. The previous heroes were not strong enough to kill the Demon King, but the seal they left behind in their final hours left the Demon King in a perpetually disarmed state, trapped in a magical tornado and magical web, sustained by heroic mana. The Demon King couldn't harm a fly in that state, and yet we walked up to it and killed it. It was pathetic. We should have waited for a proper fight. Why? She continued. I don't fucking know either, but whatever the fuck that was, I should have slapped the hell out of my 2 friends and told them to walk away. But I didn't, the bloodlust one. Fuck the gods, they fucked with my mind so hard. I want a proper fight. She was not like that. She had a headache again, another cup. Even now they are fucking with me. No, she was trying to say what? Think about it. If we only killed all the other demons and left the Demon King there and waited for it to recover, we could have a proper fight. We could wait 100 years if we need to so that we can get a proper fight on our hands. 100 years. Oh, she had a mental breakdown, a headache, and started crying. Why, Ian? Why? I honestly had no idea, but clever. Are the gods secretly sadists? Are they gods of war like Ares that relished in victory? They just want the demon king dead, is that it? Even if it's defenseless, don't they care about the struggle, the pleasure and satisfaction of a hard-won battle? Kay sat up. Fuck the gods, fuck 'em, and fuck my two brainwashed friends who can't see the mind control for the life of me. My answer is simple. Ian, I need your help. I believe in the whole wide world right now, only you can help me, even if I die in the end. Another cup. Next one, I want a proper fight with the Demon King. Then she screamed in pain. And you're a tree, a magical tree, and as far as I can tell, one of the strongest beings to exist in this world. If I give you all the star mana I have, including my soul if you need it, can you? She couldn't say it as she dropped down on the floor and struggled. It seemed like her head was in immense pain and she pulled her hair. This was too much for me to take, and if I was a human, I'd be panicking. Thankfully, a tree did not panic. She struggled for a good 1 hour, and when she recovered, her eyes were blank, her face deathly pale. She just sat there and finished her pot of tea. Then she asked for the journal, but I didn't say too much to her. She seemed out of it. She stared at the journal for hours, then finally she added some additional notes into it. She slept in that room that day, then spent the subsequent few weeks making more star mana weapons. Despite Kay's obsession and frustrations about slaying a weakened demon king, I thought she was actually trying to tell me something else without fully triggering the gods, increasingly overreaching mental influences. By not going all the way and making me think for myself what she couldn't say, did she just figure out how to cheat the gods? Her statement about a weakened, disarmed demon king opened my mind to a world of possibilities. Seal the demon king. And probably the heroes, too. A seal that could last a century, maybe more. It was strange to think that this entire problem could be solved in such a simple method. Seal the demon king, lock it up, keep it alive but harmless. Essentially, it would jam a metal wrench into the cog. It was a lot easier to deal with the other demons without the demon king. Peace, sort of. But how? It was a proposal in the right intent, but we were lacking the tools. If this was to be done, it would need a few decades of preparation and far more levels than what we had now. I gathered my artificial minds. The hero K was almost in the right direction. If we can somehow figure out how to disable both the hero and the demon king, we can delay the cycle as long as they are both disabled. Failure is unfortunately death, since if either one turns on us, our ability to survive them right now is low. It can be done if the hero is on our side. By our calculations and our present abilities, I think we have an extremely slim chance this would succeed. I recommend significantly more preparation, Patrick commented, and naturally I agreed. This was going against heaven and hell at the same time. To seal a demon king and also a hero would require a spell far more powerful than anything we have, perhaps at an even higher tier than the super hex bomb. But not impossible, and as the hero implied, 100 years of peace may be worth it, and it would allow us all the time we need to prepare for the eventual failure of the seal. We are the only ones that can stop this. Only us with the benefit of our long lives. Perhaps us and Lily's. Together. Silence from my artificial minds. We would have to convince Lily's to support this endeavor. It is risky, since the heroes will turn on us as our plans involve sealing both sides. We also don't know how far the gods' mind-warping abilities can go. Should any of the heroes rebel so publicly, would the gods be able to turn their powers on overdrive and turn her into their puppet outright? I believed it was certain that the gods wouldn't let me seal the demon king. Why else did they load up the heroes' minds with so much mental alterations? I believed the gods could make them puppets if they so desired, perhaps at a great cost. If so, master, conflict with the heroes. Inevitable, I recalled Kay's words. When she saw the Demon King, she was swamped with an intense bloodlust. The heroes that supported and worked with us may betray us at that crucial moment, and that could go really bad very quickly. We would need very specific countermeasures for the heroes then. The war with the temples would take a far nastier turn if that happened. Still, I wanted to thank Kay. She sparked a thought, a chance of how this entire conflict could end. A perpetual truce. Maybe it would not succeed in her lifetime, but I had the time to prepare. I'd need all the time to prepare on this path that would make the gods and demons my enemies. Master, Patrick spoke. It may be tempting to consider Kay's suggestion as something achievable, but at the same time, it is possible that you can gain sufficient power to alter the divine arrangement yourself without a need to directly seal both of the combatants in this conflict. I mean, the heroes and the demons are beings from another world, right? If you could seal this world away, hide the world from their sight, would they still come? Oh, it's like the powers of the ancient vanishing forest, taking it to the next level. A vanishing world away from the meddling gazes of the demons and the gods. A global shroud generator. Another option. Go all out on the path of divinity, then run away and take this entire world with it. There were other options that may emerge the higher up I went as I better understood the powers of the divine. Options. Suddenly I felt like there was a path out of this stupid game. You are right. We must try what we can. 68-year 146 WE had a lot of thinking to do, and as we seriously considered it, we discovered there were more options. One of them, which also had some chance of success, was to break one of the heroes free of the gods' control, permanently. The risk was an independent hero could choose to do anything, including turn on me. Yet, unlike Patrick's idea of achieving godhood and altering the world directly, I had some idea on how to succeed. Already I had some inroads on this with my teas and drinks that helped to suppress the effects of the gods' influence. I'd have to figure out how to superpower my tea and drinks to make a real anti-divine influence tea. So we started doing a lot more research on the tea. What was it about the tea that made it work? We performed various tests, and to most people, the tea did nothing much. It was just regular tea for most people, though gradually, we noticed that most of them were healthier after a month's daily intake of tea. There was a lot more research to do on teas. Second, which was in the same league of difficulty as ascending to full divinity myself, was to create my own hero. If the leveling system allowed me to eventually reach full divinity, I should be able to alter the game either myself or via my agents. All in, we had a few options. 1. Seal the Demon King and heroes, thus delaying the summoning of the next Demon King or heroes. The risk with this was that what if there was no real restriction? What if the gods' heroes and Demon King could just arrive anyway when the time was right? Could the gods force a summoning? 2. Ascend to full divinity. It was significantly unclear what my options were and whether it allowed me to alter the systems at that point. But this should be a default option. As long as I was strong, sealing the Demon King and heroes would be easier. 3. Break a hero free of the gods' control. Alternatively, would it be possible to also break a Demon King free of their own control? 4. Make my own hero. May not need full divinity if there were worldly ways to reach that level of power. 5. Achieve the ability to kill the Demon King and heroes extremely quickly. This would effectively minimize their threat level. Easier said than done, and again, it required me to probably achieve full divinity. Only a god could kill a demigod, no. In the past 2 years, I used my new gifts on the priests and Valthorns. Since skills could be upgraded and I had earlier started doing widespread screening of young children, I already had a decently sized dataset of skills. From there, it was a matter of triangulating those who were loyal, had good skills that could be taken a step further, and probably needed the skill to make an impact. The first time I used it 2 years ago, I used it on a triologist high priest with the skill presence of calm, which upgraded it to aura of tranquility, strong, simply because he lived in an area where the population was angry and upset at the trade and industrial issues. It would take some time to solve the issue, since matters of industry couldn't be fixed overnight. They did need a period of time for a new reality to sink in. The aura helped to suppress the dissent for the changes introduced to take effect. This was a people issue sometimes. A solution was available, but when the populace was already angry, often the solution was rejected and resisted. It was like trying to help the person in pain. First, we must suppress the pain, then we could get to the cause of the pain. If the victim was struggling, it made life difficult for everyone. Last year, I used the skill gift on Edna's grand shield, and it transformed into suit of grand armor, which pretty much made her a walking tank. It was a little bit of a letdown. I thought it would evolve into triple grand shield or something. But oh well. Skills didn't always work the way I wanted them to. So this year, I went to Arlissa instead, and I tried to upgrade the blessing of a soul tree, advanced. It didn't work. Then I went to another of the patriarchs. He had a skill called Guidance of the Master, which generally helped the priests under his care gain new skills or speed up their leveling. But he could only use it on one student at a time, once a month. Again, I hoped it transformed into an aura or something, but instead it just upgraded into Guidance of the Master Advanced, which increased the number of students at any one time to 3 students. Oh well. I thought I would try it on one of the blacksmiths or woodworkers next. Maybe he could make something nice. Yeah. Actually, I should totally make one of the blacksmiths into some kind of super blacksmith. No seal would work without high-tier equipment to match, and I did need alternatives that were in the same tier as the hero items. I spent a lot of time thinking about how to use my new leveling skill, and my sticking point was mainly giving 60 levels, and skills may very well be a handicap. From my understanding of the people as a whole, things that were given so easily, especially a level gift, would be wasted on most people who were unable to wrap their head around the sudden surge in levels, that they would lose the ability to estimate their own strength, because they jumped up so fast. It was like a man who just learned to drive suddenly getting a 1000 bhp sports car. He wouldn't be able to cope with his newfound power and speed. Or how a person who just won the lottery would soon squander his wealth. It wasn't earned. Unlike the upgraded skills, which were given to people who were already at high levels of power, the sudden surge in levels would be given to young folks with low levels for my gift of levels to be most effective. There was also the issue of free will and choice. Since my gift dictated that I select the class and levels, what if they didn't want this class? After all, this gift was most effective on the young with low levels. It was like I forced someone to study through university for a degree he may not really like but thought he liked when he was young. I struggled with this power for quite some time until I was then led back to the wolf with 2 spirits in it. Akranaf was content to live in the forest, and though it was clearly intelligent, it decided to do nothing but stay in its forest. Monsters. I should use my gift on monsters. Monsters, after all, didn't have an issue of class. Monsters couldn't gain classes like how I couldn't gain classes. I decided to use my gift on a spider. It gained the levels all right. It transformed into a giant spider. I felt static in my telepathic connections. It was trying to communicate, and the spider was extremely confused. Then it went on a rampage. I had to kill it. Damn this gift. It was a trap. I'd need to figure out how to use it properly. Maybe on my artificial souls instead. Mrs. Shia. Kay bowed and then sat opposite Ashia in her living room. They were neighbors, at least for now. Apologies for intruding. May I sit here and talk? Ashia paused. You don't have to reply. I understand it makes you nervous, but just hear me out. She nodded. Kay had declared herself a resident of the central continent, and I agreed. Strangely, most of her decision-making was guided by the journal. I read in the journal that the heroes receive fragments when their friends die in battle, but I want to know whether you get them too. Is it something all of us Earthlings get? Ashia nodded. I see. Thankfully, I don't have a fragment, at least not yet. Tell me, what do you remember from Earth, technologies, things? Do you remember any of the scientific formulas and equations? The older girl shook her head. Kay sighed. Me neither. I curse myself for not studying harder. Who knew all these things would be handy anyway? I wanted to make gunpowder, like real gunpowder. Strangely, Ashia interjected. Why make gunpowder when there are local powders that do the same thing, spark powders? Ah, yes, true, true. There may be native equivalents of our human things. I suppose you don't remember anything about computers either. Ashia was baffled. Computers are incredibly hard to make. The level of precision, well, like you suggested, there's magic. Magic and precision crafting can be a substitute for clean rooms and industrial manufacturing processes. But why do you need computers when magic can do the same and more? Scale. For those without magic. It was a bit strange for Ashia to be the advocate of this world's methods. Miss Hero, you might think your way is the right way, and this world might seem primitive. But I don't think you should be introducing the things you want without thinking it through. Her heartbeat was fast and even weirder for her to defend this world's way of life. Kay was silent as she considered Ashia's words. Patrick peeked into her mind, and I sensed she was nervous, yet she did truly feel that this world wasn't that bad. Kay sat and looked out. My friends are going to wage war eventually. They will think it is right to continue the gods' divine crusade against Ian. They are not doing so because the temples are consumed by the massive reconstruction efforts and funds needed for the eastern continent. I hoped we could have an advantage. We? Ashia shook her head. She was too nervous to say it, but we could read her mind. Once again, heroes were fools. They didn't know anything, but since they had power and someone told them of the issues, they'd champion it even if they didn't know the truth. Kay had enough and walked away. She then brought her concerns to Jura. The Crusades will come again. This time there will be two heroes on their side. She wasn't here for the first one, but she seemed to think there would be a second one. Indeed, the heroes were overpowered. If they attempted to attack anyone, it was unlikely they'd lose. If anything, I should force them to a stalemate. What countermeasures did I have against heroes? Could I use poison against them? Did they have poison immunity as default or only for certain types of heroes? Rather than have a discussion, it was better to just have a serious fight. Kay and Jura had a serious fight deep in a secluded forest. So, Ian is watching. Yes, Jura nodded. If your two friends are coming, we must first know how far we are. As it is, I'm one of the highest leveled. Well, he was the highest level. There was no one else at level 100. Everyone else was stuck in their caps at level 80 to 85. I see. Then I shall not hold back. Well, don't kill me. Jura laughed and prepared his spear. Bamboo floated around his body, forming a wooden structure. Kay levitated. She didn't even need to say a word. A massive array of magical guns appeared and floated around her. The guns started to aim and fired rapidly. Jura immediately used the triple steelwood barriers of Ian, and the guns hammered the barriers, breaking off the wooden barriers chunk by chunk. But here was our first learning point. Kay was using star mana attacks, but it didn't deal exceptional damage against my shields. This meant star mana was super powerful, but it probably had a special perk against demons. It held briefly. The multiple guns did destroy the barrier after 15 seconds. Jura had to quickly move, weaving through the hail of bullets. It was like watching an expert dance through a bullet storm. Kay was a ship girl, and this was Tauhu's bullet hell. The shield had a recharge period, so Jura couldn't use it again. But it was time to go on the offense, return bullet hell with bullet hell, as Jura's bamboo expanded massively, forming multiple flowers. The flowers took damage from the bullets, but some managed to activate and fired shells back at Kei. Yet the same shells were shot down by Kei's array of guns. She had an array of close-range anti-projectile guns as her defense. Most of Jura's shells didn't even get close, and the few that didn't do much damage to the array. "What level are you again?" Jura ducked as bullets flew over his head. "After killing that weak demon king, level 112. I think my friends barely crossed level 100. And you can keep shooting." Jura managed to create another set of steelwood barriers. They were blown up rather quickly. He tried to use the temporary cover to activate long-range spear attacks and then launched them. Well, yes, for a few days, in fact. Kei's gun arrays fired like multiple machine guns and knocked the flying spears out of the way. "Shit, it's like cheating." Kei kept firing. She didn't even have to move. Her array of cannons did most of the work for her. Jura, on the other hand, had to keep moving. At this point, I wondered how she'd react to long-range attacks, so I arranged for a spear beetle to shoot a spear at her from afar. The spear was shredded in midair, but only after it reached a certain distance. Jura launched a few ranged skills, one of which created hundreds of wooden spears and flew at her. The guns shot down most of them, but for a change, about 20% hit the array and destroyed a few of them. Kei frowned and activated an ability. The gun was healing. "Ian, curse you," Jura cursed, and he did his attack again. More spears and even more spears. The guns kept firing, and then he did a ground-based attack. It exploded right underneath Kei and destroyed one of the arrays. Jura immediately amped up the pace, using his skills to create a massive dust storm. Kei's cannons fired wildly in all directions, but somehow their aim was slightly worse, so more of the spear projectiles got through the defensive guns. Point 2. She couldn't shoot what she couldn't see. She had some kind of supersight, but even then it could be blocked or weakened. Powers like mist and hidden forests would be useful in a conflict with the hero. I would also have to consider various passive attacks. Kei's body glowed, and instantly a massive shell appeared around her, and it fired bullets in all directions like a turning multi-turret. It blew some of the smoke and dust away and whatever bullets that were in her way. "That was pretty good," Kei said. She emerged unscathed. "But you know, one of the heroes has missiles, kind of like flying super arrows, and the other one has lasers. I mean beam light attacks. Damned bullet hell. They had beam dancers, too." Jura still couldn't close in. Kei levitated further up in the sky, and I wondered whether lightning weapons would perform against her. Jura clearly thought of the same thing, as he switched weapons and took out 2 purple spears. He stabbed one into the ground and then ran. The guns seemed to have a sense of where he was going and would fire ahead. Jura took a few shots to the leg. Thankfully, Bamboo immediately activated thick wooden armor to absorb the shots. He ran again, Kei still levitating toward him. Her guns had never stopped shooting. The ground was battered with many gunshot explosions, and then he stabbed the other purple spear into the ground. "Oh, what is this?" Kei wondered. Her guns shot the spears, too. Jura immediately activated them, and 2 large lightning bolts arced toward the other spear and in doing so, zapped Kei and her array. She screamed in pain, and it seemed her arrays stopped shooting for that brief 1 or 2 seconds. Then it resumed shooting. "Ouch," Kei said. She was fine, even if the shock did slightly hurt her. That kinda hurt. The spears only had 1 lightning charge each. Lightning worked. I would need more lightning weapons and lightning arrays. In short, extremely high speed was necessary to counter this generation of heroes. My roots could still be effective if they were levitating not far from the ground, but if they floated too high up, my roots would be useless. Jura stopped. "I think we can have a break. I'm out of ideas and my leg hurts. Consider it my loss." He was being honest. Kei could keep this up all day, since she didn't really get tired if she activated her star mana. Her cannons did all the work, whereas Jura, even though he did have immense stamina, had been dodging bullets the entire fight. "Oh, okay." And there's two of you on the other side. Jura shrugged. I need more levels to even think of keeping up. Yes, lightning would work, and I'd activated my artificial souls to gather all sorts of high-speed weapons. Lightning, light beams, death rays, all the sort. I'd need them in large quantities to hurt the heroes. The heroes would be exceptionally tough from the extra stats of their hero, class, and their blessings, and they would likely have high natural healing ability too. But they did not have a dedicated healer, and that was a weak point I needed to exploit. If I could wear them down over long periods of time, I could still win. How long does it take for your star mana to regenerate? About a day if I sleep. If I keep fighting, I don't know, Kay said. Ian has a plan. Well, they are two of them, and we are a continent. I couldn't feed the heroes too many kills, though. They might gain levels. In fact, the tactic would generally involve clearing out wherever they landed and using poison abilities to weaken them, then only engaging them with a large team of high-leveled individuals. I never thought I'd have to fight a hero. Not in my entire lifetime, Jura said. Certainly, I never thought there would even be a reason where I'd have to fight against a hero. Well, except if they hunted elves, Kay smirked. So what does Ian have in mind? For Jura, a lot of experience seeds. 69-year 147J Jura took 14 experience seeds, a whole bunch of skill seeds until he vomited, and that moved his level to level 114. These experience seeds are so overpowered, Kay protested. Truth was she was just upset that it didn't work on heroes. It was also my first time using so many of them, and I soon discovered there was a time restriction to the experience seed. Jura couldn't take more than 15 experience seeds in total. The additional levels gave Jura more power, speed, and abilities, but still, against Kay's fortress of guns, it was lacking. Kay was still absurdly strong, and even if Jura could get close, the guns would all bombard Jura's armor to smithereens. Today's practice is a little special, Jura explained. He was next to Edna and Faris, both level 80s. Ian will be joining in our fight. Kay paused. Ian. Yes, let's go. Instantly, her array appeared, and it seemed like she still had some cards to play as she activated 2 more arrays of cannons and guns. I wasn't going to let this chance slide, so I'd activated Poison Roots, Mist, and Constrict. She levitated out of the way, and her cannons started to shoot the ground beneath her. Jura, Edna, and Faris all spread out and attacked from separate directions, hoping to capitalize on the site-dependent targeting function of the arrays. Still, the guns just carpeted her surroundings. I tried to buy time and space. I created multiple steelwood barriers, in many places just so that the 3 had some cover. Then she had large cannons shooting some kind of magical bullet. It blasted the barriers to smithereens in a single shot. Yet Jura got close. His spear almost grazed her, but it was blocked by an array of cannons which crumbled from the impact. At that distance, some of the cannons managed to land a point-blank hit on Jura, and Jura was flung to the distance. I had to immediately block with more steelwood barriers. Ouch! Jura was hurt. He bled a little. At the same time, Edna's new armor skill also proved relatively useless against the hero. It lasted a good 12 seconds, and then her armor was entirely destroyed. Vines popped up as she tried to regain her footing from the explosion. Some of them managed to entangle her array of magical guns. We pulled in all directions and increased the number of vines. I kept spawning as many vines as I could, and Kay's guns kept firing. She used fire attacks, bullets, explosions, and this was when I discovered I could spawn as many vines as she could destroy and more. I had the mana of the entire network of trees at my disposal, and I was going to use all of it if I had to. It was a tug of war. Her cannons kept shooting on the ground around her, destroying the vines, trying to create space between her and the ground beneath her. The vines were exceptional with my energies regenerating them. The vines drained at her mana, but she had so much. It felt like Alexis again, back when she was that demon-possessed fire elemental form. I had beaten Alexis then, but that was because she was a weakened hero with demonic energy possessing her. Kay struggled, and then her body glowed. Then she emitted an explosion that torched all the vines. At that moment her array of guns vanished. Edna and Faris were a distance away. They were horribly outmatched by her cannons and guns. Their armor didn't last. Jura, too, was nursing his wounds in the distance. I had more vines appear. Kay took a deep breath and summoned another array of guns. She had different types of bullets, and the ground was covered in exposed roots, my roots. She fired more bullets at them, but somehow, regenerating roots and vines were proving to be quite a bad matchup for a gunner like her. This constant resistance went on for a good 2 hours, and then she was slowly getting tired. I didn't want to push her further, and I still thought she had a lot more to go. "Let's stop," I mentally signaled, and Kay relaxed. "What? You didn't tell us you're in the central continent." Alvin and Hans were on the other side of the magical call. "I did, but somehow both of you seem to have just ignored it." Kay frowned. "Why?" She was feigning ignorance. "Never mind. Then help us sabotage the central continent's defenses. The temples want to launch a second crusade soon, this time with us as the main force." "Why?" Kay frowned. She already knew this much. Back when they were on the eastern continent, she already knew of the temple's plan for a second crusade after the war. The plan was only foiled when the first batch of heroes died. Because the cursed tree is actually an evil spawn of the demons. Think about it. How else did it survive the demonic corruption for so long? It must be actually a clever ploy by the demons to create a tree that appears to be on our side. The gods have decreed that a war must be waged against it. Before Kay could respond, I mentally whispered, "Play along. If we want to win, it may be a good idea to just let them think you're on their side." Kay just acted. "Is the demon tree aware of your presence?" the other two heroes said. "Yes. Beware of the things it tells you. The temple said the tree has somehow managed to convince and cheat past heroes as well." "Really?" "They suspect the tree may have some mind-controlling abilities, psychotic substances, and drugs, since it managed to convince the heroes to part with their hero items last time. Don't take things from the tree. Be careful of what you eat and drink." Kay paused. "You mean it's been drugging me?" "Yeah, maybe. You have to be careful, Kay. It's a very crafty tree. It managed to defeat the First Crusade. It must be quite crafty. Why don't you escape and rejoin us back in the southern continent? The three of us can launch the crusade together. Has it gotten to you? That evil tree, I won't forgive them." "I mean, I met someone who's probably from Earth." "Oh no, the tree managed to catch someone else. Can you free him too?" "Her." "Yeah, her. Can you free her? Both of you, can you escape? I'm sure the temples will be happy to host all of you. They've been treating us really well." Kay rolled her eyes. "You mean girls, right?" Both Alvin and Hans blushed. It seemed that the two heroes were serviced by a harem of gorgeous temple priestesses. "I knew it." "I'm sure they have good-looking boys too," Alvin responded. "Come back here, Kay. I'll think about it." "Don't think. That tree must be sowing doubt in your mind. Be careful of what you think, Kay." I wondered what the hell the temples were feeding the heroes. But then maybe the gods had some kind of godly surveillance ability, so it wasn't a surprise if it could see what kind of powers I had, though I suspected my later domain-protected powers remained a secret. Kay found it hard to play along as it went on. Okay, I'll need to hide before he finds me." "Good, see you." "All right." The connection cut off and Kay stood. She asked, "Do you have mind control powers, Ian?" "No." "Well, Patrick's not exactly mind control. It was influence and mind reading." "Do you have psychotic drugs?" "Yes." If a hero wanted to investigate, I was not surprised if they could find the truth, so it was better to just be upfront about it. "I have various kinds of psychedelic substances generated by my plants and organs." "I see." Kay walked away. She spent a few weeks fighting demonic hybrids in the Rotted Lands. I spoke to Lausanne about the hero's plan for the Crusades. I didn't realize the two of them were so deeply influenced by the temple's demagoguery. When I met them, they seemed ordinary. It's been many years since the last hero summoning, and the temples are still formally at war with us, Jura opined. The rhetoric and propaganda are in full swing. Surely you've seen the tales that the people spin about us. The propaganda divided the world. Those on the central continent thought they were so absurd to the point that rather than improve the locals' view of the temples, it merely made them look ridiculous. In fact, the fervor and passion of the locals to defend the central continent increased every time some ridiculous propaganda got circulated. It was even a point of comedy. On the other continents, they seemed to believe the propaganda. It wasn't a stretch for them to believe it somehow. The only ones that reacted nonchalantly to the propaganda were the border nations, the island nations that traded with us, and the kingdoms that secretly made trade arrangements. For them, the propaganda on either side seemed like just a side note. Money and resources were more important. The Valthorns won't be much help against the heroes, Jura admitted. Unless you make more of those limit-breaking things, and even me at level 114 now. You'll need to reach at least level 150 to hold your own against them. It was a simple concept that the system recognized level 150 as the tier of champions. Thus, level 150 must be like an entry-level hero. If they also unlocked their domain powers at that point, I could see them gaining significant strength at that level, which would allow them to catch up to the heroes. Wow, Jura said. Level 150 seems so crazy, Lausanne added. Seriously, I didn't know Ian had the ability to break level caps. When did that happen? Some time ago. Still, it's insufficient. In our spar with Kay, we lost badly. But Ian suggested the implementation of multiple high-speed attacks would be sufficient to weaken the hero. But they also have incredibly high base defense and stats, so it also needs to pack a bit of a punch. Crystal bombs, then. We charge up hundreds or thousands of spell matrices and plant them as mines. Detonate them when the heroes get near, Lausanne suggested. That's a good idea. We could try that out. We gathered that the heroes would approach from the sea, and chances were they would come with a fleet of ships. The temples would give full backing and wouldn't half-ass this crusade with the heroes in the lead. It'd be a sizable force, a coalition from all the continents. The temples would be eager to demonstrate their power and redeem themselves from their prior loss. In short, a lot of bloodshed. That said, if I couldn't nuke the Demon King, I could nuke the heroes. I thought that had a far higher chance of success, but I thought I would make Kay an enemy. As it was, the chances of success for me, Kay, and my other high-leveled talents against these two heroes were quite good. Almost 50-50. If I could trap them properly and Kay didn't defect, we had a very good chance of winning. Then let's get to it. We should start preparing what we need for the traps, all the crystal matrices we can make. This required better enchanters and crafters, so I used my class fusion abilities to create a few high enchanters and master crystal workers. They would work on the base of the crystals to store our lightning bombs, and then I would add some of my own runic carvings to enhance them further. Production of these crystal bombs required rare materials and also the skills of my workers, so even after giving out the new classes, we were making 30 to 50 crystals a month. Hardly enough to mine the shores or prepare a weapon. The continent was in full war preparation mode, and at the same time, I'd recalled Hytrerion back. I needed to outfit him for a different sort of battle now, no longer anti-air, but anti-hero. He needed all the high-speed weapons I could make, and the change in the loadout had to reflect that. The heroes were all dedicated anti-air specialists, but from what I'd seen with Kay, their detection abilities and other ancillary abilities such as defense and healing skills were relatively strong, but not insanely overpowered. It was still possible to capitalize on these lagging abilities and pretty much turn them into weaknesses. Also, there was only two of them, and Kei's movement speed was just slightly faster than Jura at his top speed, so these two heroes would be at a similar pace. That meant their invasion fleet would not be as well protected as they thought. If we could hold the two heroes off and keep them occupied, the rest of our forces could cut off their supply lines and force them to retreat. A continent turned into a machine readying itself for war. Lord Kravik, an assistant, bowed to the Treefolk Lord. "This way." He nodded and was led to a fancy meeting room. A few others were waiting. The lords were gathered for a meeting in one of Freshka's largest mansions, organized by the Trade Lord. "My humblest apologies to my esteemed peers," Kravik said. "Pardon my time, treefolks do not move very quickly." No matter, come." The Dwarven Trade Lord nodded. There were 10 lords in that room, all graduates of the FTC. "Come, the Second Crusades will be a storm that will soon sweep our lands. We, the noble class, have much to deliberate." "Go on." "I have been in contact with a few kingdoms on the other continents." There was a gasp. "The heroes will lead the charge, and they say the female hero in our midst will turn against us." Whispers in the small crowd. "It does make sense that a hero summoned by the other gods would turn against us." Indeed, a worrying thing. Ian may not be able to hold against 3 heroes. Few things in our known history have managed to hold the heroes back. "You speak like you have a proposal, dwarf," a centaur lord immediately cut in. "Let's hear it." Indeed, we must decide whether we should defect." Kravik slammed the table. "I oppose that wholeheartedly. Or pretend that we are defecting. It would be wise to play along and hedge our bets," the dwarf said. "If Kei the hero really is defecting, I will make contact and suggest that we switch along with her." Kravik again slammed the table. "Enough. I will have no part of this nonsense. Do you all have no shame to even consider it? We were given power by Ian and now we turn against him." The dwarf immediately retorted. "We earned our classes by performing as the best in our cohort. Ian has done much for us, but our class is our own and we must plan for the inevitable. Our survival must matter. And I would rather burn than defect against my patron." The dwarf took a deep breath. "Calm, Kravik. We are peers in this room, so please hear me out. Ian very well knows that our present loyalties are because of the role his divine plays. If he falls, the glue that holds this entire continent collapses together. He would not begrudge us if we plan for that inevitability. Again, I would rather burn. I would love for Ian to win, Kravik, but we are dealing with heroes. Heroes have reshaped the political landscape of the world many times already. Remember, elven heroes subordinated tree spirits too. Ian's superiority in our continent is dependent on his ability to withstand the hero's pressure. He would stand better with us on his side." The dwarf sighed and the discussion was heated. One of the later graduates spoke. "I suggest we keep our options open at this point. We do not know whether Ian will lose or not." "Dwarf, you may be a master of trade, but it is my view this is a trade you should not make," Kravik warned. The dwarf could only sigh. If it was only so easy. Should the tree fall, are we going to be crushed under it or step aside? What is loyalty if it is death to all we care for? There are times you should have conviction in your positions, not constantly weigh the shifting odds. "What if?" the dwarf retorted. Another lord spoke up. "It is best whatever we discuss never leaves this room. The Valthorns will have our heads if they know we even considered defection." "I will keep my silence, but I fear it may be too late. Ian's ears are everywhere. Pray that he does not mete out preemptive punishment." The dwarf's eyes widened. "You mean?" "Yes. I chose to do nothing. The entire continent had always wondered what would happen if I were to suddenly die or disappear. Every king and lord worth their salt had been planning for that possibility, and so far, all I needed to do was to send a nice warning letter if they took a step too far. I even let them make contact. It wasn't a problem for them to communicate with those on the other side." Who knew? The defection may even go the other way. From what I could see, the dwarf's concerns were entirely from fear. Fear of my eventual destruction. It was valid, and so long as he did not participate in plots against me or reveal sensitive info, I would grant them some leeway. If I were to execute everyone for even having a thought of betrayal, I would soon slaughter everyone. Everyone had thoughts of change. I could accept reasonable dissent and discussion. Patrick, just keep an eye on them. Certainly, Master, but we would always be watching. 70 year 147 end of year, He Second Crusades brood in the distant horizon. 1,000 ships set sail from all the continents, but most of them would not make land. Only the force led by the heroes would first make landfall. At least, that was the plan we heard. What is our victory condition? I asked Kay this question as the war preparations went on. Are you willing to kill your friends? I wanted to be sure she was on the same side and what her line in the sand was. She shook at the word kill. I'm not sure. I thought of defeating them and they'll go away. Now she lacked the conviction. I'll keep defeating them. There's 2 of them and 1 of you, and then they will come back again, stronger and bigger. Realistically speaking, if we want to win, for this to be a victory, the 2 of them must die. The Crusades will not stop if the heroes live. The temples will not allow the heroes to retreat. Can we capture them instead? Kay said. I want them to see the journals. That's the minimum I want to try. Maybe we can change their mind. This was insane. The journals can't leave the room. The heroes enchanted them so that they are magically bound to that tree. Then we capture them and lead them here. What you want to do will put us in tremendous danger. Defeating the heroes was hard enough. Capturing these star mana-powered superweapons. She thought for a moment and then said, not if I play my part properly. I'll need your help. Kay, Alvin Hands, I got a plan, but I need both of you to come, preferably just the 2 of you. The 2 heroes paused. I think I can sneak both of you to Ian directly. No need for any large crusading party. If we defeat Ian first together, the continent will fold anyway. What do you think? The army can come afterward and it'll be a resounding victory for them. It smells like a trap, Kay. I know, but we're heroes. There are 2 of you and 1 of me, and the enemy's just a tree, Kay said. What do you think? It's the best way to save the cursed continent without spilling too much blood. So much was already sacrificed in the earlier crusades. They thought for some time. We'll have to discuss this with the high command of the Crusaders. Yes, do so, but please consider my suggestion. A small strike team will be super effective. I'll also lead you to the tree's stockpile of hero items. Let's do it. Hans and Alvin reached out a week later. It was predictable since the temples were not really willing to risk life and limb for victory. But if the temples were more than willing to let the heroes risk it all, it was really par for the course. They'd done it with the Demon Kings, and they would do it again with me. All right, here's the plan, Kay explained over their magical conference call. Hans and Alvin arrived in a small, high-speed ship. Their ship stopped in a quiet, mostly secluded bay. There was no ship in that area. The 2 of them landed with a small team of soldiers from the temples. The soldiers would stay back and keep watch. We're here. I had already emptied that targeted location once the plan was set in motion. Rather lax defenses, not what we were expecting. I had a feel of their power. I had tree sensors in the area, and the bay was filled with trees. They were weaker than Kay for sure. Kay had the benefit of power leveling in the Rotterdlands, so she scored more kills during the Demon King battles. With all the trees here, maybe he already knows we are coming, Hans said, but I don't sense any magic. Of course they couldn't. Their detection abilities were just above average. Hello, Kay said. She appeared from behind a coconut tree. Finally, I get to see you 2 again. Alvin immediately ran over. Are you all right, Kay? Did the tree torture you or anything? Kay smiled. Look at me. Alvin paused. Just to be sure, the temples gave me this. He took out some kind of water and he splashed it on Kay. Kay immediately shouted, "What the hell? It's holy water," the priest said. It'll wash off any mind control and demonic influence, Kay frowned, as if such things would work on me. We never know. The tree did manage to brainwash an entire continent to rebel against the four temples. Alvin gave Kay a hug. Glad to see you again. Yeah, come. Kay took out a bag with a change of clothes. They were military uniforms of the Valtrian Order. I stole some military outfits of the Defense Force. Remember, let me do the talking. The three heroes were soon at a military outpost in the far south. It was a small outpost, but there was a beetle truck stop here. Walk normally like you belong. Think spy movies, Kay said. The two boys straightened their backs. Walk behind me. Good evening, Lady Kay. A soldier saluted as the three walked into the outpost. Kay nodded. She was also in a military uniform, but her uniform was one of a higher status, similar to those of the Valthorn's upgraded classers. The two walked behind her. When's the next beetle arriving? To where, m'lady? The soldier asked. Freshka. In 2 hours. Got it, thanks, Kay said, and she turned. We have some time, let's eat. She led them to a canteen in the outpost. There was a very small force in that outpost, and most of them left after seeing them. Why do they seem to be afraid of you? Hans asked once there was no one else. Because I outrank them. I'm an honorary Valthorn, which makes me part of the elite force. Alvin nodded. It's clever that you so easily snuck into. Kay immediately lunged forward, her hand covering his mouth. Don't say it. Kay looked stern. The boys both nodded. This was an espionage. One that I was watching through all the trees everywhere. Even Kay didn't know I could see so much. What are we waiting for? Beetle carriages. They're kinda like long-range buses that travel from selected outposts to various destinations throughout the continent. The two boys nodded, impressed. Wow, they're advanced in this aspect. Yes. Now both of you are my assigned escorts. Here are your fake name tags and papers. Kay took out a stack of papers with tags and various badges. She pinned them on them. Refer to me as Lady Kay. If you see someone with the same uniform as me, refer to them as a superior rank. If you don't know their name, just say, yes, sir. Got it. Yes, why didn't you tell us all this earlier? I just didn't remember that I needed all this then, Kay said frankly. Now come, the convoys should be here soon. I'll get an exclusive one for us. 71 year 148 H. How long will this journey take? Hans asked a week into the journey. 5 weeks. Usually it takes only 2, but the express beetles are on other duties and it's winter, so the travel speed of the beetles are slower. They're more sluggish during this time. This beetle will stop in a few cities along the way. Maybe we can try to catch an express beetle. This path also has less traffic. They were wrapped in thick winter jackets supplied by the Valtrian Order. The south was usually warmer, but the path they chose took them through to the highlands. The beetles stopped at one of the snow-covered mountain towns. These were the winter-adapted beetles, product of my earlier research to counter the effects of cold. Still, they had to travel close to the subsidiary trees. The mountain town also had a small group of soldiers. Here, it was a mix of militia and Valthorns. The local town maintained a militia to deal with various monsters that spawned from the snowlands. Let's take a break. I have to submit some reports to the local Valthorns, and we'll need to do some monster extermination missions here. Why? To keep up our cover, stupid, Kay said. They hunted some mountain ice goats and frost lizards for 2 days and then resumed their journey. All right. This beetle is going to take us to Fortress Archiad. It's one of the larger southern fortresses and a key staging ground of the defense force. I suggest both of you memorize this place well for your later battles. We will need the local commander, so again, let me do the talking. Throughout the central continent, we had many staging grounds and fortresses. Fortress Archiad was one such fort. It had 3 giant attendant trees and tons of wooden walls and defenses around it. Holy cow, they both said. It was their first time seeing the giant trees. Ian is larger, so shut it, Kay said as the beetle approached the gates. A group of 6 well-dressed soldiers approached them. The beetle also lowered its body. "Papers, please." Kay quickly flashed her badge and handed over her papers. She looked at the two behind him. She coughed. "Papers." The two quickly scrambled to find their documents and presented them to the soldiers. "All right, you can pass." The beetle stopped right after the wooden gates. "Impressive, right?" Kay smiled. "These are all magically reinforced wood and hyper-resistant to fire, contrary to common belief." "Resistant to fire," both Hans and Alvin responded. "Yes. Strange but true. Come." "As a senior Valthorn, I must meet the commander. Both of you will come with me. It's the first time you'll meet a Valthorn classer and the first time in a giant tree." The fortress commander's office was high up in the giant attendant tree, and getting there meant walking in the spiral stairs or taking one of the wooden pulleys. "Shit, this place is straight out of a fantasy." Kay glared at Hans. "Oops. Sorry, m'lady." The commander's office was a large room with open windows. "Greetings, Commander Lovis," Kay said. "Ah, Lady Kay, welcome to Fortress Archiad again. How long will you stay this time?" "Just a day or two. I'll need to head off to Freshka soon," Ian summoned. "I see." Lovis instantly leaped and stopped right in front of Hans and Alvin. They both gulped. Lovis recently capped out at level 85 as a spearmaster. "Strange, your 2 escorts, they smell funny." Only a select few were privy to the plan. Lovis was genuinely suspicious of Hans and Alvin. The 2 heroes froze. They were easily stronger than Lovis, but their mental state was weak. I wondered whether it was because they'd gotten their levels too quickly. "It's the sea. I believe they were stationed on the outer trade islands," Kay responded calmly. "I see. Both of you better get a shower. It's improper for escorts to make your lady defend you," Lovis said. Kay chuckled. "I'll see to it, if we may." Yes, go ahead. Use our facilities as you please, Lady Kay." "Who was that again?" Hans asked. He clearly didn't pay any attention when Kay explained earlier. To heroes, most people were just NPCs, not worth remembering. "Lovis, Spearmaster, I believe she's level 85. "Shit." Hans was impressed, even though he was clearly stronger. "I could beat her, but she has a presence." Kay smirked. "She's not the only one." No wonder the First Crusade lost. The number of people at that level, I think the kingdoms have only a few. After another 3 weeks of traveling, they entered the domain of the Freshlands. On your left in the distance is what remains of the rotted lands, carved up by Ian's magical energies, Kay said. "The temple said Ian made a deal with the demons," Alvin said. "Well, then the ground we are now on is all demon then," Kay explained. "There will be more demonic hybrids, and they are attracted to creatures that emit star mana like us, so be prepared for more fighting." "So it's true, demonic hybrids. This. Ian made a deal with the demons, and that's why we have these cursed hybrids. The gods would never create such twisted monsters." Kay paused. As they traveled closer, they were attacked by a few demonic hybrids. They also saw beetles emerging from the trees to fight them. Then they reached the first walls of Freshka. Over the decades, I'd added layer after layer of defenses. There was a giant attendant tree that functioned as the centerpiece of the walls and gates. Again, Valthorns and Valtrian Order soldiers quickly did the usual id checks, both the heroes getting used to the investigations. "Now we have the centerpiece of Ian's propaganda machine," Kay said, half joking. "We're passing by the educational institutes." They passed by the Freshlands Treasury College and the School of Triology. The Valthorn Academy was on the other side. "Should we blow them up now, especially that School of Triology?" Alvin said. "They are a cult. This entire setup is a cult." Kay paused. "No, people don't need to die for this. Remember, the goal is Ian." The two of them nodded. "Okay, come." Kay led them into the room of where all the hero items were kept. We had intentionally set it up such that it looked like the entire tree was just a simple building. There were a few hero items on the table. It was a risk if they activated them, but I had to trust Kay at this point. The journal was there too on the table. It was closed though. "So this is it. There should be more," Kay said. "Where did it go?" The two boys started searching, and then Hans walked over to the journal. He briefly opened it, and the star mana in the journal resonated with his own. Then he froze. Alvin immediately ran over and touched Hans. "Hans, you all right?" "No," Hans said. "The journal." Alvin then went and looked at the journal, its pages open, magical words floating everywhere. Habitually, he reached out and touched the journal's sides, and then he froze. The journal glowed. I still didn't know what was in the journals and why it evoked such a strong emotion. Both of them were stunned. The journal glowed, and their own bodies seemed to resonate with it. They didn't move for a few hours. Kay just shrugged, sat down, and started brewing some tea. When they finally broke out of the stupor, they both turned to face Kay. "You tricked us," Kay smiled. "Yes." "You sly woman," Alvin said. "You wanted us to see this." "Yes. It is the only way we can stop being pawns of greater powers." They froze. "What now? You've just shown everything we've known to be lies." They had a headache. Kay offered them tea. "I don't know, but I wanted to show you that this whole crusade is pointless. Fighting you on the battlefield wouldn't have proved anything, even if we win. I don't want to fight you, and we shouldn't be fighting with Ian. I don't want Ian to fight with the temples either, as disgusting as the temples are. Our true enemies are not each other." "Then, we play arbiters of peace," Hans said. "The gods want us to be in perpetual conflict. The heroes and the demons are agents of that intention. We trigger more fights, more wars. Maybe this whole world is just a farm, and we are the means of harvesting something." "How did the previous heroes know?" "I don't know, but they seem to have managed to resist the gods' influence to a greater degree than us. Either they found a way, or we're just too weak." "Then, I want us to take a timeout. There's really no reason for more bloodshed. We can break the cycle, even if the gods want us to play our part in this. We failed with the Demon King, but we can stop this one." "You truly think sparing Ian is the right decision, not fighting him?" "We've committed too much, and an army will soon be on their way," the other boy continued. "A timeout, please. Let's just pretend each other doesn't exist. Why must we fight? When heroes fight, so many people die pointlessly. I've seen the good things the temples do. The temples are not bad either." "I won't just switch sides," Alvin repeated. "I'm not asking the two of you to be friends with Ian, but see the value of his presence in the world, even if he made a contract with the demons, which, by the way, I don't think he did." Alvin and Hans both just sat there. "I need more time. I can't process this, not yet." "I'll be here. I'll go get food. Please don't do anything stupid. We really don't need to fight anyone. Well, maybe just the demons." Kay returned later with food. "Also, there's more to the journals. I don't know how the previous heroes did it, but they've somehow copied a large chunk of their minds and memories into that magical journal. I've added my own to it too." Alvin and Hans glared at Kay for a moment, and then they sighed. "They uploaded their minds into a book. Great. This is next level crazy. It's been crazy since we got here, boys." That was how two heroes ended up camping in my tree of hero items for a few days. The Crusades, thankfully, didn't move on. The temples were smart to suspend further action once they discovered the heroes had gone silent. Sometime later, their bloodlust seemed significantly more subdued. "I think we should head back," Alvin and Hans said. "We won't be friends with Ian, but we agree. We don't need to fight. It is pointless, as much as the temples want to convince us otherwise." Kay happily nodded. "It's fine. I know you're too invested in the temple's hierarchy by now. But all we want is to stop the outright fighting. The world doesn't need more deaths. We had enough in the Eastern continent." "Yes, we can agree on that," the two heroes agreed, though they had not truly switched over to my side. Kay escorted them off. "So it's over?" I asked Kay as their ship sailed away. "I think they won't attack us, at least. The temples might still continue the crusade, but it'll just be the temple's own forces." "Then they won't." Alvin and Hans returned to the southern continent, and soon advocated a focus on healing and restoration rather than a second crusade. The eastern continent still needed a lot of healing, and that was the angle they took. Jura continued to fear for a large crusade, and personally, I was just happy I didn't have to fight heroes. But I was now super interested in what was in that magical journal. What did Gerard, Harris, and Myrie write in there? So all our military work, what do we do? We can slow it down and prepare for the next Demon King. Take a break. You all deserve a bit of it. This year, I significantly dialed down the war efforts. Still, I kept those things, the anti-hero countermeasures, in storage. I may still need them someday. Kay managed to defuse the situation with the journal, and in a way, it was very lucky that it worked out the way it did. Though I knew that someday I would have to fight a hero for real, I was happy that this second crusade ended before it even started. For once, a war was fought and won with cunning instead of blood. In a way, Kay really did something heroic. 72-year 148 continued, T. Hank Ian, that went well. Edna breathed a huge sigh of relief. The two heroes, Alvin and Hans, returned to the south. On the very day the three heroes came to Freshka, we summoned quite a few of the high-leveled Valthorns for an emergency preparation. The valley itself was loaded with many traps and magical weapons, ready to go off if the encounter in the tree of hero items did not go well. I was also personally relieved that, for once, we avoided a battle. That was a rarity in this world, where fighting often was the way to settle large disputes. I didn't know they were the heroes, Lovis complained, and her fellow Valthorns sympathized. Almost all of them were informed only when they came into the many holding areas prepared around the valley. In hindsight, it's obvious. Edna laughed in relief. Most of us are just going to serve as meat shields for Ian's magical weapons. I had multiple hero items prepared, and was prepared to even detonate the entire valley around me to secure a victory. In Patrick's simulation, we would likely have deaths of about half of Freshka, and almost all of the high-leveled Valthorns dead, most of it collateral damage, in a battle between us and the two heroes. It wasn't going to be pretty, and I wasn't sure if the two heroes had any trump cards. When Patrick had included a 30–50% increase in their damage and power, and I'd probably lose my main trunk, Freshka and all the colleges would be a smoldering ruin. As long as my heart was hidden somewhere deep below, I thought I could still rebuild. But if they had some kind of detection ability, I was dead. I would need more levels. The goal of breaking this cycle demanded it. News from the temples. The refusal of heroes to wage a second crusade seemed to set off a chain of internal conflicts, and rather than let the populace question whether the gods truly were in control of the heroes, the gods seemed to have decided on a second divine message. Full-scale war was prohibited, but the central continent and all that was associated with Ian was to be a pariah, persona non grata, essentially a return to the status quo. The central continent remained cursed, even with two heroes on their side. I was rather amused that the gods would so quickly intervene and issue a second divine message. Kay also returned to Freshka after the incident. Good job. I spoke to her after she sent the two off. It went pretty much the way you planned it to. The book only managed to convince them to suspend conflicts. Too bad they weren't willing to add their own to it. Now that issue is temporarily fixed, what's next? The next Demon King, of course. It was getting boring, honestly. Come on, how many Demon Kings did we have to go through? That was the nature of maintenance. It was all boring and no one ever thanked you. But when something fucked up, then everyone was out to get you. After the announcement, the story from the temples pivoted massively. The temples now claim that Ian is a fallen archangel of the gods that has been punished for going astray and thus turned into a tree, that Ian is still a servant of the gods that has lost its way. So the temples now preach that the cursed continent are people who need salvation and clarity, that Ian is one in need of guidance. One of the spy masters explained the news from the continents. It was a massive WTF moment. The crusade was the temple's attempt of guiding Ian back to the proper path, but the gods have now found mercy and decided to let time bring Ian back into their fold. Who wrote this sort of propaganda for the temples? And the populace just bought into this sort of wonky reasoning so easily. Seriously. So, Ian, other than the cursed and heretic, is also now the fallen archangel of gods, the wayward one, the deceived and the deceiver. The heroes must brave a journey to the cursed land to reclaim the weapons of gods left in the fallen archangel's hands. Wow. If I had a jaw, it would be wide open now. Seriously, the temple's propaganda machine is quite impressive. So the cursed continent is also the lost continent. Lost, because our people have fallen astray from the light of the gods Gaia, Ava, Hua, and Nera. The heroes, in their mercy, have convinced the gods that it is unnecessary to slay the wayward ones on the central continent, and instead, the heroes will devote their efforts in convincing and guiding the lost back from the brink. They somehow managed to twist the failed Second Crusade into a draw. Ian would denounce the declaration and claim that they are not followers of the gods, but it is a lie. If I even came out to say it was wrong, it'd just play into their claim that I was lost. Still, I had to do it. I summoned my patriarchs and matriarchs and made them start a series of counter-propaganda sermons. But war with the other temples was indeed pointless. The nobles that contacted the outsiders were surprised by how quickly the four temples folded, and that the crusades were dead before they even landed. The fact that the two heroes actually came into Freshka and then into the valley was a secret unknown to most. Only those alerted to the emergency combat preparations. The lords were clearly smart enough to deny such a conversation of shifting sides ever happened. It wasn't in their interest, now that the winds had shifted, to admit so. I decided to let it go. There was just far too many people planning for contingencies anyway. They would not be the first nor the last. Arlissa hid in a small tree in the forests on the outskirts of Freshka. She was now almost 8, and yet she looked like a 15-year-old. As a half-elf, maybe it was the human side of her. "Don't tell Mama where I am," she mentally whispered to me, her lesser stealth upgraded into 2 skills, forest blending and stealth. She was dodging her sparring lessons again. Lausanne needed to work to find her. "Why do you dislike sparring anyway?" She was good at it. Arlissa pouted. "I like hiding more." "Found you." Lausanne smirked as she appeared next to her in a quick jump. She gave her daughter a tap on the head. "Ouch. Now back to class." "Don't wanna." "Why not?" "I just don't wanna," Arlissa protested. "Let me play." "I don't recall being so rebellious at your age, young lady." Lausanne frowned. "You gotta go for classes." Arlissa didn't care. She just shouted and protested. She preferred to be playing hide and seek with her mom. 73 year 149 it'd been 28 years since I last used a soul-strengthening seed, and also I had a few ginsengs of sufficient maturity. This time, I had a few 25-year-old ginsengs. I'd planted them around Freshka, a few near the ley lines and some in the volcano, surrounded by a huge army of beetles. "Lausanne, do you want it?" "What is this?" "Something to break your level limit." She thought for a while and then shook her head. "As with the special class, I believe there are others more suited for it." So I went for another. "Edna, you've served me for the past 29 years as my first Grand Knight, and it is time for me to grant you a blessing like that of Jura. With this, you will be able to exceed your current level limit and take on responsibilities far greater than what you have now." She nodded. And as with Jura so many decades ago, she had a whole night of pain and aches. The next day she looked healthier, her soul glowing just like Jura's. I could tell she gained a few levels just like Jura, overflow levels from all her accumulated experience. So we were right. Jura really received a gift from you. Edna marveled at her body. Breaking this limit seemed to unlock more vitality in them, and that reflected in their physical strength, all increased by a bit. I wondered whether heroes were therefore different in this key aspect, that they were born with far greater vitality than anyone else, since the concept of a level limit did not even occur to them. Was it not obvious? No, Jura did not explain, and we have been wondering for quite some time. Edna paused and knelt before the tree of prayer. She thought for a while, and then she just quietly prayed. After Edna was Faris. I had some concerns of making a druid stronger, mainly fear that the power he gained would allow him to gain control over me. Lately, I'd begun to gain some confidence in my own abilities, and Domain was a far stronger shield for all these subtle manipulations and controls than I expected. So I dabbled with the idea of making Faris stronger. I offered him the same blessing, and he too took it. Just like Edna and Jura, he had a day of pain and aches, and the next day he emerged with an extra 2 levels. Unfortunately, their classes did not change. I believe both your classes will change when you hit level 100, Jura explained to the two. Just as mine did. It is a great privilege and honor and also a responsibility. More than ever, your lives are now intertwined with Ian's will. Ian's will. You have spoken and discussed with Ian many times, but this choice reflects that he too has greater plans for both of you. What sort of plans? It was then I immediately jumped in. These plans are not one for the outside world or for the temples, not even your fellow Valthorns unless they too receive this same blessing. The two gulped. I aim to end the cycle of demons and heroes. To do so, I must have champions at my side. Jura shrugged. I had privately discussed this with him earlier. Over the next few decades, or perhaps centuries, but it will be so. My champions will be there to lay the foundations and to do what I cannot do. It is a position of tremendous trust and responsibility. Faris seemed lightheaded for a moment. End the cycle. Edna had a serious, contemplative look on her face. Think about it. Do you think the other gods seriously want to end this cycle, or are they just content with this present status of constantly fighting with the demons? They thought about it for a long while. Edna was first to say, "What do I do?" Not immediately. It is important that you gain strength, and secondly, watch your mind. The other gods have attempted to attack my mind multiple times, and I will attempt to aid you to resist those powers. Every day you shall have at least a cup of herbal tea, and if you ever feel like you have a mental attack or feel lightheaded, you must let me know, and I will attempt to support your mind. It is one of the things we must do to gain the powers to resist mental attacks. Patricus able to use his mental attack powers to also provide some limited shielding, but only in the Valley of Freshka. Your goal is to reach level 150. At level 150, you unlock the first of the domain powers and enter the realm of true champions. Only then, we can dream of catching up to the heroes. For me, even at level 170, fighting a level 110, plus hero like Kay was still a 50-50 thing. If Kay had a more ground-focused ability or was a more martial-oriented hero, she would have won against me easily. Level 150 was nothing more than a ticket to be in the race, with a huge advantage for the heroes. I thought they would need to be level 170 or 180 to fight a level 110 hero. Or maybe the domain choices they had then would be more combat-oriented. 150, they both gasped. It was twice their current level. I will help you. Some experience seeds will get you closer to that goal, but after this, the three of you must fight many strong foes by yourselves. Only then you will gain the experience needed to level up. I believed I'd have to give out fragments, too, once I got past 100 hero fragments. The experience support and anti-demonic buffs would be useful. It is a huge task, one we will need to achieve over the decades. It is all right if we miss the next Demon King or the one after. All we need is one successful shot, and we can end this madness for good. Too many lives have been lost over the millennia to this pointless conflict. They all nodded. I've always lived thinking this Demon King thing was just a regular event, where even kings or heroes can't stop it. To be part of an attempt like that, I must say, fills me with a purpose I cannot describe, Edna said. It is a worthy goal. Speak to no one else of the goal. The other gods are watching and they will attempt to use their powers to influence you. Again, another set of nods. If anyone asks, the goal is to gain power. For now, you are dismissed. Faris didn't return home. He summoned a wolf and went for a long trek through the high mountains. The knowledge seemed to weigh on him a lot more than Edna. I hope they can take it, I spoke to Jura privately. They had to know, just like me. I had always suspected you have a larger goal, but I was not certain of the extent of how large it would be. Yeah, this is a conflict far bigger than any one of us, they must know. This is a path that may take us in open conflict with the other gods and heroes. Jura nodded. Of the Valthorns, they are most ready. Perhaps Lovis next, or would this power also extend to Yvonne? Yvonne was a soul contractee, and I was not sure how the soul contract would interact with the soul blessing. I'm not sure whether it can work with Yvonne, not in her current state. And that mind control thing really, the gods tried. Yes, I have deflected divine energies a few times. Shit, Jura said. How do we even know if we're compromised? What if I'm already under the influence of the gods? At this point, I don't know. It is something I am working on. Ian wants all books on heretics, rebellions against the gods, and all such things. If the other temples have records on the prior struggles with rebels and disbelievers, he wants it. It was clearly something that made people uncomfortable. Is Ian really a heretic? Don't ask me. Ian wants a massive magical study on the work of heretics, their weapons, and their processes. The Descartes received the order first. The goal was simply whether there were some kind of objects that naturally resisted divine powers. If so, those items or elements would be very useful in the process of countering the gods. May we know your intent? Lily's discovered that we were gathering the books sometime later. The entire continent has swayed to my side, including Lily's inhabitants. It seemed to maintain an aloof relationship with their inhabitants, not bothered to really give directions or orders, but they were clearly monitoring them. Ah. Yes, I should ask Lily's. Do you know of any items that may protect oneself from divine influence and mindfuckery? Pardon the language. Blackstar gems, they resist but not absolute. We have some. Blackstar gems, how does it work? Best eaten or consumed or fused to the soul, strengthens the soul from otherworldly influences. What did that do to heroes? Lily seemed to detect my thoughts. Reacts dangerously with star mana, often explodes on contact. Where do I find them? Really deep underground, where the sun doesn't shine, where the light of the heavens does not touch. If you cannot find, you can make them. Leave most types of precious gems really deep underground, away from all light for 100 years with some anti-magic or anti-mana enchantments, and about 1/10 will turn into blackstar gems. 100 years to make. Blackstar gems. The temples seem to have not made any mention of it, nor any books or records were kept on this. It existed mostly in geological and blacksmith books, but did not seem to elaborate much on its use. We soon found some from the merchants, such objects kept in various stores. It was a rather brittle object, small, really pitch black in color, and seemed to reflect no light. It appeared quite like a matte black stone. It was not hard and did not store magic or mana like most gems. Quite like coal, if not as shiny. We eat this. I was rather confused by that. For a temporary resistance against the divine, I decided to just place it into my various types of labs for further study. If such an object really had anti-divine properties, perhaps I could make weapons or armor that granted those around me the ability to resist these forces. 74-year 150 research into the Blackstar gems soon yielded some results. They had mild generic anti-magic properties, but these anti-magic properties were exceptionally effective against holy and light elements. That said, once consumed, they only stayed in the body for a short moment of time. I had no way of recreating divine magic to test out the effectiveness of these black star gems. "Do you have any divine abilities?" I asked Kay. "Nope." Sigh. "It may be effective against holy and light, and it was a conjecture that this extended to divine type of magic." I had preferred something more conclusive. Next was research on how to actually use these black star gems. For Edna, Faris, and Jura, I made specialized helmets with these gems inserted. Hopefully that would give them some protection against the mind-controlling effects of the gods. Again, it was speculation if this worked. My requests to gather the documents, records, and books went quite okay. It wasn't hard to gather details about people who were punished for their heresy. Heretics were those who turned against their gods. I also wondered whether there was anyone that turned against me with a special class. Was there a heretic class? The Valthorns and priesthood were responsible for combing through the documents for any objects or items that may be of interest. Most of them were crap, and there was a lot of misinformation in the records, things written down or speculated by some priest that over time became the canon understanding of a particular subject. Again, rubbish. But from the pile of rubbish there were some possible chances. Items or weapons mentioned in passing. Sea serpents and certain items harvested from the deep sea. Strange. Items from the sea were common, but for them to be used by the heretics. Why? This was where old myths emerged. Nera, Gaia, Hawa, and Ava were referred to the four temples of the continents, but in many smaller islands, many had more localized faiths, shamanistic rituals, and animism. For smaller islands with their lives intertwined with the seas and oceans, many sailors paid homage to various sea gods and sea guardians. And strangely, the four gods didn't overtly oppose such homages, even if they frowned on them. If the land had seen so much destruction from the demons, the sea, for most part, had been spared the destruction. If there were any civilizations deep underwater, they must have watched the surface fight endless, pointless battles, and they would have records from a long time ago. The demons did not invade the sea. Naturally, the faith of those island nations seemed to be a bit more obscure and strange. I felt like I was going down a rabbit hole, trying to find what was going on, really. Maybe my answer to this problem lay in the past. If the memories of that ancient tree were true, there may be a time from before the demons and heroes. The lands, which had over the millennia seen hundreds or thousands of demon kings, would have been so destroyed that the odds of records surviving would be close to nil. But the sea, the ocean, was so vast, if there were records somehow submerged, they may still survive, if luck was on our side. Thus, I commanded the Valthorns and priests to gather all the myths, legends, and folklore of the smaller island nations, and the beliefs of the seafarers and sailors. If there was an equivalent of Polynesian myths, I wanted to know. Again, it wasn't hard to gather a general one, but to have it in detail. Most of such myths were spoken from one generation to the next, hardly written. The Valthorns and other employees of the overall FFA would have to go and meet these islanders and conduct interviews. They started with the nearby islands. The variation in founding myths and all that differed rather greatly, and quite a few seemed to have suffered influence from the four temples. There were far more parallels than I thought was normal. The sea and the oceans were home to many giant creatures. The largest of them were the Zaratans or world turtles. The floating Zaratans, large turtles with islands on their backs, were creatures spoken of in legends and tattoos, very rarely appearing. And even if they did, their presence was often accompanied by a thick fog, so no one was really sure. The most unique of these beliefs stated that the first denizens of the world came on the backs of these Zaratans, and that these Zaratans had the ability to sail from one world to another through portals mortals could not even fathom. Long ago, when the world was bare and empty, of only land and sea, the Zaratans came to the world and brought the first plants, animals, and trees. Another variant of these myths, more common in the southern islands, was that the world and many others were on the back of massive world serpents, zaratans, and fishes. Those stellar bodies that moved quickly across the sea of stars were traveling on speedy world serpents, the slower ones on the zaratans. If these zaratans did exist, they may well be minor deity-class creatures, maybe more if they lived for very long. If they were indeed of the multiverse, then it would make sense that they had the power to resist the divine. Surely creatures of that level would consider gods nothing more than peers. There were lesser myths, too, and it still took some time to digest them, to separate those that may have some use and some that did not. What was strangely common in the island myths were the tales of local heroes, quite unlike the common zeitgeist from the temples that often contained heroes from faraway lands. These island epics were tales of how ordinary men rose up to challenge great beasts. That said, the power level described in these epics were not at the level of the demon kings. They were more local nuisances, dealing with problems that affected the islands or just the smaller chain of islands. The bards are having a good time. Jura chuckled. Edna and Faris were next to him. They met more regularly now that they had similar challenges. With all the stories that Ian's asking for, they're making good money. They met in Yvonne's academy, in theory supervising but mostly just watching a large group of young students practice simple movements. Jabs, thrusts, parries. These were children aged 6 to 12, and they were separated into groups to reflect their relative levels of competence. "So, did you get a mental attack?" Jura asked. "I haven't, but then again, maybe I won't know. I made them all a necklace and a ring made of the Black Star gems after Faris complained that the helmet was impractical. Sometimes, simple stuff was best. No, but I really wish there were more of us. Leveling someone up to the cap required something like the rotted lens, and now that the rotted lens was much smaller, it's also harder for it to generate high-tier hybrids for us to fight," Jura explained frankly. "Outside of our spars with the heroes, we'll most likely have to travel to fight demon champions and walkers to gain levels. We'll be busy once the rift opens." "Tree Spirit, are you there?" Akranaf the wolf asked one day. "We wish to speak." "Yes. We wish to leave the forest, and if you may, guide us to where there is magic in the land." "Magic in the land, you mean ley lines?" Now that my network of trees and roots spread across the continent, there were actually multiple ley lines. But my soul forge required different types of energies, so an increase in the quantity of ley lines merely increased the total mana available to me, but did not result in me unlocking a different color to my ley line. There were multiple dungeons across the continent, too, and they were either black or red or blue, colors which I already had. So despite my expansion, my soul forge colors did not grow. The wolf sniffled momentarily, shaking and nodding its head, and then answered. "Yes, I believe that is what they are called by the mages. The shamans refer to them as just magic in the land. Can you help us ensure safe passage? We see many humans and creatures who would fear us and attack us." "That can be done. I shall assign you an escort." Faris arrived 5 days later by express beetle. "This is Akranaf, a wolf. He wishes to travel to the ley lines of the land, and I saw it fitting that a great druid is to escort him." Druids were also commonly seen with animals and tamed monsters, so a massive wolf monster traveling with a druid would not raise alarms. "Well met, wolf," Faris said with a friendly bow. Akranaf sniffed him slightly and spoke. "He smells of the city," Faris shrugged. "My tasks often lead me to the cities, but that should not detract from my task of escorting you." "It is fine." The wolf shook its head. "Let us go." They traveled mostly through the smaller routes, walking the entire way. When they finally arrived at the nearest magical ley line, a blue one, the wolf sniffed and tapped its massive paws on the ground a few times. It was using a skill of some kind, and then, that was it. That was rather boring. The wolf repeated it a few times in most of the other ley lines or places with natural mana. "Are you looking for something else?" I asked at the fourth ley line they visited. "No, not really. This is right. We merely sensed its strength," the wolf responded. "And your reach is far." "Ah. It is for a shaman to regularly visit nearby ley lines, as shamans tap into ley lines for strength and power. Their health and condition are critical to a shaman's strength, and also why certain types of shamans often live in strange places, quite like that of a witch." Faris merely shrugged. Had I met a witch? Kay could fly was something I expected. What I did not expect was how high she could fly. She could fly almost to the edge of the sky itself, almost crossing into space. Space was, as she described it, strange. The moons moved erratically at times, as if forcefully yanked out of place. It also occurred to me that if she really wanted to win her fight against me, all she needed to do was fly really high up and bombard me from where I could not reach. Her magical projectiles would lose some of its power at that distance, but she would not be harmed at all at that distance. Of course, I kept my mouth shut. The heroes could have used a similar tactic against the Demon King, too, unless, of course, the Demon King also could fly at that distance. I wondered what the world would be like if the next Demon King was some kind of alien monstrosity that floated on low planetary orbit, bombarding the world with dropships filled with demons. We killed the Demon King 5 years ago. Yes, year 145. There are 5 years left, right? The rifts usually open 1 to 2 years before. You can start hunting demons once that happens to raise your levels if you feel not confident. But once you cross level 100 as a hero, Kay nodded. Oh, yeah. It felt like I'd done this umpteen times. Was this what being a non-player character felt like? Repeating the same shit to different players every damn time. It was boring. In the meantime, I scheduled more practice sessions for Kay with Edna and Jura. Edna gained a level or 2 from spars with Kay. The Rottedlands shrunk even more. At this point, it was only a quarter of the Rottedlands peak. Furthermore, this quarter was sliced up by all the tree roads and the new nations that now inhabited the reclaimed lands. I wondered whether there was a way to tap into blood magic as a source of new mana color for my soul forge. Perhaps by way of a rune on the general population that granted some of their mana to me. I had red from a volcano, yellow from a runic formation, blue from my existing trees and networks, and black from a magical ley line. From ley lines throughout the continent, most of them were already blue, black, or red. Did I have green? Shouldn't trees be green? Or was it from something else? If there was black, there should be white too. Frustrated, I shared my concerns about the colors with Lilies. How do I get green? No clue. Mine is black from all the death of people. No progress. I believed demonic magic was perhaps one color. This blood magic was also another. What other sources of magic? Wind? Water? I decided to try for both. If wind could be a source of magic, all I needed was to spawn a lot of trees in places where there was a lot of wind and find a way to convert that wind energy into mana. Perhaps that'd give me another source. If my experience with blue was correct, I'd need at least 10,000 wind-harnessing trees to unlock a new color. For a month, I experimented with various grasses, reeds, and coconut trees, attempting to find a way to convert wind to mana. Of course, my artificial mind submitted some rather fascinating tree species for my consideration, too: dandelions and windmill tree monsters. The windmill trees were trees with flexible branches that could twist along with the wind. They were monsters first, trees second, and they actually attacked people around them. Carnivorous little creatures. Naturally, they went into the biolab. Research option unlocked. Windmill trees, 18 months needed. Research option unlocked. Wind energy harvesting grassy fields, 18 months needed. Research option unlocked. Wind to mana, 24 months needed. Fuck. 2 years. I decided to work on water-based plants instead. We were already experimenting with swamp trees and swamp-adapted trees. Now the goal was to turn wave to mana and its associated relationships. The Druids already had a large collection of plants that existed on the shoreline. These also included certain forms of seaweeds and algae. Research option unlocked. Algae to energy seaweeds, stage 1, 12 months needed. Research option unlocked. Swamp wave barriers, 18 months needed. Research option unlocked. Saltwater tolerance stage 1, 24 months. Oh well, I started the research anyway. If I could unlock both of them, that should lead to more mana and hopefully a new color. Wind and water seemed natural enough. A few minor wars broke out among my subordinated states. The Valthorns had to abstain from conflict and also work with the priesthood. Together they were tasked with protecting innocents from the fighting. The entire central continent was a hodgepodge of rulers. The FFA and the Valthorns essentially existed as a federal government with power over all outbound diplomacy, religion, certain military rules and rights, interstate trade, racial matters, and certain overarching criminal prosecution powers. There were also federal taxes, and the FFA regulated all of the major transport and trade routes. Below that were the states, who retained domestic power, budgetary control over the finances of their own states, internal state trades, local criminal and law powers. These were the allied and subordinated states. It was complicated simply because certain states were captured, but we had spared the local rulers in exchange for their cooperation. So there were differences in the laws and powers of the local rulers, depending on their respective history with the FFA. Those who converted to my side willingly retained most of their domestic powers, surrendering only minimal external bound powers. Again, this hodgepodge of powers, laws, and all was from history. I did not want to forcefully standardize the laws, simply because there were local cultures that affected things. For example, a nation with a treefolk majority had certain local rules and regulations that catered to their needs that would be unrealistic and burdensome to apply in a city with a centaur population as a majority. There simply was no way to apply a one-size-fits-all approach to laws without creating unhappiness. In fact, in the Freshlands, Treasury College, there was quite a large segment of the curriculum that focused on the various variant laws throughout the central continent. The administrators and nobles, unfortunately for them, had to be able to navigate this massive landmine of rules and regulations. Taxes, too, were increasingly complicated. At the federal level, we levied a tax on the nations itself, a 10–30% cut of all incomes, depending on their past agreements with us. Some places, like the 6 ports and Freshka, were considered directly administered territories of the FFA, so they only had a single layer of tax. But for the Allied states, they would sometimes face dual taxes, one from the state and one more from the federal authority, if the state decided to pass on the tax obligation to the local rulers. Naturally, this was also a source of dispute. For example, a kingdom where one of their larger merchant organizations moved to another, perhaps for trade and tax issues, would then raise a complaint to the FFA and the Representative Council. But even if we made a good decision, things didn't always work out. Over time, Cavio explained that it was quite normal for a decision to be made by the council, but the two disputing parties still resolved to war. It tended to flare up more when the entire continent was at peace. It was like, after they were no longer scared of a war with the temples, they now turned on each other. So we just let them fight. The Valthorns and the federal forces would abstain, and we would also set up certain rules of engagement. Even assassinations were permitted, so long as the targets were all members of the ruling party and the local military force. There were also separate food stockpiles, the general food stockpiles and water sources which were acceptable targets, and the Valthorn and priesthood stockpiles, which were off-limits. If the combatants overstepped the boundaries, the Valthorns would interfere, and we would crush whoever offended the rules first. It wasn't hard to pinpoint who's at fault when my army of artificial souls monitored it. If that failed, and I couldn't pinpoint it, it was also possible to just capture the leaders and ship them to Freshka for a trial. Patrick would then use his mind-reading abilities to discern the truth. Occasionally, I would send a reminder to all the other nobles by skewering the offending noble. I supposed I was a hypocrite. Of course, the idea of letting my states fight each other was strange for Kay, who seemed to have the concept that the world should be all kumbaya and everyone should be friends. People would have disputes. Even if there was no demon king, no demons, even if there was excess, people would fight. It was good for the army, too. Those who fought gained levels, and I had more people that I could poach for the Valthorns. It also helped to clearly delineate the difference between the federal authority and the state authority. Citizens that lived through such interstate wars all learned that we had different roles, and generally had far higher loyalty to the federal authority than the state rulers, simply because the wars caused them to realize that their state rulers were just all about power. 75-year 151T, he clock was ticking, and my research continued. Some of my research commenced a little too late, so only the algae to energy research was completed. There were many kinds of algae, and each type chose a slightly different mix of specializations to excel in their respective environments. I recalled in my earlier studying days that there were certain types of seagrass or seaweeds that swayed and moved with the motion of the waves, and there were also documentaries about how certain types of deep-sea algae actually fed on geothermal vents or certain fungi that lived in volcanic lakes. These were alien life in some ways. Either via wave stamana or geothermal algae tamana, I'd hoped to arrive at some new source of mana. The thought about algae also brought me back to my much earlier days of coping with a growing country, the poop problem. There was also the whole trash to energy and incinerator. There may be a way to do the same to poop to mana. I wondered whether this soul forge thing was just some subliminal messaging about power source diversity. Anyway, poop problems. Poop to mana, taking my earlier research to the next stage in combination with the algae blooms. As the research into water-based plants continued, one of my skills upgraded, rootnet upgraded, basic connection with shallow seagrass established. Then came the usual messaging spam. I had to filter out a lot of garbage from the seagrass. In places where the sea wasn't that deep, the seagrass created underwater meadows where fishes and other monsters lived. I found them similar to floodplains where the grasses and other plants had adapted to recurring floods. Still, this connection into the seagrass was the first time my senses extended out to the shallow sea. Again, everything was really murky, and my hearing and sight abilities didn't work that well underwater. It was muffled or too noisy and loud. Yet this was a positive thing. If seagrass was possible, then ocean grass would be the next step. I remembered in our world that seagrasses were local and constrained to the seas, and did not grow in the deep oceans. But if I could expand my research into seagrass and make them more durable and hardier in deep waters, either that or I could have a look at the undersea maps. Perhaps there were ancient land bridges where seagrasses could cross, though from what I saw so far, the central continent was really far from any of the other continents. Or maybe there was a hidden underwater chain of mountains. "Ah well, Mom," Arlissa said to Lausanne one morning. "You're good at fighting, right?" Lausanne paused and turned to face her daughter. She wasn't sure where her daughter was going with this question. Kids tended to ask the weirdest things. "I am, but against monsters or bad guys. Why? Can you win against a demon king?" Lausanne shook her head. "No." That stung at a part of her that once wanted to be a hero. "A demon king is a special existence, my dear. It's one of those creatures where only those chosen by the gods can defeat it. He chose you, right? I mean, a long time ago. She sipped on her morning cup of tea and bit into a slice of bread. Arlissa noticed her mom's silence. Is Ian a god? Sort of. What does that mean, Mom? She took a deep breath. Gods exist in a spectrum, a range of powers. There are weak gods and stronger gods. Ian is one of the world-bound demigods and is on the weaker side, but he is gaining strength over time. Someday he will be as powerful as the elder gods. Ah, Arlissa nodded. She appreciated the honesty. She somehow knew, despite her youth. Perhaps it was a gift of children to be able to sense the truth and lies of their parents. So yes, I was chosen. By luck or misfortune, I was there with Grandma in the village then. We hid. We survived. Ian has watched over us since then. Honestly, I remember little of those early days. I was far too young. Okay, Mom, Arlissa nodded. Some of the meaning was lost on her, but she got the gist of it. Can Ian choose me too? I believe you have already been chosen, Lozan sighed. She knew of the blessing I'd told her, and she took it with a mix of gratefulness and fear, something she confided in Lofin a lot. Mom, how did you deal with it when Ian started training me? Lozan asked Lofin. How did you cope with the expectation? Lofin shook her head. I didn't. Things were smaller back then, when it was just us in that small ring of trees. When we were just hustling to survive the winters, when the girls had to hunt our own animals without any of the trained warriors. When Ian trained you, it was just helping us survive, giving us a chance. Not now, though. Now, Ian's power has grown, and he is the guardian deity of the entire continent. For Arlissa, her expectations and what everyone wants from her will be higher. Her challenges, her enemies. They will be like yours in your later years, when you were special. Lozan blushed. It was embarrassing to remember the days when people referred to the then teenager as Lady. They still called her Lady today, but somehow it was a lot more normal and appropriate. As your mother then, all I could do was pray and hope for your safety. Elves like us rarely betray the guidance of our home tree spirits, their wisdom and foresight beyond that of our own. If you let Arlissa walk the path, it's something you should really sit down and have a long chat with Tree. His power grows, and so will Arlissa. Even if her talent is no better than yours, she will exceed your power once she reaches maturity. When that happens, she will be fighting nothing less than the greater demons. That makes me afraid. I never knew what it's like to fear for someone else. Lofin gave her daughter a hug. Then you know what it's like for me to feel with you so far away. But Ian was always with you, right? Lozan thought about Warden. Warden's power grew with mine, the Star Mana link allowing it to always reproduce a lesser variant of almost all my powers. It was something unique about the possessions of the devoted. She is young, and one day you will have to let go. Ian will give her wings and weapons we cannot yet imagine, as he once did with you. It's now on you to choose. Clip her wings or teach her how to better use them. Ian will not impose if you choose otherwise. He has eyes on the young talents all over the continent. He can spare you that choice. Times have changed. We are no longer desperate, our survival no longer hanging by a thread. Lozan sat and wondered. Indeed, Lofin was right to say I would not force them. The blessings I granted to Lozan was both her luck and misfortune to be in the right place and at the right time. Arlissa's in a position of privilege. In a way, she inherited her power. Hey, Kay walked into Stella's apartment. You sure you don't want to come along? Kay tried to reconcile with Stella after their bad first encounter a while back, partly because Kay had matured enough. Kay even told her about the journal, but Stella just shook her head. No, I am rather content here. Her apartment was filled with artwork, much of it made as posters for the various Valthorn projects. She found confidence and joy in painting. If anything, the sense of progression from levels seemed to make her feel better and helped to reinforce her identity. She poured her energy and negativity into her art. It was strange how the sensation of leveling up made her progress seem more real, more tangible. Even as she twirled at something as abstract and subjective as art, the levels were an anchor. It made me realize that maybe levels would be useful for those who struggled with their own self-worth. That having something to hold onto, that I was a high-leveled artist or I was a high-leveled warrior, was a strong reminder that things were not that bad. Kay sighed. The world is a large place, Ashia. Come with me, see the world. It'll help your art. I will someday, but let me hit level 40 as a painter, then I will. She was at the crux, a level 39 painter. Do you want me to wait for you? No need. If I do travel, I will first visit the sites on this continent. Though her confidence had seen some improvement, her people's skills remained lacking. More like she was still not very fond of being with people. Maybe she was just allergic to people. Kay nodded and just left. After that, Kay came to see me. I've arranged with Alvin and Hans to visit them in the south. I'll be gone for a year or two. Sure. I mean, what could I say? She wasn't exactly my servant, we're just partners at this point. She packed up, said goodbye to some of those she was close with, mostly merchants and some other adventurers. She had a big traveling bug, and she'd been going from town to town, visiting almost every kingdom and nation along the way, mostly to just have some local coffee or tea, sit around, fight a monster or two, make some money sparring with some upstart nobles, have sex with some gorgeously good-looking dude by the beach, things young teens on a European-style backpacker's trip or gap year did. I supposed it also tied in with her confusion and lack of direction in her life as a hero. The journal loosened her chains, but she still didn't know where to go. She needed this time off to think and find herself. Both of them were lost in their own ways. Then again, most of us were lost. There was a bit of drama in the Treasury College during this year, when one of the lordlings attacked and significantly paralyzed another lordling. My eyes were watching, but I decided not to act, simply because this wasn't the first time the two squabbled, and it seemed like they had a bit of bad blood. Rivals and stuff. I thought I could help the paralyzed lordling, but I decided to wait and let the drama unfold. Life should have consequences, and I wanted to see it. The family of both lordlings got into the fray, and they had discussions that quickly broke down to little wars and skirmishes. Again, we let it happen. I saw this as a way of the natural aristocracy imposing its own cruel version of meritocracy and survival of the fittest. The principal asked me to intervene, of course. I rejected him and told him to buy a big pack of popcorn and watch the drama unfold. If I let kingdoms go to war with each other and assassinate each other, was I going to stop them here? But you said the FTC is a safe place. Safe from everything else. But I suppose not each other. He's only paralyzed. That can be fixed, and if they ask me to, I will, at a cost, of course. Conflict was natural. Survival of the fittest was natural, too. I considered the implications of ending the cycle, what would happen in a world without heroes and demon kings. If I removed this source of conflict, what happened next? It was not world peace, and I thought of my own world, too. Home. Earth was never at peace. They would fight, they would go to war and use heinous weapons. Individuals with desires and needs would inevitably clash with each other. This world would then naturally go to war. Perhaps the four temples would then be at each other's throats, the current unity in a common enemy no longer applicable. But those wars would be less devastating than the Demon King. I was sure of it, simply because the kinds of power the temples could unleash was fearsome, but nowhere near the multi-million single-day deaths that Demon Kings had done before. So it was still good to end the cycle, especially from the perspective of the living, sapient beings. But for trees, the end of the common enemy would result in an expansion of sapient beings over time, and that would encroach on the natural territory of the others. Would the next stage of that conflict be man versus nature, once the Demon King was out of the way? It wasn't a pleasant thought to consider. The two heroes that Kay would soon meet were busy doing what heroes normally did. That was build a harem, make babies, establish new kingdoms, and generally enjoy their lives. Alvin established his kingdom in the southern continent by essentially turning a few of the princesses and queens into this harem. Their territories were then amalgamated into his new kingdom. Hands traveled back to the eastern continent and claimed the right to rule over a few cities and towns that lost their leaders from the terrible demonic attacks. Of course, this also involved admitting a lot of women into his harem. The two kings were clearly competing on the harem part, even if they both didn't say it. I thought all these heroes needed a harem education program to explain the risks of establishing a harem and the subsequent problems that would arise. Harris had the problem. Even today, his successor kingdoms continued to fight with each other. They had trade wars, stupid sanctions against each other. Again, I was not in the business of correcting stupid people, so I let them be. I gave Lovis the fourth soul-strengthening seed as my specialist spearmaster. I also asked the three of them, Edna, Faris, and Lovis, who would want to take on the role as Eon's Demon Slayer. Faris flat-out rejected it, as the new class deviated far too much from his current one as a druid. Edna was rather happy as a knight, so Lovis also accepted the new class as my new unique class holder. Once she accepted the new class, her Spearmaster class disappeared, but her classes were subsumed under the Eon's Demon Slayer class. She obtained my anti-demon aura and buffs against demons. In short, the damage she took from demons reduced significantly, and the damage she dealt to demons significantly increased. But like my own hero fragment, buff, I was not sure whether it applied to demon kings. We would have to test it out the next time a demon king came around. It took her a good month to get used to the power of her new class, and it was also a strangely twisted class. Once she accepted the unique class, I somehow gained access to her thoughts and memories and also some insight into her history and her past. She was one of the orphans, just like Edna and Faris, and when she received the class almost 30 years ago, back in year 123, she was a child. She was brought into the Valthorns as the Freshlands recovered and had since then moved up. She lagged behind both Edna and Faris in leveling, though she had practiced a lot more. This was at a level beyond Patrick's mind reading, in the sense that it was a lot more personal, more nuanced, and contained more details of things. I felt bad, really, that this class gave me such direct access into her mind. It made me realize that perhaps the hero class was actually a unique class granted by the gods, and as such, if they had access into the minds of their heroes, then the next step after access was that they could significantly alter them, which was thus evidenced by all the mind control. I spoke to her personally, alone as she dipped herself into the biolab for further examination. She was slightly afraid but also excited and honored. Her soul spring was now different. Instead of the usual blocks, it was made entirely out of a tree with roots holding onto all the blocks. The blocks themselves had roots growing into them. Each class presented itself differently in the spring, and this class was a domineering one. It absorbed all her other classes, and she was now a single class, Eon's Demon Slayer, nothing else. "Can you hear me?" I spoke as I delved into her soul spring, examining her energy. She was asleep, yet awake here. Yes, she was confused, and this to her was like a dreamlike state. It was not too far off. The spring was vigorous like Jura and the other two. The spring's vigor was the essential component, though not the only one, of a person's level cap. The vigor seemed to determine how many skills or levels a person could support. I wondered why I was not affected by it. What beings are not affected by the level cap? I asked lilies. Heroes, because the gods grant them boundless vigor. Us trees and other beings like us, for we derive our vigor from the land and the world around us. Dragons and magical creatures that tap into the land or exist on some outside source of vigor too would not have a level cap. But mortals, number treefolks have a higher level cap than mortals, as a part of their vigor is from the land, yet they very rarely reach those heights. Wait, what? I had so many treefolk followers. Where were my super-leveled treefolk? The highest-leveled treefolk in the central continent was a woodshaper at level 74. He mainly shaped wood into utensils and tools, but also did a lot of larger-scale projects like defensive walls, buildings, castles made of wood, and all that. I decided to speak to him and awarded him a gift for skills. It significantly improved the finesse of his woodshaping. I asked him to aid in making weapons against the demons. 76 year 152 L. Iles introduced me to an interesting new friend. It was a massive turtle, the size of a bus, that somehow managed to secretly swim through the rivers and lakes. I had eyes and ears, but in the water it still managed to evade my detection. It clearly had some skills, and the way it communicated was strange. The turtle stopped at the side of the lake and touched one of Lily's floating platforms. It seemed to use Lily's way of communication. I am Valassi. Pleased to meet you, Ian. It was a magical turtle or tortoise thing resembling a Zaratan but too small to be one. But I asked to be sure. Greetings, Valassira. Are you a Zaratan? Yes, I am a young Zaratan. It is a common question, and I have lived for as long as Lily's. We heard of your search for tales of the sea, and I am here to answer what I can. It is not often that one of the spirits of the land seeks out the spirits of the sea. I see. Was there a catch? With Lily's, there wasn't any. Lily's was just willing to share, especially with someone like me whom they view as an equal. Thank you. What may I do for you in exchange for the favor? So long as we are never hunted on your lands and your rivers, that is good enough. I can do that, it will be so, but it is best to never declare your existence at all. I said, just declaring your existence draws attention to your kind. It is so. It seems you seek the origins of the gods. Yes, and perhaps the origin of this system to begin with. But first tell me, how have you hid away from the demons? They lived so long, surely there were ways. We do what spirits of our kind do. We swim to other worlds where the demons cannot follow. I felt like that turtle just dropped a bombshell on me. So there clearly were other worlds, and not only that, the turtle was able to go there. Can you take us with you? It paused momentarily. We can only carry what can fit on our backs, and our void mana determines how often we can go and what we can take. For spirits of your power we cannot do so. Void mana. Where had I heard that before? Ah, that princess from so many, many years ago. So that princess was headed in the right direction. I have so many questions. And we have time. Valassira spoke. He or it floated on the shores of Lily's lake. I made a large wall of trees so that he would not be seen, and then added a layer of camouflage and mist. Here was a creature who traveled to other worlds. Are the gods and demons on other worlds too? Have any of the worlds broken free of this system? Yes, and yes. Some were never even touched, though we know not why. But I have only been to the two nearest worlds. Though I have lived for 4,500 years, my void mana is only enough to take me to the nearest of the two. Both worlds are just like this, with their own gods, heroes, and demons to deal with. I have heard of a system that is beyond the reach of the demons and the gods, but it was a few millennia ago when I was but a youngling. I do not know of a path to that world. Fuck. So there were multiple worlds with similar problems, but also there was a way to escape. Patrick's idea of hiding the world or somehow moving the world away had merit. What are the gods? We believe they are creatures or beings that reached a certain, yet unknown high level and obtained the second tier of the system. We also speculate there is either a system that existed above this one or a tier to the current system. In any case, the gods have access to a higher set of powers and rights. We do not know how to get there, and those who have could not reveal it to us. An admin system, or console access, wasn't it? Mozart referred to himself as administrator. Maybe it was just a set of administrator passwords that granted them access to that system. The gods, are they the same ones on other worlds? We suspect so, though their names are different across worlds. You say we. Are there more of you? Certainly. Zaratans meet each other to mate, to raise our eggs and our young, and to discuss the matters of our safety and of the multiverse. Then what are these demons? Can you stop them? As Zaratans of the sea, we know little of these otherworldly invaders. They have a homeworld or a chain of worlds somewhere, but their world lacks seas, rivers, or lakes, so we cannot create the interplanar mist and swim there. So, we don't know beyond that and who controls them there. Our great elder once tried to stop the demons, but the gods' puppets turned on our elder. A waterless world. I see. Also, these interplanar turtles needed large bodies of water to move around worlds. That was a rather odd restriction to their power. Can you teach me how to move to other worlds? Our abilities have adapted us to traveling to other worlds and would not be useful to you. Large quantities of void mana is the first step to any interplanar travel. Void mana. How did I get that? It seemed the turtle read my mind. Void mana requires one to dabble in higher magics or, if you have it naturally, like us. Wait, did this also imply that the spirit trees in those stories may actually have void mana instead of star mana? Perhaps it was a path along the road of the domains that I may have one of those choices in the future. I would presume that there had to be further domain choices. That level 150 wasn't the only time one chose their domain. Given that my first domain choice happened at level 150, it's possible that the next domain choice happened at either level 200, level 250, or level 300. If level 150 was the one and only domain choice, then I may be quite fucked. Do you have a domain? The turtle was silent for a moment, then answered, no. That meant a high level was not really necessary to get the power to travel to other worlds. Even that princess managed to expose herself to void mana. She was not higher than level 50 then, so there were ways to access void mana, perhaps even naturally. Were there plants that naturally produce void mana? If I could create a farm of such trees or plants, how do the gods summon heroes? Why them? The turtle just shook its massive head. It probably didn't know. Not that I could blame them. What else did I want to know? But already I had a lot to work with. What do you know of the domain? Elevated authority in a specified field of the system. Ah, darn. The system worked like users making and interacting with it, and domain powers were super-user rights. Gods eventually reached admin rights. But what was this system? Were gods the creators of it, or were they just glorified administrators? If they were just administrators, surely the creator must be a lot more powerful. The turtle left after a while, but it promised to return again someday. We wish to reopen diplomatic relationships discreetly. An Ava envoy arrived on our shores, disguised as a regular merchant. They met with an audience of the representatives in Cavio. Cavio was about to retire after decades at the helm to be replaced by one of the representatives. They had a mini-election to select the representative leader. And why would we even bother? Cavio barked. His mood was rather foul. Another lord in the meeting quickly intervened. Representative leader Cavio, wait, let's hear him out. The Temple of Ava does not believe or participate in the slander against Ian or the Central Continent. Absolute rubbish. All the evidence collected so far, it was quite clear Avan Church participated in the propaganda. Liars. They are liars, I whispered to Cavio's ears, and he knew it too. After all, we did not sit idle after the blockade was broken. The restoration of our eyes and ears in these hostile lands was one of the great priorities since then. Lies, envoy, Cavio repeated. Let it be known that we do not appreciate the lies. The envoy gulped. Patrick used his mind-reading abilities. The envoy screwed up anyway. He knew it was a lie too, but he was confident. He had a skill to resist mind-reading, but he was horribly underleveled against Patrick. The Avan Temple did want to open diplomatic relations, but the leadership hoped to extort some kind of agreement or aid since they had a lot of damage to undo. Ian notes, "You did not come to our shores in good faith. This negotiation is over." Cavio sent him off. The representatives were baffled. "Thank your foolish gods that we do not send you back in a body bag." The envoy left in haste. One of the Valthorns, without the use of my class seeds, managed to upgrade his own class to Archmage. Archmage had been one of those elusive classes to create, though I did have Archmage classes obtained from the dead. I would say the magic of the central continent was not significantly more advanced than the other continents. Magic research was mostly the pursuit of eccentric individuals, so while the central continent was safer than the other continents, and my various abilities did seem to improve the speed of gaining levels, they still tended to plateau. To summarize, with magic, what I had were mages of a high level who did not have particularly unique abilities. The process of creating or inventing new spells or new ways of using existing spells as it was, remained the domain of the eccentric or otherwise luck. A mage was someone who tapped into the mana of the world and cast spells. A spell could be both a skill and not a skill. That meant it was possible for a mage to read an instruction of how to cast Fireball and cast the spell without having the skill Fireball. Having the skill, of course, meant the mage could cast the same spell faster, quicker, stronger, and with less mana cost. A mage therefore learned to cast a spell, and with sufficient practice gained the skill reflecting that said spell and thus became more competent and powerful. Mages also gained a range of support skills throughout their careers, such as mana cost reduction skills, passive mana regeneration skills, or elemental boosts and discounts. The invention of new spells, however, was mostly bouts of madness. A mage tried to mix components of the spells together in hopes of creating something new. Sometimes they succeeded, sometimes they failed. A good healer, like myself, meant that they were more likely to survive failures and have the chance to try again. This, of course, supported the persistent mages, those who worked hard and experimented constantly. They had some successes, but they would see a lot more failures. The conversation with the Zaratan left my mind spinning, and my artificial minds were hard at work processing the ideas. There were ways to travel across worlds. Void mana. If anything, I now had to consider sponsoring the mages and wizards in our care to dabble in void mana, figure out how that princess managed to do so. It was a risky one. Clearly playing with void mana incorrectly would destroy one's soul spring. Over the decades, my library of books and tomes had grown massively. I had my researchers and mages run through them to find the clues of void magic. I recalled some words back when Mattias still lived, the tomes of the mad hero Arsene Amir. I quickly called on the Valthorns to locate it. It took a few months, but the tomes and writings of the mad hero were duplicated many times, so we managed to retrieve a few copies. Some of the surviving kingdoms on the central continent had a copy in their own personal libraries. Void mana. Exposure to it would cause visions and nightmares of otherworldly horrors. Back then, it was explained to me that void mana was a raw, primordial form of mana. Was that explanation then still true? Quite a few of the mages professed their reluctance to experiment on void mana. It seemed that the history of man was littered with mages killing themselves through incorrect use of void mana, and no one had figured out how to correctly use them in the first place. Knowledge of void mana wasn't entirely rare, and was used mostly as a reminder of bad magical practices. Some of the mages commented that void mana could be collected, in small amounts, by way of runic formations. However, the runic formations usually must be located high above the ground, usually in towers or tall secluded places that were exposed to the night sky, and a large anti-magic barrier must be present, such that the runic formation was clear of all other mana. Then it was a matter of waiting and luck. Sometimes the runic formations would collect a small bit of void mana. Most of the time, nothing. Collecting void mana when the two suns were present was impossible, as the light would cause the void mana to decay. Of course, their comments were very strange. Some points seemed to contradict my existing knowledge, and I believe there was quite a bit of misinformation in that know-how. What was void mana? Would you know how to create void mana? I asked Lilies. Some say it is always around us but just undetected. Ah, great. I was hunting for elementary particles. Some come across them purely by luck. I see. I had an entire continent. Surely if it was luck, the statistics would point to me having seen it already. Perhaps it is invisible to you, as you rely on spirit vision. Fuck. 77-year 153T here was not much time to rest, as we saw rifts opening throughout the central continent. It was a magically fascinating thing to see space and reality crumble and break apart to reveal these gashes in space. We redirected all the magical sensors and labs to the rifts and wondered whether the demons used void mana too, or perhaps they had some substitute for it. Were the rifts void mana? Ian, demons spotted on our continent. Your command. Cavio and Valthorns came to meet. Ring-fence all the rifts and let our forces fight them. Naturally, what else was there to do against demons? We should aim to take this opportunity to level up the forces. Alert me to all demon champions. As you command. Some of the smaller rifts spawned only ordinary demons. The demons resembled large skeletal structures, a bit more like animated skeleton animals with some dried flesh. From this alone, I was predicted an undead-type demon king. Since it wasn't a problem to suppress the rifts, I'd started setting up labs closer to the rifts, hoping that my sensors would figure out what they were. Has anyone ever touched a rift? I asked the entire council and the Valthorns. Not that we know of. What if we touched the rift? There was silence. I decided to try, and on one of the smallest rifts, a bunch of vines and roots reached out and attempted to hold the rifts. It was weird. The rifts seemed to be both a physical and magical thing and alternated between the two. It felt like touching a floating snowflake that promptly turned into a puddle of water. There was a frequency. I could feel it, the way the energy of the rift ebbed back and forth. I instinctively attempted to match its resonance. Master, the vines went through, Patrick noted. What? The vines got to the other side of the rift. I could still feel them. They could go through if the magical pulse was at the right regularity. There was a sensation of incredible dryness. My vines had to draw more water from the network. Sand, rocks, but very, very dry. About an hour into it, the demons seemed to realize, and the small rift quickly closed and cut off my vines, which were now left on the other side. Did you see or feel anything? I asked Patrick. Patrick had used my eye ability on the vines to see what was on the other side. Patrick gave me a series of images. It felt like I was looking through the eyes of the Mars rovers, an alien world filled with massive spires and large red crystals. An army waited at the other side. The vine's eye turned and looked back at the rift. We saw a large, ring-shaped gate structure and the rift in it. Around the platform of the gate were 6 massive arrays of reddish-black stone. It glowed in both red and a blackish color at intervals. There were also more of those red crystals, further out, connected by some strange chains. The demons then spotted the vine and the portal promptly closed. That was the end of it, but I saw enough. Demons, alien worlds, gates that opened the rifts itself. Could I tamper with the rift next time? 78-year 153 continued. Eok rift had a different frequency and resonance, but it was still possible to align them. The beetles and Valthorns fought demons by the thousands to gain access and reach the rift. Again, no big deal. With Lovis's new demon-slaying power, the regular demons were easy. Under the effect of the demon-suppressing aura, these demons were more like slow-moving zombies. together with my subsidiary trees spawning up to the rift itself. It wasn't hard. Once they managed to reach the rift, they, too, tried matching their mana to match the rift, but they struggled to do so. They did not possess my ability to manipulate mana in one's body at such great detail. I did, after all, face decades of corrupting demon energies and also used mana for magical soul surgery. All of these meant I was capable of incredibly subtle mana control, and I could handle the fluctuations in these frequencies. I tried wrapping a beetle in my vines and then sending it through the rift. It didn't work. The vines went through, but the beetle just bounced off. Again, my vines and roots went through the rift, and once I had vision, I immediately activated my subsidiary trees on the other side of the rift. It worked. The subsidiary tree instantly spawned beetles that fought with the demons on the other side and bought me some precious time. My vines and roots grabbed the red crystals, those red stones, and pulled them through the rift. Then I saw the giant demons, massive bony mammoths. Their magical blasts destroyed my subsidiary tree in a single energy attack. The rift was closed again, but I got them the red crystals. Never mind, there would be more rifts. The demons seemed like they were unable to stop opening the rift. I hauled the red crystals back to my labs for analysis. They were not demonic in nature, and instead, they were void mana batteries. Each of them was slightly depleted. One of them exploded suddenly and left a massive crater, killing a few Valthorns and destroying a few hundred beetles. The Valthorns got the message and maintained a large distance from the crystals. Another one exploded when one of my lab trees prodded it with too much mana. The void mana inside was clearly quite unstable and was prone to strange behaviors. One of the Valthorns injured in the first explosion soon developed symptoms similar to the princess, and testing in the biolab soon proved me right. He had the exact same curse, exposed to void mana. Thankfully, I was far better equipped now, and I had more mana at my disposal. This time, I was about to crush the curse outright, but he lost some of his levels and skills from the void mana. This made me wonder, could I use void mana to remove the hero class? I suppose this was like using chemotherapy to remove a cancer. It was harmful in more ways than one. There were easily 30 to 50 rifts open at any one time, and from them, out came these undead-like demons. With so many rifts to secure throughout the continent, it was a bit like playing whack-a-mole on a continental scale. This meant our forces and our elites had to be distributed throughout the continent. Hytrerion, my tree walker, finally saw battle, and it was incredibly fun to watch it stomp demons the same way those demon walkers stomped on us. Have a taste of your own medicine. It was also my first time witnessing the full combat capabilities of a Titan Soul-powered walker and its accompanying army of wood soldiers. Those wood soldiers were quite like beetles, in that they didn't have much intelligence. In a way, Hytrerion was pretty much a land-based Protoss carrier, and the wooden soldiers were its interceptors. So far, the first wave of demons from the rifts did not contain any champions or walkers, and were just large masses of mobs. That meant a single Hytrerion was sufficient to secure one rift or a few if they were located close to each other. Now that I knew those rifts were actually two-way gates, I'd like to prepare for an eventual counter-invasion to the demon worlds, and Hytrerion, as a champion-tier creature, would be my advance force. But first, I'd have to figure out how to create these rifts on my own. There were a few good reasons to go to the other side. 1. There may be a chance to figure out why and how the demons were invading our world. This may be one of the best ways to get an answer. 2. More of those void battery crystals. Another matter at hand was whether I should tell Kay about these two-way rifts, that it was possible to go to the other side with some monosynchronization. My concern was if the gods had a read on her mind to some extent, then if she knew, then the gods must know too. Then again, there were certainly secret followers of the other gods in the central continent, and the gods may have observed my actions. I decided to tell her anyway. She promptly returned to the central continent within a month and attempted to assault one of the rifts. She managed to synchronize herself with it. Her natural magical gift as a hero meant this was easy stuff. But once she entered it, the barrier seemed to drain a little of her star mana, and then the rift quickly collapsed. Fucking hell. Because the heroes were almost entirely star mana once they passed level 100, and the rifts seemed to be powered by void mana, the interactions between the two mana types caused the rift to collapse. Well played, gods. Well played. The heroes couldn't use void mana since it reacted dangerously with star mana, so they couldn't use void mana to travel back home or travel to the world of demons. Of course, this frustrated Kay. So there's this mana type called void mana that lets you open fabrics of space and time, and we can't use it because us heroes are loaded to the brim with star mana. But Stella was delighted to learn of void mana. She, after all, did not have star mana, and now this void mana was a way to go home. I would have to ask the Zaratans whether it was possible to send her back by riding on their backs, but from what he said, it seemed the distance was too far. Conceptually, if the gods had star mana, and I presumed that the reaction between void and star mana was still dangerous even at significantly higher levels, how did the gods summon the heroes from far away? Did the gods store their mana off-body, i.e. in separated shells? Perhaps the gods had the ability to split their being, like multiple trees in a network. If so, perhaps me and the gods were more alike than I thought. Either that, or there was some distinction between the mana types of the gods. Perhaps Mozart and Gang were gods with void mana, and the Eva, Gaia, Hawa, and Nera gods were star mana gods. That there was some kind of trading arrangement between them. Rift secured, Master, Hytrerion repeated, and more of my subsidiary trees spawned into place. Throughout the continent, the military and Valthorns had kept the Rift's demons suppressed. After my first void battery, I'd resolved that I wanted more of them, so it was time for the Rift robberies. I activated a few more artificial mines and readied them for the task at hand. Vines and roots resonated their mana with the rifts, and all at once, all of them entered the rifts. We invaded 14 rifts and spawned giant attendant trees and subsidiary trees by the tens and hundreds. Beetles then appeared to fight the demons on the other side. But the terrain on the other side was incredibly dry, and it was an environmental energy that caused my trees to dry up and shrivel. They wouldn't last very long in that hostile terrain, the ground nothing more than rock and sand. The roots of my giant attendant trees and subsidiary trees couldn't extract any water or nutrients from the ground to sustain their strength, so all the nutrients and water had to be supplied by roots through the rift itself. Never mind. I needed them to buy me time. I wanted a lot of that void mana battery. I would keep them and store them secretly as weapons against the heroes. If void mana reacted with star mana, it made sense that trap the heroes in a noid mana battery field would be dangerous for them. 1, 2, my roots pulled. I saw more of those bony mammoths. They used beam weapons and glowing red horns that shredded through my trees. They were stronger on the other side. My beetles didn't last long, weakened by the dryness of the air, and my aura was negligible. Through one of the rifts, I saw a familiar sight. One I saw during the demon's dreams, back when the souls of the heroes were trapped. A massive, city-like structure filled with massive spires of red crystals. The spires were everywhere and stretched to the horizon. A massive serpent of bone and decayed flesh spotted the trees and charged at them. Its body glowed in pulses of red and black, and it rammed the giant attendant trees. It crushed my trees easily. Never mind. More crystals were stolen. I'd grabbed 25 of them before all the rifts shut off. Still, my rift raid triggered something strange. All the rifts throughout the continent instantly closed. Great. If the demons were intelligent, clearly they figured out that I knew how to go through their rifts. We expected countermeasures. 79-year 154D Edeld analysis soon revealed something that was quite worrying. These crystals were pretty much demolite, but before they were fully emptied of their void mana. The Demon King's death always left demolite hints. The rifts would close quite soon after the Demon King was killed, simply because their carrier of the void mana had fallen. In these crystals, we saw these magical patterns powered by the void mana. They were almost invisible, and only now we could see them because of the void mana that caused them to flicker into existence. Quickly, I asked for some existing demolite, harvested from the previous Demon Kings. When void mana from the void mana battery was connected to the demolite, those patterns re-emerged. For now, I didn't know what they did, but the fact that there was a magical pattern in these crystals suggested that they may have other purposes, on top of just batteries. It also made me wonder whether the demon's mana was a form of processed and stabilized void mana. I didn't make much progress on this research, and the demonic rifts remained closed for a good 6 months. At first, I wondered whether this was a way of scaring the demons off. Then the second wave of rifts opened. Only a single rift opened, but it was massive. I could see the rift open right before my vision, simply because this rift opened right next to Freshka, very close to where my labs were. Then demonic champions poured out. Large mammoths and skeletal serpents emerged from the rift, but they picked a fight in my home ground where my aura was strongest. The battle for the good 3 weeks was fearsome, as champion after champion poured out of the massive rift. I had to step in and hold them back as my forces, now scattered throughout the continent, rushed back. Then, as more of my higher-leveled warriors returned, they took the reins. Jura slew one of the skeleton mammoths single-handedly, and they leveled. Lovis, Edna, Faris, and Jura fought for days, and 10 champions came out of the rifts over the 3 weeks. Jura hit level 125. Edna, Faris, and Lovis soon breached level 95. After the 10 champions, there was a lull where only lesser demons, the mobs, came out. They died as soon as they stepped out of the rift. My roots attempted to synchronize with this rift, and I noticed they descrambled the magical resonance. It was no longer the same pattern, but a constantly changing frequency and pulse. Smart. And after a day or two of monitoring, I thought I cracked how they changed their frequency. My roots went through. I saw more demons. They noticed. The rift closed again just as suddenly, then we had another period of peace. The demonic attacks became propaganda fodder for the 4 temples at first, but then they soon shut up when they noticed just how quickly we suppressed the demons. Kay was personally quite impressed at how the entire demon issue was kept under control. If every continent had an existence like yourself, the world would be a lot more peaceful. I then pointed at the states and lesser nations engaged in small skirmishes and wars with each other. Once you remove the big bad guy from the picture, those in power merely turn on each other. It's a form of peace, but conflict remains inevitable. True, unless you want to mind control everyone to submission. That would not be ideal. I may be a tree, but I sure ain't no eye of the moon. Yeah, it's silly. That said, I was no saint either. The triology priests and Valthorns engaged in massive social ventures to build positive reputation and also not-so-subtle propaganda and emotional manipulation. Just like the 4 temples, we too used a bit of keratin stick, the stick being fear of life without us, the chaos of the times before. I wondered if Kay was smart enough to notice. So how's your trip to the other continents? Kay rolled her eyes. Well, it's not bad. I see a lot of rebuilding in the eastern continent, all of which progressed quite well. It's been 8 years, but the scars still remain. There are also large groups of refugees in the other continents that are stuck in limbo, struggling to decide whether to return or stay in their new home and face a different set of challenges there. That's just life. My citizens had been through that a few times. I'd seen so many generations of refugees. The people of this world are used to it. The fluidity of their lives was something they were very well aware of. I'm going to use my heroes forge and make massive robots, Kay said. The conversation just went off in a 90-degree angle. I mean, after what I've seen on the other continents, I think the world needs a lot more than just heroes. I paused. Seriously. It's possible, I checked. I'll need a lot of materials, though, so I'm going to go travel again and find them. I'll be back for the Demon King, though, which should be in a year or two. I'll try to convince the other two to come too, if they aren't too busy stuffing their dicks into their army of sluts. Language, Kay. Kay laughed and left. Tell me more of this void mana. Stella looked through the papers, records, and magical books. She'd been here for a decade or so, and I thought her confidence level was getting better. She still didn't like to talk to new people, but she was very comfortable with me. At least to her, I was that voice in her head that'd been around for a decade. She was now a level 40 courtly administrator, and unlike the heroes, she had no star mana. She was therefore a good candidate if I wanted to work on these void mana shenanigans. Void mana was a way home, even if it was extremely remote. I explained it at length about the rifts, but I did not speak of the Zaratans. Her earlier classes had merged together, painter and administrator, and for her to touch magic at this point was a great change. The risks of how the void mana could destroy the soul spring and all that strangely was not really a risk. If you are right, this void mana is pretty much a reset button. Well, yes. I get to lose all the stats and levels and start over, Stella said. So there's really no risk unless I die, and that's rather unlikely because you have cured people with void mana curses before. She walked a step or two, then turned. Fuck it, I'm in. It's either I get home or I die trying. Dabbling in void magic was quite like blood magic in some ways. It required magical formations and also complicated chants. The magical records left by the mad hero, Arsene Amir, documented his attempts to call on the void. Once we cross-checked his history, it seemed that he died when defending his home from the demon champions. A hero shouldn't die to demon champions so easily. There must be something more, but most of those records were lost to the great Rothedland's disaster. Still, the magical tome of the otherworldly void was sufficiently interesting. It seemed, per Arsene's view, that void mana was ever present in the environment, and the issue was actually collecting it. In low quantities, void mana did nothing, and its reality-disrupting abilities only manifested when high amounts were present. In his own words, Arsene actually said that void mana wasn't actually mana, but more of a reality atom, that the world was actually held together by void mana. So generating void mana was strangely easy, according to his theory. Just spread mana to the general surrounding and let the mana dissipate into the world. Occasionally, this would knock off one of the void mana. The difficult thing was actually capturing the void mana. Holding the void mana was difficult unless one had the right kind of item. The void mana would pass through almost all kinds of materials and would disappear after a while. It was like trying to capture, bottle up bubbles, and hope they didn't somehow break apart for long periods of time. It'd take some time. Or maybe I should just reuse the captured void mana batteries. But I was not sure what would happen if I did so, especially with the unknown inscriptions and patterns inside the batteries. Would I summon more demons if I did that? Progress with Blackstar gems and demonic hybrid core none. Attempts to further refine T to enhance mental divine resistance uncertain. Unable to test efficacy. We gave Kay various types of tea for her to comment on, but again, she wasn't really the best judge of whether the gods were meddling with her or not. Research. I'd completed the first stages of both the wind to mana and waste to mana research. The seagrass research also meant my knowledge of the surrounding seas was gradually improving, but the vast ocean still remained out of research. Seagrass research, for now, continued. For the wind to mana, waste to mana, and wave to mana research, it increased the total mana output by a little bit, but so far did not unlock a new color for my soul forge. I'd added a wide variety of new coastal species to my biological collection, too, especially those that live mostly in the sea. It felt a bit like I was expanding in so many different directions, even with Trevor organizing all my various labs and artificial minds. With so many different types of mana, so many different types of new plants, weaponry development, research on runes and blood magic, it felt like I was scattering my resources throughout and hoping some of them stuck. I didn't know what might work, and concentrating all my resources on just a few things only to end in failure was rather depressing. But this process of carpet bombing everything also felt cheap, like I didn't know what I was actually doing. 80 year 155T he rifts opened again. This time, they went back to their earlier strategy of multiple rifts across the central continent. But we were getting better. My studies into the void mana and the demolite had produced some useful information. The demolite had a certain range of resonance with the rifts that was mostly invisible, except when one had void mana. The demolite's ability to store void mana was actually quite good compared to almost everything we'd seen. The next point, really, was why. The demolite left by the Demon King on this world, did it serve a purpose beyond just a store of void mana? Or did the Demon King need that void mana batteries to travel to this world? Or was there some other purpose? But anyway, our research into void mana and these void batteries made us more sensitive to the rifts, so I had about 4 to 5 hours. Notice that a rift was happening, and also their location. It was just a lot easier to find something when you knew exactly what you were looking for. The Valthorns, Hytrerian, and all engaged in combat over the next few months, the rifts now popping in and out. They barely stayed open for more than a week and would close as soon as my forces got near. If this wasn't proof of demonic intelligence, I didn't know what else was. They clearly had some way of transmitting information back to the homeworld and were able to act on it. Thankfully, the type of demons remained the same. It was still the quasi-undead demons. Was there like some kind of facility in their home world that decided on the demonic themes? As the year went on, it was increasingly clear that something big was going to happen. My sensors were going wild, and I knew exactly where it was going to happen. Of course, we had to be tuned in to that specific magical resonance to detect it. I was betting my money on this being the Demon King, and he would appear in the central continent. I was quite sure of it. Immediately, I had that area where we detected the magical fluctuations cleared, emptied of all people, and loaded with all the magical traps and weapons. If a Demon King's gonna appear on our continent, I was gonna hammer it with everything. I also started to flood the area with my giant attendant trees. This was my chance to test how long I could hold out against the Demon King. Kay was on the way back from the other continent. The other 2 heroes agreed to come as well. It seemed to me that they were compelled to fight Demon Kings, even if they disagreed with me and had no love for the central continent. Perhaps it was a requirement of the hero class that they must challenge the Demon King. Of course, my actions were not missed by the common folk or the elite. I decided it was just right to be forthcoming about it, so I informed everyone that the Demon King would be on the central continent. Once again, panic. Schadenfreude. That was the feeling from the other continents and the temples. They delighted in the fact that I would have to face the Demon King. Damn them. Not that they could do anything to help. I called on the kingdoms of the central continent to share their hero items. Many of them had a few legacy of their founding heroes or gifts from visiting heroes. We built bombardment stations around the hero items. We could prepare for this, and so we would. The hero items were all supported with massive arrays of mana-storing potatoes. If one didn't hurt the Demon King, maybe a few of them together could. Together with the heroes, I'd hoped to make this battle a swift one. After all, apes together were strong. I even equipped Hytrerion, my massive tree walker, with that cannon of a Lintara I stole from the temples. Hytrerion's massive mana pool meant he could support one hero item on his own, and to bolster his mana capacity, we also started research of mana storage beetles. Mobile mana batteries were meant to augment Hytrerion's large mana pool. These mobile mana storage beetles started off as beetles with a large mana potato grafted on their back. Over time, the biolabs made improvements to the bond between these mana potatoes and the beetles. Eventually, I even got them to explode if triggered in a certain way. It was a roundabout way of getting back to beetle banelings. Point was I needed mana storage, since the point was to create huge bursts of energy output. We'd also planted the entire area with modified potatoes and charged them up with all the mana I could get. If a Demon King's coming, I was going to blow it up as much as I could. Seriously, this is really just camping at the spawn point, isn't it? What if the Demon King doesn't spawn here? Kay admired my work when she arrived at the location. We'd built multiple fortresses around the Demon King's spawn point. My Rift-attuned sensors did not detect any unusual changes. For now, all of them pointed here. But sure. Can you help? I spoke to Kay. Your array of guns, are you able to place them as fixed objects? Since I am quite certain where the Demon King will appear, it is entirely possible to really break this. But is killing the Demon King the answer? Kay asked. We did that last time and all it did was lead to this point here. If you're not willing to help me kill the Demon King, then help me immobilize it to a significant degree such that we can repeat what happened. Kay thought for a moment and then agreed. This is pretty much trying to injure a Pokémon so that you can catch it but not too much that it's dead. I got that reference but I just continued. So help. Yes. She spent about a month using her hero's forge to set up multiple cannon arrays. But her arrays were powered by her star mana, so for now, they were pretty much like single-use turrets that would expire once the star mana ran out. Still, with so many cannons, traps, and weapons, I'd hoped to at least significantly weaken the Demon King. When are your two friends coming? They said they will come once the Demon King appears. So glued to their harem. So this is what Mom's been up to, Arlissa said. She had snuck out after I asked Lausanne and many others to help with the preparations of the site. She stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the vast area now cleared into a battleground. The entire area, and anywhere with 50 miles, was evacuated where possible. Overnight, towns and cities in the area were emptied. The people moved as far as they could. We had large convoys of beetles ferrying people from the towns and cities to large dedicated new towns. What are you doing here? Lausanne, of course, could sense her daughter from a distance away. It also helped that one of Arlissa's bracelets was enchanted. Arlissa jumped when Lausanne snuck out behind her, undoing her camouflage. Mom, Arlissa was about to flip. Wait, why didn't I sense you coming? Your detection abilities are probably too low. Lausanne patted her 14-year-old daughter's head. She was a level 34 ranger, and it was considered slow when Lausanne herself hit level 60 at that age. But of course, Arlissa was also taking life a lot easier and did not have to fight as many monsters as Lausanne did. Naturally, her level would be lower. There was also a part of her rebelling by not following her mother's footsteps. When everyone expected her levels to soar, she resisted it. She claimed that she was still trying to figure out her life and didn't want to move so fast. Now you want to see what we are doing. Is the Demon King going to appear soon? Ian thinks it'll be soon. This entire place is loaded with formations which he isn't sure will work or not. Arlissa was worried, and her facial expression reflected that. Will you be fighting, Mom? Not against the Demon King. Hopefully not. Jura is, along with those who received the seed. But the rest of us will be helping to control the other demons that appear. Ian expects the Demon King to be accompanied by a large army. I see. The Valthorns went through the plans over and over. Kay, as the hero, was also involved. The moment the Demon King appeared, we would activate all the weapons and traps against the Demon King, and then only would Kay engage. One-on-one against the Demon King was going to be tough, but the rest of us would play support. Everyone was in their best equipment. We moved our best anti-demon artifacts to the fortresses around Ground Zero. The signals we detected were increasing and getting stronger. The tension in the air was rising, and yet the two heroes had not even left their continent. How long do you think we can hold back the Demon King? Based on our calculations and data provided by past heroes, Master, we should be able to suppress the Demon King for at least a day. Our base case scenario varies, but the median is around 6 days. Patrick modeled the potential battle, and 6 days wasn't great. The key was whether Kay could kill it. Based on our current data points, we should be able to take the Demon King down by about 40–50%. Kay's star mana would have to make up for the rest of the shortfall. That was barring any cheap tricks. I made progress with my various energy research. There was no progress for the Black Star gems, however. Still, the energy research did not unlock new color. At least, not yet. All it did was add more mana to the pool. It was fine. It was loading the entire area with more mana anyway. Jura, Lovis, Faris, and Edna were all level 125. It seemed there was a natural limit for experience seeds, and that limit was level 125. All the experience seed did not work beyond that point. Darn. I supposed you couldn't cheese your way to divinity through experience seeds. They had to earn their last 25 levels. I also gave my 5th soul-strengthening seed, this time to one of my patriarchs, Priest Lumuf. He was a level 85 Ionic bishop. Though he was old, he had a lot of support abilities, and I needed someone like that to support the first 4. Now was not the time to save on experience seeds, so I also pushed him up to level 125–80 1 year 156T. He Demon King didn't waste time. The rift was massive, so massive that it seemed like the sky itself twisted. It's coming, Kay said from a distance away. We watched as massive skeleton dragons and mammoths stepped out of the rifts, the champions of the Demon King. Should we blow it up now? One of the Valthorns asked nervously. No, only when the Demon King is here. There were at least 50 of those champions, and I couldn't help but remember Harris describing them as fodder once they were at level 130. They could destroy a champion in a single star mana attack. The Demon King's heads appeared. It was a massive skeletal serpent with large, reddish spires along its jagged spine. It had 3 heads, a 3-headed skeleton serpent. One head resembled the skull of a mammoth, one head resembled a dragon, and one resembled a cobra. Everyone felt it. Hold, Kay said nervously. This was her first full-powered Demon King. The last one was a dud. She instantly notified her 2 friends that the Demon King had descended. Indeed. I got the notification the moment its entire body appeared. Demon King Tigash has descended. Its 3 heads roared. The demonic champions who surrounded the area turned and charged. I felt a tingle in my network. Fear. Everyone seemed to be caught in its aura and presence. Kay immediately stood straighter and activated her own star mana form. It glowed like a lighthouse in the dark, and instantly the fear subsided. Point 1. The Demon King had some kind of fear aura. Point 2. Heroes had a natural anti-fear aura. Ready. I notified everyone to take cover. It's time for some explosions. All the hero items prepared in the entire area activated, and the first volleys of energy blasts shredded the demon champions. The barrage of bullets, projectiles, and beams came from all directions, even Hytrerion. It was beautiful. It resembled total annihilation when I let loose multiple long-range cannons, or those old videos of battleships going all out. The valley was filled with the sound of all the cannons and artifacts, unleashing fury on the demons and the Demon King. The 50 or so demon champions were destroyed quickly. After the volley came the traps. The entire ground beneath the Demon King glowed. Overcharged mana potatoes embedded in the ground, configured into a literal mana bomb, and the multiple explosive formations around them. Together, they would explode as one single massive bomb. The single explosion for the mana was so large it could be heard 100 miles away. The fortress braced for the shockwave of energy. The detonation left a massive crater. Where'd the Demon King go? No, it was an illusion. We saw the three heads still floated, surrounded by massive skeletal shields. Those shields looked like they took some damage, and its body was gone. The eyes on the three heads glowed, and instantly we saw its body regenerate. It roared, and more champions emerged from the rift. Kay sprang into action. She could remotely recharge her arrays as long as she was within the area, so the cannons kept up the attack. I felt drained as the weapons and traps called on more mana, but this was the moment we'd prepared for. 2 to 3 years of preparation, all for this single moment. We unleashed everything we could as suicidal beetles loaded with mana potatoes on their backs charged toward the Demon King. One of the heads roared, and a huge red energy blast torched the walls. We quickly activated defensive shields, but they didn't last very long. The beams were as powerful as the heroes, tower after tower incinerated. These fortresses are a bad idea. We should have built them into the ground instead of above ground, one Valthorn commented, which I agreed with. Tall fortresses were a stupid idea against demon kings with beam weapons. Naturally, things above ground would be in their line of sight and line of fire. I should have fortresses built underground next time. At least the earth and dirt helped to absorb some of the damage. The artificial mines helped me reconfigure some of the magical weapon arrays, connecting them to fresh mana potatoes. We needed to keep up the pressure as more demon champions emerged from the rift. We'll take the champions and let Kay focus on the Demon King. Jura, Edna, Faris, and Lovis stood and charged in. One of the Demon King's three heads, the one resembling a cobra, opened its mouth and shot a huge spire projectile. Where did such a projectile even come from? The projectile exploded into thousands of smaller spires, and those thousands of smaller spires transformed into small zombie-like creatures. They charged out of the crater and attempted to reach the magical cannons. Beetles. Thousands of beetles emerged and met the zombie army. The mammoth head's eyes glowed, and all the zombie minions glowed and gained strength. A buff effect. Jura hacked through hundreds of zombies and managed to land a finishing blow on a champion. Hytrerion, too, loaded up its mana beetles and shot another projectile. It impacted one of the demon champions, and it staggered and then fell. It was pure chaos as the cobra head turned again. This time it shot a beam at Hytrerion. Shit. It was too big and bulky. I activated all the defensive abilities I had, but it still tore through them. It knocked Hytrerion back by a few hundred meters and made a large wound on its back. The mammoth head roared, and a fire appeared between its tusks. The fuck is that? My sensors went wild. Kay's multiple arrays fused together into a large cannon and then fired a purple and white energy beam. It hit the cobra head, and the cobra head crumbled. The mammoth head's fire glowed, and in an instant the entire crater and its surroundings were charred with black demon flames. It was a very familiar pain. The fire blast hit the surrounding weapon posts, and multiple hero items were destroyed. We felt it as some of my subordinates died. Jura and the heavy rankers immediately dived to avoid the blast, but Faris's staff was instantly torched. Kay had a magical shell protecting her. It glowed white, and she had suddenly transformed. This was the Starmana form. Now, she was the core and center of a massive magical weapons platform. Each of its energy blasts were purple-white and contained huge quantities of star mana. It was a form I'd never seen, and I wondered whether she was still holding back. Or was this something that only activated when she faced a demon king? Yet the cobra head that we thought was destroyed reconstituted itself. Master. The mammoth's head, there's 10 slots with 6 red crystals on it, Patrick mentally shouted in my mind. I immediately zoomed in. When we nuked the entire place, 3 of the red crystals crumbled, and just now when Kay destroyed the cobra head, 1 more crystal turned to ash. It's a life counter. There were 6 more lives. Kay, those heads can regenerate. You need to knock them all out at least 6 times. I suspected 9 times in total. They only stopped regenerating if they were out of crystals. I quickly explained the details as we kept up the pressure. The dragon heads turned to glow and it shot multiple beams. Master, bad news. Rifts opening across the continent, Trevor repeated. At least 50. Fuck. Most of my high-leveled guys were here. Beetles, get everyone not occupied. Activate the adventurers and the local militia too. I still had a few guys. Horns was not involved in this conflict since he was too low-leveled, but he could help with the other sites. Lausanne, I need you to take a team and get to one of the rifts. Yet I couldn't distract myself from the conflicts throughout the continent. I felt my entire body tingle like static, as if I was right next to a lightning storm. The dragonhead roared and launched more energy beams. These beams behaved more like strings than beams, and it destroyed a few more fortresses. Kay flew and weaved between those strings like a pro, but even then she got hit a few times. The arrays took the damage for her. It felt like watching a Tauhu game. The dragonhead released multiple slow-moving, floating energy mines. These were like explosive wisps, and they went in all directions. "Ian, what do we do?" Edna shouted as she hid in the ground together with Faris. "We're pinned down and we can't get close." They had a few shields up, but they didn't last very long. The flames burned them easily. It seemed that either the Demon King's flames were not really flames, or my resistance just got nullified before the king or I was still too far. There were about 30 demon champions left, and the Demon King traded blows with Kay. The king concentrated on Kay and focused its attacks on her. Honestly, the rest of us were just distractions for the 2 true titans. Kay's attacks filled the skies, and her barrage of Starmana bullets took out demon champions easily, 2 shots, and the demon champion was destroyed. But that was not her objective. She wanted to attack the Demon King, but these champions kept getting in the way. Black fire blast incoming. I alerted the engaging forces as we noticed the mammoth head had a small spark of fire between its tusks again. This second shot incinerated my beetles and a few more arrays. I got mental notification that a few of the arrays were ready. I had to shoot or they might get destroyed. Go, go, go. Right next to the Demon King, my giant attendant trees were nothing more than firewood. Its energy beams ripped through the trees like they were a piece of thin scrap paper. It was a mistake to ask my elite forces to engage in this battle, as they scrambled to flee for their lives. My mistake. Next time I wouldn't field anyone less than level 100. Anyone less than that was nothing more than a liability. It was true that they could help with the demon champions, but with the Demon King's attacks, I couldn't even protect them. The Demon King clearly didn't care for its own subordinates, as it shot beams that incinerated both ally and foe. The Demon King was beyond them, truly. The traps and the cannons were infinitely better choices. Kay, can you push the Demon King to the marked spots? I asked. We had traps made in the surrounding area as well. We were prepared to nuke this entire area to smithereens if we could take out the Demon King. "I'm trying," she responded as she dodged wave after wave of magical bullets and beams. Her attacks managed to hit the dragon head and it crumbled. 5 crystals left. The rift abruptly closed behind the Demon King. There were no more champions as Kay's projectiles, and the few arrays took out the remaining champions. It didn't take long for the dragon head to start regenerating, but it was enough to buy time. As Kay's array transformed into massive mirror structure and temporarily deflected the demon's bullets, the sudden shift hit the cobra head and it too crumbled after 5 or so star mana hits. I quickly attempted to create multiple giant attendant trees around the Demon King and used my vines to latch onto them when they were still regenerating. There was only the mammoth head now. My vines grabbed onto all of them, and I tried to drain them of mana. I heard a voice in my head when that happened. Free us. Mental incursion detected. Blocking, scram, excessive demonic mana in network, expelling, fuck, not now. Patrick in my domain stepped in and blocked off the attack. Pawns, the voice was legible now. I felt it in my head, shit. Pawns, master, we couldn't block all of it, we must detach, we must disconnect the vines, Patrick shouted in my head. It's in your head, pawns. I saw visions of their homeworld again. It was a massive purple world. Long ago. Before the slavers. Massive purple, and they were giants. They were all monsters and their cities were massive canyons. Monsters, a primitive society, fight the slavers. More visions, massive cities of giant monsters. Then a beam of light. Kay's energy blast weaved through the trees and hit the immobilized mammoth head and it too crumbled. All 3 heads abruptly twisted and fused together, and in an instant those giant attendant trees were vaporized, along with my vines. The link to my mind broke and I was knocked out of the vision. In its place, the 3 heads combined, turning into a single head with 3 faces. The dragon, the snake, and the mammoth. Was that some kind of symbolism? All 3 mouths opened and it shot out huge red beams in all directions. Faris was too close. Still, he kept attacking the Demon King, and his attacks made small, tiny cracks on the large 3-faced creature. One of the mouths turned to face Faris and shot a red beam. It happened so quickly and he was too close. Faris was caught in the red beam. He was vaporized instantly. Faris has died. Fuck. Retreat. I screamed mentally, but it was too late, really. The red beam was crazy powerful. My shields were nothing more than paper before a flood. This power was above and beyond whatever data I got from Harris. When we simulated the past Demon Kings, my shields still managed to weaken the power of the attack, but this was easily 3 to 4 times stronger. Jura shook his head. No, we're this near and we're this close. It's either we win or there's nothing left for us. He threw a magical spear. It hit the Demon King's face and caused a tiny crack. Kay's Star Mana Blast managed to hit, and it knocked a big chunk off the Demon King's 3 faces. It traded defense and hit points for power, Patrick commented in my head, quickly summarizing that its defensive stats were probably not that high. It was also a relative thing. To Kay, yes, it was totally a glass cannon. To us, it's still impossibly tough. It's a glass cannon. With 10 lives, not exactly a glass cannon. Still, my eyes were locked on Jura and Lovis. Both attempted to get closer. Lovis threw a few magical spears at the Demon King from her location, and it did just tiny bits of damage too. Not anymore. There were only 2 red crystals on its mammoth face. The demon's energy beam and the beam from Kay's array had a clash of powers normally seen in anime. The 2 energies met and had a short tug-of-war, but eventually, Kay's purple-white beam lost. The demon's power pushed through, and Kay's array was destroyed in another big explosion. The beam was so strong it even burned a straight line for about 10 miles. I felt like a line of trees just vanished from my network. Kay was alive. She managed to dodge sideways, but she had lost an entire limb. Blood streamed out of the charred parts, but she stood, alive and defiant. I immediately sent vines to surround her and attempted to heal her. At this distance, my root strikes would be weak, but whatever. I unleashed all I could and summoned multiple giant attendant trees again. The Demon King roared, and black flames instantly torched my root strikes. One of them hit the Demon King and caused a few more cracks. "Not yet," Kay said, my vines now wrapped around her entire body. Her arm was lost, but my vines quickly applied healing energies to suppress the wound. She lifted her other hand, and her body glowed. Her life force and soul were flickering. I could sense her entire soul spring cracking and crumbling, even the marbled hero blocks. 10 magical large projectiles that resembled armor-piercing rounds appeared in the air made of star mana. This was it, as all of her mana left her body. Her body now felt like an empty shell. If this didn't work, the Demon King would win. A flick of her finger and all 10 massive magical rounds flew toward the three-faced Demon King. The Demon King roared, its 3 faces unfurled like a book, and it took the attack head-on. The projectiles exploded on impact. Each explosion was small, but they were dense with star mana. Each shot resembled a mini-nuke on its own. There was a short moment of suspense as we watched the dust settle. It was not enough. When the dust settled, there was still one face. The mammoth face was still there, cracked and weakened. There was no crystal left on its head. This was its last life, too. If only the other 2 heroes were here. Kay fainted. Her life force flickered and faded. She was weak and dying, even if I managed to suppress the bleeding. I called on my mana to heal Kay and supported her, but I could sense her soul spring crumbling. The Demon King's movements were sluggish. Its face was filled with thousands of cracks, and it roared. Kay's anti-fear aura faded away. I froze. I had flashbacks of that very first time when I met that Demon King, and I remembered how it chopped off my trunk. It felt like old wounds had suddenly reappeared. Their wounds that I thought had fully healed just flared up. Old pains and wounds just burned suddenly, things I didn't even know I had. What did I master? My artificial soul's voice broke me out of my flashbacks. Then I saw Lovis and Jura both charge at the Demon King. Somehow, they were unaffected. They were equipped with anti-demon spears and launched an attack together. Their weapons glowed as they used everything they had at the Demon King. "What are you guys doing? We have a clear shot." Both of them mentally responded, even though I sensed and shared their fear. I didn't know what compelled them to even try for the Demon King. Their spears crashed into the Demon King's skeletal face. The cracks on its face glowed. It was a familiar look. Things I'd seen in dreams. It was going to blow. Flames shot out in all directions. Why did they always blow up? Fuck, get the shit out of there. I quickly extended my vines and attempted to drag both of them out of there, and used my vines to latch onto the exploding Demon King. If I could drain some of its energy, the explosion may not be so big. I wrapped my vines and roots around Kay. She was too weak to move in her half-dead state, and used my vines to haul her away. Jura and Lovis ran as fast as they could. I made layer after layer of wooden shields. Everything. I made giant attendant trees, too, by the hundreds. I pulled and tried to drain as much energy out of the Demon King as I could. My vines wrapped around the Demon King's cracked faces many times, and my entire body was temporarily flooded with the Demon King's mana, but it wasn't enough. The mammoth face still detonated, and instantly there was an explosion just as big as my traps. Black, blue, and red light cut through my vines and all my shields, and it was as if the void itself was here. What could I do? Wait. Teleport. My star mana ropeway. I wanted to activate my teleportation ability to save them, but I had used all my star mana. The explosion was too quick, and my subsidiary tree was charred before it even completely spawned. The blackish energies exploded and caught Lovis, Kay, and Jura. I tried to shield them, but the energies attacked my roots too and incinerated them instantly. The energy felt like a shockwave of radiation, and it interfered with my roots, vines, and trees' ability to regenerate. Fuck! I was far away, but if I had a human heart, it was like watching a tragedy unfold before my very eyes. I felt it sink. I wanted to deny this reality. No. Jura was closest to the Demon King, and the impact of the blast was strongest on him. Even with all the shields and power I could muster, it was nothing before that king. His entire body was pierced by the light and charred by the explosion, and he collapsed. Jura, he died, even though my vines tried to reach him. I tried and tried to create shields, and I saw Jura activated his familiar to shield himself too. But the explosion was too strong, too dense. The notification I dreaded came in. Jura has died. Fuck, I mentally yelled. Lovis managed to escape a little further, but it wasn't enough at all. Just like Jura, the demonic rays pierced through and charred her body, and she died within seconds. Lovis has died. Ian's Demon Slayer class was released. Kay was much further away when the radioactive shockwave hit. It tore through the layers of wooden vines, and I felt the rays pierce through the wounds. But at the same time, I thought I felt a strange flow push back at the demonic radiation. Something equally powerful, if not stronger. Yet I got a strange notification. Kay has died. You have received a fragment and a Titan's soul. Then I looked at her again. Her body had fused with all the vines. Her heart was beating. My vines had entered her body through her destroyed arm to keep her alive. She was no longer human. Only her face was left intact, but her body had melted into this strange, part crystalline, part Treven structure. There was a heart in there that was still beating. I could sense it with my vines. It was no longer a normal heart. It was a crystal. The crystal collapsed instantly and formed a cocoon made of crystal and a huge tangle of roots within. What happened? I asked. Then one of the artificial minds flooded my mind. I saw the explosion rip through Kay's body, but then she glowed. A part of it crumbled away, and a part of it remained that pushed back against the wave, like how a magnetosphere deflected a solar flare. In that process, the shockwave caused her body to shift and change. Demon King Tigash has been destroyed. Due to your excessive contribution in the fight against the Demon King as a non-hero, you have been granted a special experience multiplier. You gained 27 levels. You are now level 197. Jura has bequeathed the skill Warlord's Barrage. Skill absorbed into Root Field. Root Fields upgraded to Fields of Death. Lovis has bequeathed the skill Spear of Destruction. Skill modified and changed to Roots of Destruction. Faris has bequeathed the skill Vine Control. The following skills have been merged: Healing Vines, Constrict, and Absorption to Root and Vine Mastery. Hidden I couldn't check the rest of the skills. I had to pause for a moment and consider what had just happened, so I didn't. I'd get back to the skills the next time. Oh, I died. Jura's spirit appeared in my soul realm the next day. So did Lovis and Faris. I figured that would happen. I'll disappear in a few months, right? It was a strange feeling to see him there. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have put them through that. But against the Demon King, could I even think of holding back my best fighters? No, Jura shrugged. I'm glad I did it. To fight a Demon King and manage to land a hit to finish it off. If that's not going out with a bang, what else is? Lovis agreed. Thank you both. Jura smiled. I'm glad we still have these few months to say my goodbyes. 82 year 156 continued EDNA stood in the ruined battlegrounds. They were now filled with deep gashes and cuts, most of it from the damage left from the Demon King's numerous beams. We couldn't even find Faris's body. The beam had vaporized him, and what was left were a few trinkets that were not caught in the beams. Life remained so frail. She knelt and touched the dirt. She saw it firsthand when the beams burned through the air. So frail before the Demon King. Faris was Edna's closest friend. They were peers over so many years. And now, she touched the ground. The dirt and earth in the entire area was magically charged. It was something I would study later on. The Demon King's magical blast also transferred some of its qualities to the remaining dirt that was not destroyed. Jura was a spirit in my soul realm. So this is what it's like to see things from your point of view. Jura, though, seemed really relaxed and free. I have always wondered what it's like to be a spirit. Do you want to stay in this world, Jura? I'll find a way. He had a few months. Jura shook his head. I'd like to see what's beyond that, please. The death promised to all elves who died with their spirit trees. Let me just say goodbye to those who I cared for. This meant the original elves and the Valthorns that he personally trained. Many were in a way his closest friends and family, even if not related by blood. We died gloriously, but no big state funerals, please, Jura said. There will be one for all who died in this war. I wanted to insist. There were many others who died, and they deserved a proper burial. It's the first time anyone has participated in a large-scale battle against the Demon King. It was a somber event. Throughout the continent there were many battles, and there were deaths there too. Thankfully, most rifts were relatively low risk. Less than 5 rifts had demon walkers or demon champions. After the destruction of the Demon King, we quickly redirected our attention to those demons. But the lag meant death. Relatively speaking, it was good for us. The central continent lost about 100,000 people to the demons, most of them when one of those demon champions got close to one of the cities or towns. Low, relative to the huge numbers lost on the eastern continent. Throughout the entire war, about 200,000 were lost. Again, good numbers, good numbers. Yet the deaths of Jura, Faris, and Lovis felt really personal to me, especially Jura. You really want to go? I was sure I could figure out something. Perhaps a soul contract or something to keep him here. Jura just nodded. I think it's time. The next generation can take over my place. The young Valthorns, many of them have great potential. Number, please reconsider. Jura shook his head. Ian Treatree, you've done so much for me, and I am grateful. We've fought many battles together and achieved much. To see Frika grow to new Frika, only to lose it and then rebuild as Freshka, has been wonderful. These few decades were incredible, but I've died and I would like a peaceful passing. I sighed mentally, but I thought he could feel it. Very well. I will dearly miss your presence by my side. There are still a few months. Many of those who died in the conflict actually appeared in my soul realm. Some would stay for days, some for months. Often it was their own choice. Using a combination of Patrick's mental powers and my own soul realm, we used it to grant special mental audiences with the dead. It was a special ritual. The priests called it the communion of the passing for those who remained to say and say so much. Many, though, did not want to die. I felt a little selfish and hypocritical then. I would go to great lengths if I could resurrect Jura, but for the rest of them, I wouldn't. A soul contract made before death would have been an easy resurrection solution, since I could redeploy them as something else. Yet I felt for young orphans who'd grown up and lived almost their entire lives as my swords and shields. To drag them to service again through soul contract was exceptionally cruel even for my standards. They had given me one life as my weapon, and they would return experience, skill seeds, and level seeds when they died through the familiars. For the general populace, it was a sense of relief that the Demon King disaster passed by so quickly, in about a day. Perhaps this was the fastest we'd ever killed a Demon King, because we could predict where the Demon King appeared. If the demon's intelligence was real, the next time wouldn't be so easy. Kay was not dead, but the system thought she was dead. It was incredibly weird. Her body was entirely a mixture of crystal and vines, like an overgrown laboratory. This is not what I expected. She looked like a golem, a crystal golem. She lost her hero class when the blast happened. It stripped her of all her classes and levels, and she was temporarily levelless. Then, because the healing happened simultaneously as the Demon King's blast stripped her soul of all her soul bricks, she didn't actually die, even as the loss of all her levels somehow made the system think she died. My friends think I'm dead, right? Kay said. Most likely, if they get the notification. Then let's keep it that way. Ah shit. This meant the advantage had just shifted to the heroes again now that Cade lost all her hero powers. They most likely wouldn't believe that this golem was her either. Shit. Was I going to face the Crusades next? How do you feel? I asked the golem. She shrugged and moved. The first few days after the battle, I thought she was dead. After all, that was what the notification said, and it had never been wrong before. The heart kept beating, pulsing. I thought it was just residual energies that caused it to beat. Then she moved after a few days and talked. Kay looked around. Right now, she was in a resting area within the Valley of the Unrotten. I wasn't comfortable letting her wander around in Freshka. Not yet anyway. Surprisingly fine, even if this body needs getting used to. Kay was incredibly nonchalant about the entire transformation. If anything, I suddenly have a clarity of mind that feels amazing. Her golem body was mixed with organic elements within, and anyone who laid their eyes on her would immediately say she was an abomination. Really, I considered the implications that the system could be wrong. What else was wrong then? Also, the demonic blast was able to strip a person of their soul and levels. If so, could I replicate it to ultimately free the heroes from their traps? I'm now a level 1 biocrystalline construct with no classes. Do you think this is just a copy of my soul and the real me is really dead, or is this really me? There's no true answer for that, is there? I could see that she still had a soul, but if most of a soul had been stripped away, was it really still her? It reminded me of the ship of Theseus problem. Good answer, Kay laughed mechanically. I should gain levels. Can you help me? Certainly. I secretly guided Kay to a patch of the rotted lands where she could fight hybrids. Edna had gained levels. She gained 14 levels from the battle, so she was now level 139 as an Ionic Grand Knight. She was stronger, and yet at the same time she was cursed. Ian, how do you do it? Watch our friends perish. She was actually trying to cope with her own loss. Faris and Lovis were her friends, and as fellow Valthorns, they were really close-knit. I've lived with certainty that my friends would survive, drunk on our own immortality. When you were over level 100, it was normal to feel like you'd never die. I honestly have no good answer for you, Edna. Jura was my most loyal warrior, and he had served at my side since the days when this valley was a village called Frika. His loss and his presence will be something I keenly feel for decades, perhaps even centuries to come. Edna nodded and wept privately. We'd all lost a friend. This struggle against the Demon King destroyed too many friendships and relationships. When you told us you wanted to stop the cycle, I honestly thought I understood it, but only now do I see and feel the real cost of this struggle. It will be a path paved with the blood and bodies of our friends. Victories all have a price, I said, despite my own struggles with Jura's death. Edna didn't reply and continued to cry alone. An hour or so later she responded. Well, if I stopped now, Faris and Lovis would have died for nothing, right? Indeed. Faris, Lovis, and Jura's spirits watched that same conversation. Faris just sighed. I felt like I died like a chump, though. Just a bad position, and the death ray just killed me. How does one even stop such things? The spirit of Lovis agreed. I think there must be a way to strengthen our body such that we can resist it. At least, we should be able to survive it. Jura's spirit nodded along in my mind. That explosion at the end was extremely disgusting. To think that a demon king almost always self-destructs when it is defeated. Well, almost all demon kings self-destructed. We should have prepared with some kind of instant teleportation ability. Faris nodded. Yeah, the next generation of Valthorns must have the ability to perform instant short-range teleportation and also super-enhanced senses. There are skills that can grant the ability to temporarily supercharge one's senses and reaction time. Strangely, the 3 dead spirits were a lot more analytical. Perhaps, now that they were dead, the best way they could contribute was to think about how to prevent their own deaths. Edna was back to work after resting for 2 weeks, and then she had a session of mental communion with Faris and Lovis. A part of me felt numb. I'd always known that as a tree, I would eventually outlive everyone around me. As a magical tree that did not decay or age but only grew larger and more powerful over time, it was inevitable. Did you ever lose those loyal to you, lilies? Always. One eventually turns detached. Friends eventually become just tools. To lose so many so often, one learns to draw lines. At that moment, a human part of me resisted. No, no, I must have courage to constantly make friends and trust them. If I became more like lilies, eventually the Valthorns would just be numbers on a battlefield. I would be nothing more than a general, safe in one's nuclear bunker, pressing buttons. No, I didn't want to become desensitized to this. I wasn't prepared to lose what little was left of my humanity just to accomplish this goal of stopping the cycle. I was already a murderer and slayer of thousands, enslaver and mind controller. To lose even friendships and trust, that was just the next level. Even villains needed to have people that they could trust. No, great villains all had people that they could trust. Time and cycles, lilies responded. Cycles, repeating lives and conversations. I paused. It hurts too much to see those who have fallen and those that still lived. I wondered which one of Lily's many minds was talking. This one seemed a little more melancholic, like a widower who sees a woman that looked like a splitting image of their deceased wife. I sighed. Maybe Lily's had a point. But I believed I should try. I owed it to those who lived to give them a chance. I couldn't just wallow in grief and never move on. No, I would trust and I would make new friends. Even if I would have to suffer and watch them die eventually, it was only right I continued doing so. A tree survived disasters and storms and still bloomed when spring came. The scars did not alter its will to live and love. Once the state funerals and about a month had passed, I was finally prepared to revisit the huge wall of notification that I'd received. I gained 27 levels and I was now level 197. Due to your excessive contribution in the fight against the Demon King as a non-hero, you have been granted a special experience multiplier. You gained 27 levels. You are now level 197. Jura has bequeathed the skill Warlord's Barrage. Skill absorbed into Root Field. Root Fields upgraded to Fields of Death. Lovis has bequeathed the skill Spear of Destruction. Skill modified and changed to Roots of Destruction. Faris has bequeathed the skill Vine Control. The following skills have been merged: Healing Vines, Constrict and Absorption to Root and Vine Mastery. Level 190 Domain Skill acquired. Court of the Daytree. Court of the Daytree has a 50-member limit. Possession of the Devoted now merged with Court of the Daytree. Those granted the Court Familiars gain abilities similar to those of the Devoted. Court of the Daytree does not require star mana. Those who served never truly die. Their abilities are recorded and retained. Jura, Lovis, and Faris's abilities and skills are elevated as zealots of the ancestry. Court members function similar to familiars. You've gained the ability Summon Court. Court members can be instantly teleported to your location without any mana requirements, with no use limits and restrictions. Skills of those who died with the Court Familiars are absorbed. Level 180 Domain Skill acquired. Natural Dungeons. Grants ability to trigger new dungeons. Each dungeon must be powered by either a ley line or magical formation of equivalent power. Dungeons are not subordinates and are mostly independent, but you have some influence to control their difficulty level and strength. Each dungeon generates rewards and monsters based on the chosen difficulty and strength. Active Titan Soul capacity increased to 5. Root Strikes significantly upgraded. Root Strikes and Super Anademon Root Strikes merged, and now all automatically have anti-demonic effects. Healing abilities significantly upgraded. Vines now can perform instant healing by touch. Wooden materials significantly upgraded. Strength of all wooden items made significantly upgraded and gained passive skills. Giant attendant trees, defensive abilities and force projection significantly upgraded. Giant attendant trees now able to recreate up to 66% of Ian's original strength over long distances. Familiars significantly upgraded. All familiars gained additional skills and abilities. All familiars are now greater familiars. Biolabs and other labs significantly upgraded. All labs now are significantly more attuned to demonic energies and rift-related energies. Overall physical defense and magical defense significantly increased. Demonic curse dispelled. It was a long one, but ultimately it was still numb to me. All these abilities were achieved with the death of those close to me. And was it worth it? These abilities enhanced my strength and defenses. There was something extremely bittersweet of receiving powers like Court of the Day Tree, which would have allowed me to save Jura, Lovis, and Faris. It was like having the ability to close the stable doors after the prized horses had left the stables. Yet it was clear that during the battle, Kay's magical powers did at least 60–70% of the damage. Regardless, these small steps all led me closer to that eventual day. The rest of the central continent had some reconstruction to do, and privately, our intelligence services indicated most of the other temples were amazed at how quickly the Demon King was defeated. Yet, despite Kay's death, there were no concrete plans for a continuation of the crusade, just rumors and discussions. I wondered what changed on their end. Lausanne and Laufen were both most affected by Jura's death at the battle. They spoke to him, too, via the mental communion. Arlissa only sparred with Jura a few times. After all, her training was mostly conducted by her mother. To her, Jura was that uncle that seemed to mostly accompany the crazy tree. Yet Arlissa, too, witnessed the destruction wrought by the Demon King. The craters it left behind all still had residual magical energies, and already labs were in full swing, conducting research. Lausanne tapped her daughter's head as she guided her through the battlefield. She wanted to see what happened to all the traps and fortresses, and she was greeted by the hellscape. The land will heal. Ian's powers would soon undo all the wounds of the earth, which is why you must see it now, when the wounds are fresh and the earth is torn asunder, Lausanne said. The magical residue was gradually being cleaned up. Beetles hard at work, they dug and carried them back to the labs for studies. Those of us who received Ian's blessings are more sensitive to the land. We can feel the subtle flow of the energy in the ground the same way a druid can. If it scares you, hold my hand, Lausanne assured her daughter. Are all battles like this? Arlissa was both impressed and fearful. It was quite a sight, and the terrain's energy meant the weather was just as chaotic. Storms and thunder seemed perpetual, and I could feel my own mana wrestling with the unsettled air. When the opponent is a demon king, yes. But this is a lot more common. Even demon champions can deal huge damage. We've seen things like this back in the Eastern Continent, Lausanne said, and she remembered her own time in the wasteland that was the Eastern Continent. You fought them before. Arlissa suddenly seemed really impressed at her mom. Only the champions, Lausanne said, never the king. But Uncle Jura did. Yes, Lausanne said. If the other heroes were here, maybe he would not. She couldn't finish the sentence. Can Ian fight the king? Arlissa, though, quickly switched the question. Lausanne paused for a moment. I don't know, Arlissa. Maybe, maybe not. Unlike us, Ian cannot move himself to face the Demon King head-on. Then they'll have to lure the Demon King so that Ian can smack him. Lausanne smiled and patted her daughter. Now that's an idea to think about. If we ever face a Demon King, what can we do to survive? She wondered. Honestly, unlikely. You may not even be able to run, since its attack range is clearly very far. She pointed as the gashes in the earth, which stretched for miles. Even the hills in the distance were not spared. There were many destroyed forests and trees in the area, often from a stray energy beam or a deflected projectile that exploded. Then we'll just accept our fate. Arlissa looked back at her mom. Lozan nodded. Pretty much, unless you are someone like Uncle Jura. He died a hero, a true champion of Freshka, but his path is not for everyone. Arlissa, the little rebel, frowned. She was underleveled in many ways, at least compared to the Valthorns of her age. Already there were young, upcoming Valthorns just about 15 or 16 that had reached their level 40s in their chosen combat profession. Still, she watched the ruins, all the fortresses, so strong and sturdy before this, flattened in a single battle. All those magical traps and hero items activated, and it was still insufficient. The destruction truly hammered in how small she was in the larger scheme of things. Without levels, one had no say in what the world could throw at them. Without levels and skills, we are just lambs for the slaughter, Lozan said quite frankly. Our world today is changing thanks to Ian, but should he fall, the world will revert back to its original state, one where might and power makes right. Ian's overwhelming might today is what grants the lesser ones a choice. Without his vast shade, what we have today is not possible. One day I'll take you to the other continents, and there you will witness what the world is like without an overwhelming presence like Ian. Arlissa merely nodded. They had a rest at a makeshift rest stop. The Valthorns had set up multiple viewing points since there clearly was an interest in disaster tourism. Lady Lozan, what a coincidence. They were not the only visitors. Many nobles, too, came to see the destruction. Some hoped to see Demolite, but somehow this demon king did not leave any behind. Those in the Freshlands Treasury College even organized large tour for the students to see the destruction for themselves. Ah! Lord Kravik, what luck! The Tree Lord smiled. Fascinating, isn't it, even though it does pain me to see the land in such suffering. The tree folk could feel the damage when they walked. Their exposed feet had little feelers and roots. He turned to face Arlissa. And you must be Arlissa, the young girl nodded. Taking in the sights too, Lozan asked. Yes. How many lords and kings can even claim to have seen the sight of the Demon King's death? If anything, this is an experience unique to us, Kravik smiled. Lozan laughed. Indeed, it was heaven and earth if compared to the vast destruction of the eastern continent. Here, the nobles were talking about tourism. Arlissa merely listened as the nobles continued their conversation. Even if her mother said she wasn't a noble, no one would believe it. In the eyes of the entire continent, her mother was a member of the nobility, and perhaps even as close to a continent-wide royalty. "Thanks for fighting with me all this while, Jura," I said one day. I could sense that his soul would soon move on. He just smiled. "It's not too bad. Castern once said, 'Death comes to us all, but for some earlier than others.' O tree spirit, take good care of them, those who still lived, and in your court of the Daytree truly, elves that die with their spirit trees never truly die. May you have a blessed life." At this point his heart was already set, and I was not going to hold on to him forcefully. Forcing a soul to do what it didn't want to do outside of soul contracts was something quite against the nature of soul and spirit trees. I'm blessed enough, Tree. The heights I've reached, the battles I've fought, few can even speak of. I'm sure Faris and Lovis feel similar. He bowed in my soul realm. I remember I knelt that day when I returned to Frika. I returned expecting to see nothing, and how this tiny village has gone through so much change. Destruction and then reconstruction. There will be more change, but I know they will have you to guide them. I felt sad. Maybe it was that tiny fragment of humanity left in me. Goodbye, Ian. May we meet again in your next reincarnation. In the long run, we would all meet again. Indeed, Tree of Ians will continue in Book 4.